but the championship lead in its class, SP3.
Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane. Joe, have you got any more from Jed Motorsports other than long faces?
They're getting on with it. Never say never. Obviously, the car's lost the engine. As you could see, that was very much oil smoke having left where it should be within the sump of the engine. As you can see, the car is now in the garage. It's on its jacks. And I'm not sure if you're getting this, but Sebastian is filming the car in the garage. They've got an engine on a lift at the front of the car. They're just taking the damaged one out. They're going to put the spare one in. Looks like the spare one's done some work. It's not crisp and clean. It shows the detritus of use. However, the guys are getting on with it. There's still plenty of time to do this job. I would say maybe 2.5 hours for them to be wheels down and underway. But they are never say never.
It might well be that engine came out after the Barcelona 24 hours, or possibly the Paul Ricard 24 hours, or possibly the Zandvoort 12 hours. We'll have to check with the team exactly how leggy it is, but as you say, never give up. Our coverage of the 24 Hours of Brno, the Epilog, the final race of the International Endurance Series powered by Hankook, continues live to the checkered flag and way beyond as Joe Bradley takes on a starring role introducing, well, probably almost everybody who is here in some way, shape or form, winning or runnering up or third placing in a championship. Lots and lots of championship positions up for stakes, as well, of course, as the glory of winning. And for Scuderia Praha, as we ride on board with Peter Cox, first and foremost, front and centre, that will be what they wish to do. We talked a little bit earlier to the team, said, you know, was it always the intention to bring the 488 in here in the Czech Republic for the end of the season race? And no, it was kind of slightly forced on them by the fact that the 458 that they've been racing all season wasn't really in any sort of fit state to be raced, and so 488 was the upgrade, version 2.0, was brought out. So that is the car that leads the race at the moment. Ralph van Eycken in second place for Grasser Racing, the GRT Lamborghini Huracan GT3 in second spot. And in third place is Precoat Herbert with their Porsche number 911, and Daniel Allemann is back at the wheel of that car doing his second stint. Ronald Egerman is in Hoffer Racing's number 10 Mercedes. That lies in fourth place. Nico Rindlisbacher was ready to take over MSG Motorsports Porsche during the long code 60 about 30 minutes ago. They just waved the car by for fuel, and so Nico is now in the car, the ex-Formula 4 single-seater driver, or possibly current Formula 4 single-seater driver, races with Jensen Motorsport and may well move up through the junior single-seater ranks again in 2017 with Jensen. And our race leader Peter Cox circulating nicely and within a couple of seconds of his fastest lap times at the moment. Paul Trustwell, what's the way the strategy is working out? Presumably everything is reset with everybody topping up under that code 60.
Yes, as far as strategy is concerned, everybody has reset as far as fuel is concerned. What is not reset is the driving time. Now, we already had the pit stop from the number 62 MSG Motorsport Porsche, which was the car that Henrik Still was driving. He bumped into his 2-hour limit, kind of despite having come in during the code 60. He stayed in the car for some reason. But the next driver who's going to bump into his 2-hour limit is going to be Roland Eggeman. He's got about another 40 minutes to do. And he's going to have fuel on board to take him for something like an hour. So he's going to have to come in before the car actually runs out of fuel, because he's going to run out of driving time.
Now we get back to this situation where, because of the way that the rules are used to balance differing performing cars, some are allowed to take on as much as 120 litres of fuel, some are only allowed to take as little as 90 litres of fuel at a time. Now, to race in the championship, if the maximum that you might conceivably be allowed is 120 litres, it makes sense to have at least a 120 litre tank in the car. So if the drive time, so for instance, if you get to the end of your drive time, but you might theoretically have not used up all your fuel, there might still be room for your allocation of, say, 90 litres. Would that be the case? Could he still...
Yes, except that Eggieman is on what's called a BOP advantage, so they can always put 120 litres in.
Yeah.
So yes, you're right, but not in the case of that car.
No.
No, in principle, for example, the car which can put the least amount of fuel in is the Precoat Herbert Motorsport car. They are allowed to put 90 litres in. All the cars are limited to having a 120 litre fuel tank. You can't have a tank that's bigger than 120 litres. So whereas Precoat can get 90 litres in, so they're kind of the smallest allowance per stop, but they're also one of the more economical cars, which is why the limit is put on them. It's not put on them because it's a quick car, it's put on because the car is a little bit more economical. Eggieman is going to bump into his driving time limit, but also Rolf Eichin and Daniel Alleman are going to bump into their time limit before they actually run out of fuel. But, as you rightly say, if they've got 120 litres on board, and they may well have as a result of having come in during the Code 60, and even though they're only allowed to put in half their allocation, that will have taken them up to having a full tank. The Ferrari has also a full tank, but Peter Cox got in the car during the Code 60, and so therefore he isn't constrained by driving time limits. So what I would expect is that you'll have Eggieman coming in first in the Hoffer Racing Mercedes out of fourth. Then you'll have Rolf Eichin coming in out of the Lamborghini, out of second place. Then Daniel Alleman will come in out of third place, although that will then be second place in the Porsche. And only after all of those have made their pit stop will you have Peter Cox coming in. And it may well be at that point that Peter Cox can make a pit stop and then the car can come out again, new driver on board, without losing the lead of the race.
Well, it wouldn't need to be a new driver on board. Peter Cox could stay in. He might end up staying in the car with older tyres on, with fresh drivers and fresh tyres in all the three rivals.
I don't think he'll do that, because I think the car will run something like an hour and a quarter, and they won't want to then only have Peter in the car for 45 minutes in a car that will do another hour on the fuel. Yes. So you're right, but I don't think they'll do it. I think they'll put a new driver in, and by the rotation, that should be Jiri Pisaric getting back into the Ferrari.
And because they've added Tom Onslow-Cole to the driver lineup, and they now have a 4-driver lineup, they don't need to worry so much about doing one stint, because you're still getting 3 full stints off, which isn't 6 hours, but it is certainly 4.5 hours off per driver, so that all helps with the fatigue.
Exactly. The only restriction that they have is that because Jiri Pisaric is the only AM driver in the car, he has to do an hour before midnight and 6 hours altogether in the race.
So he only has to do an hour before midnight, and he's done that already, hasn't he?
Yes.
Yes, so he's tickety-boo, so in fact he can go off and sleep till after midnight and then come back and do a monster JJ Lehto. Well, he can't, because he can only do 2 hours at a maximum.
Exactly.
I withdraw that,
and indeed, he would probably only do an hour and a bit at a time anyway, because the normal driving stint for the Ferrari is around about 37, 38 laps. Tom Onslow-Cole did 37, Pisaric did 38 laps. Peter Cox did 38 laps in his earlier stint. Josef Kral's stint was shortened slightly because of the Code 60 which happened, so he was just on 35, but he would have probably gone to 38 had the Code 60 not happened when it did.
Exactly so. Now, there's actually been a racing change of place while we've been otherwise postulating about where places of change will happen. Earlier up, just rearrange those yourself. I'm not going to say it again.
There is a sentence somewhere.
Yeah, there was. No, there was just a collection of a jumble of words. James Kay in the 99 Honda has taken the lead of A3 away from the Bonk Motorsport BMW. So he has just passed on this last lap, number 146 car driven by Axel Burkhardt. So James Kay having his first run in the 99 car, I think, in this race. Don't think he's been in before. That's a 5-driver lineup.
Yes, it is James Kay first driver. In fact, thus far, we've only had Gannon, Kuma, T Gammon and W Gammon and Kuma in the car. Yeah. James Kay is, as you say, the 4th driver, but the 5th driver, David Drinkwater, hasn't yet had a drive.
No, he's been busy noncing around, not paying attention to what's happened to other cars.
But nevertheless keeping us informed of what he knows, for which we thank him.
And snoozing while pretending to report from the pit lane.
The 99, incidentally, did have the lead of its class, the A3 class, earlier on.
Yes.
But only for a few laps. Where was that? Yes, it got through into the lead in the 72nd lap of the race.
An indication as to why James Kay might possibly have sneaked past the Bonk Motorsport car. On their last lap, James Kay did a 2-minute 22.3, and Burkhardt in the Bonk Motorsport car did a 2-minute 27.6. So that's a 5.3 second quicker lap, and that included passing the BMW. So the team were actually saying James Kay has brought an awful lot to them immediately. They've got a few teething problems with the car. The brakes aren't where they want it to be. And to add to the deep joy for the drivers, when you put your foot down on the throttle, there's a bit of a pause, 2-3, before the electronics finally go, really? You want to accelerate? OK, then we will. So there is a bit of a software issue. They were saying that the guys at Mugen in the UK can actually, if the laptop is plugged into the car, they can alter the software from the UK directly into the car, which is just deep joy. It's exactly the sort of thing that technology should be used for, which of course reignites all the Lewis Hamilton Mercedes, button pressing conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, but it does nothing. I mean, all it does is it means that the team's going to cut its travel budget, because it's going to say, oh, we don't need to have any mechanics on site. We can just do everything remotely.
Yes, and, except somebody's got to be there to plug in the laptop.
Yeah, well, but you only need one person to do that, for goodness sake. How many people does it take to plug in a laptop?
And they were saying that James is definitely bringing an awful lot of information to them for setting up the car. Great shot of the KTM Crossbow, which of course is a 4-cylinder Audi TFSI motor mid-turbo ladder, which is glowing bright red underneath the rear bodywork. And it might just be that when they get into the night time, they won't need the torch for examining under the car's body, because it'll be nicely illuminated by the glowing turbo, which is properly cherry red.
A good little battle, I suspect, is it may not be a battle as in nose to tail, but it's an endurance type of battle going on for the lead of this race, because between Peter Cox and Rolf Inaikin in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari and the GRT Lamborghini, there is 1 minute and 40 seconds, so about 100 seconds if you will measure it that way. But their lap times, there is very little to choose between the two of them. Since the yellow, Peter Cox has been averaging 2 minutes 3.8, slightly slower at that time, so it's 2 minutes 3.9 now. Rolf Inaikin, 2 minutes 4.1, so just 0.2 of a second, and Peter Cox just drawing away very, very slightly from Rolf Inaikin at the wheel of the Lamborghini. However, the pair of them are drawing away hand over fist from Daniel Alleman. Remember, we heard from Daniel earlier on. I think it was Nick who spoke to Daniel Alleman earlier on, and he was saying how disappointed he was with his pace. And Adrian Amstutz had also said that he was a bit disappointed. Those are the two AM drivers, interestingly, in the Porsche and the Lamborghini, respectively. And so Alleman is losing ground. And from what Robert Renauer told us earlier on, we'll get Ralph Bone into the car next. And although I suggested that Inaikin would come in before Alleman, if I was running the Precoat Herbert Porsche, I might suggest that Alleman comes in before his 2 hours is up, in order to get the car handed over to Ralph Bone to ensure the car doesn't lose too much time, because Alleman is the least quick of the four very comparative, they're all very well matched drivers of the Herbert Motorsport Porsche.
And of course their prime focus is midnight, because their focus here is championship points. Okay, after that, subsequent to that, then winning the race and or finishing the race or whatever, but the prime focus for them is points at midnight. So keeping the quick guys in, now that everybody's done the minimum they're required to do, might be a sensible way of going about it.
I agree 100% with you. I don't suggest that there is anything wrong, that their prime focus is midnight, but and of course that will mean that they take second in the A6 class championship positions. But it would be a pretty good achievement and a fine one to have on your CV to say we won 3 consecutive 24-hour races. You know about the 4 Creventic races that they will have won, but to be able to put 3 consecutive 24-hour races with nary a mechanical issue. I mean, certainly at Paul Ricard, the car didn't put a foot wrong. There was no incidents for it at all. There was a slight problem with a door or something in Barcelona. I seem to remember the illuminated position lamp on the side wasn't quite right. But apart from that, it was a transponder, wasn't it? It wasn't the illuminated number, thank you, Nick. But it was a transponder issue rather than a Porsche issue. But it was quickly fixed and the car went on its way again. So, you know, to be able to do that 3 times in a row, I think is something that I wouldn't just throw away and say, well, we've got the points now, let's all pack up and go home.
No, I agree. You can get an extra 6 hours sleep anytime. You know, but no, but seriously, and as you exactly say, you know, winning a 24-hour race in any car of any caliber, ask anybody who's done a 24-hour 2CV race, for instance, how easy those aren't to win. Everything has got to work in your favour. You've got to be superbly prepared. You've got to be, the car's got to be really thoughtfully driven, not just quickly, but thoughtfully and carefully, because you've got to avoid all the other stuff that's coming to get you. Onboard view from 303, the Red Camel Jordan's Sarah Leon, whose team manager has been summoned to race control again. They're going to get a visit from the girl in the pink tracksuit trousers, aren't they? two very attractive young ladies pop along pit lane and say, hello, hello, very happy and smiley, and the teams go, oh, hello, and they go, here's your penalties. Oh, rats. I think there's a few teams that are now starting to recognise trouble as it comes down the pit lane towards them. 303 may well be in that position, but the view on board from Maxim Aronov's viewpoint, or the camera beside his head at any rate, shows that the light is fading fast. 6:25 at the moment. It's already been lighting up time since 5 p.m. here officially for the racing. What does my thing tell me that sun? I do have a thing that tells me when sundown is. Sundown officially, sunset 18:02, so that was 24 minutes ago, and sunrise 07:16 tomorrow morning. So that'll be 07:17 tomorrow morning, because that was today's sunrise, so it'll be a minute later, won't it? As the days get shorter, as we head towards, yes, the shortest day of the year coming up over soon.
Which is something over 13 hours and 11 minutes of darkness there.
Oh. So is that longer than Daytona then?
No, not quite. Oh. Yeah, Daytona's 13.25 hours. So it is very close.
Yep.
But Peter Cox, a rather slower lap that time, lost 3 seconds to the Lamborghini. I think it was probably just traffic. And in some ways, this is the awkward time, as you say, Martin, as it gets to being dark. Once you get into your groove when it's night, I think it's a little bit easier. But as it gets dark, you suddenly kind of realise that some of the braking points you've been using you can't see anymore. Or maybe the apexes aren't quite where you thought they were, because your visibility gets a little bit spoiled. And getting used to where the other cars are on the track might just take a bit of dialing in. So possibly that's the reason for Peter Cox's slightly slower lap on that last one. Rolfin Eichen goes through and closes the gap just a little bit. Both of them now averaging 2 minutes 4.1 exactly, so to the 10th of a second, those two absolutely matched. So since the code 60 was withdrawn some half hour ago, a little bit more than half an hour ago, those two cars have changed position relative to one another on the track, not a second.
Some great views from the cameras now that the light is fading, things that you don't see in broad daylight, like the KTM Crossbow's turbocharger, are definitely visible. Like the pinkness or the redness of the inside of the Lamborghini Huracan's exhaust. Not only do you get the red of the tailpipes, but if you look further in underneath the bodywork, when you get a nice rear shot, you can also see the rest of the exhaust system glowing as the V10 pours heat through the system, as well as noise. All that extra energy has to go somewhere, and you can see an awful lot of it glowing bright cherry red underneath the rear bodywork of the Lamborghini Huracan. Ralph and Eichen in second place. Took 2.2 seconds out of Peter Cox on the last lap. As you say, I'm sure Cox will put his slower lap down to traffic. And Icon did a 2:04.1, Cox 2:06.3, the race leader. Daniel Alleman behind in third, 2:06.4, so losing nothing extra to the leader on that lap.
No, it's Dan's best lap of this stint, which is one of the nice things I get to highlight on this screen for. So Daniel Alleman is 21 laps into this stint, having been in during the Code 60 period, and that's the best lap he's done of all of them.
And the 15-minute Code 60 is 3 laps and a bit more probably going round here with your, if you've got a speed limiter button with your thumb on it going, oh, this is just murder. And if you haven't, trying desperately to keep some rampant race car down to whatever RPM it is you need in second gear, not to offend everybody by over-speeding the 60 km/h.
No, there is a case to be made, and I have heard it made very eloquently by somebody. I can't actually remember who it was, so it will necessarily have to be a confidential conversation, but it was to the effect that the problem with Code 60 is if you have to do it for more than 10 minutes, you actually need more concentration than you do driving behind the safety car. Whereas, you know, when you are driving behind a safety car, a lot of the concentration is taken out of it. But with Code 60, yes, it needs not to be a button that you keep your thumb on, but more like a cruise control button that you just set and then just let it do its stuff for you.
The other thing, of course, is that exactly what you get with a safety car, and less germane here, but certainly still potentially a bit of an issue, but in the really hot races, absolutely an issue, is when the adrenaline that the speed brings goes away, which it does behind safety car or in a Code 60 situation, then the body's ability to reject the pain, the heat and the fatigue and everything else goes with it. You know, when the adrenaline is pumping, all of that stuff can be overridden by the brain, much less so when you're sitting in a sweltering sweat box, particularly in bright daylight, and literally dying inside from the heat, and you've got no adrenaline to fight it, and you can't summon that up when you don't have what I suppose is the fear factor that brings it in of driving a racing car fast. Although drivers aren't terrified of it, it is that fight or flight reaction that allows them to focus in the way that the car needs.
Yeah, that the second Code 60, 22 minutes, very nearly 23 minutes long. So it was 4 laps around the circuit, or as I say, 22 minutes 47 seconds in terms of time. Total time spent thus far under the Code 60 is therefore now 34 minutes and 43 seconds, having had an earlier Code 60 which was just under 12 minutes long. So those are the 2 Code 60s we've had thus far.
And in fact, and again, because we've got a long, wide, relatively open flowing track with good sight lines and not the hugest field that's ever been started in a Creventic race, they have both been for engines that have let go in a fairly major way and just spewed oil everywhere, rather than for any contact or other driver car related incidents.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, so let's hope, as I say, so far we've been able to measure the number of retirements by measuring the number of Code 60s. Certainly no sign. Well, it would be interesting to see whether Joe can give us an update whether there is going to be the JR Motorsport BMW is going to come back again.
Yeah, it is actually now shown as being in the pits, which it wasn't earlier because it had clearly been brought in via the back door somewhere.
No, it was brought in on the back of the flatbed, if you remember.
But even so, if it had crossed the...
It does when it comes in.
But it didn't show as P, even though Joe was reporting and we could see it was in the garage.
Okay,
but it does now.
It was on mine. 45 minutes it's been in the pits. Is that what you're showing? Yes, you're saying 45 minutes as well. There we go.
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, Joe, and we did see that the engine was being changed. Joe, of what vintage and what sort of legginess is the power unit, and how are they progressing?
All the signs are there that you're not going to take this engine out and put another unit in if you're not intending to go back out onto the track, unless of course they encounter issues with the next unit startup or something like that. Right now the 103, there's every intention in that car resuming. It's going to be a little while though.
I was going to say, how long do they think it's going to be? Because I did a quick calculation a minute ago. Which piece of paper did I put that on? And I reckon they had about 4 hours in which to get it done. Now, given that they've used almost an hour of that already, they need to do about another hour and a half of the race. So I don't know if Joe's got an idea of how much they can do, but they need to be out by 10:30, basically.
I think they've got plenty of time in that space.
Even
I reckon it's going to be 2.5.
Oh, somebody has cut Joe off in his prime. Not before time. So we will catch up with that. Oh, another change of position. Nico Rindlisbacher in MSG Motorsports Porsche, which is the 991 class leader, is now in 5th place overall, having passed a not dissimilar but SP2 class Porsche Lorient Porsche, which is the SP2 class leader, in 6th position, as darkness has properly fallen now around the circuit of Brno. Night time in the Czech Republic. We are over a quarter way through the epilogue here, the final race of the International Endurance Series powered by Hankook. 17.5 hours to go and counting. And down on the track, down at the bottom of the hill in turn 7, just in front of the number 78 Porsche, we can see our police car, which we now know is the Bonk Motorsport BMW, with a long blue strip of lights across the top of its windscreen that, as it comes towards you, makes it look every bit like the patrol car that nobody wants to see coming up behind. Not sure that's a valid overtaking tactic unless they turn on the lights and have a siren to go with it. But Paul Trustwell, it is this time of night now where we start to identify all the different cars, predominantly by the little lighty patterns that they've installed.
Yes, quite. And as we were saying, it's in for the long slog of the night as well, because it is a dark night out there, and the TV pictures that we get will be limited in what they can distinguish as it gets darker and darker, and we'll have to look at what goes on in the pit lane, which includes one of the KTM Crossbows in the pits at the moment. Joe Bradley can tell us.
Yeah, I can tell you the 226 Crossbow is in the pits and having some service work. Noel, where's Sebastian?
Joe's broken up. You are losing your signal. We'll leave Joe to sort that out as we see a set of headlights followed by a set of tail lights fringing the barriers at, I think that's turn 10, and that is 303. So that is the Red Camel Jordan's Seat Leon. That's Maxim Aronoff, isn't it?
Yeah.
This fabulous livery, if this is the first time you've seen this KTM Crossbow, it's purple with black and yellow in a sort of quasi-camouflage disruptive pattern. Not quite sure where purple is actually a camouflage colour, but then the Long Range Desert Group had pink Land Rovers, which apparently were invisible in the desert, so, you know, yes, it would blend in nicely on Jupiter, Joe Bradley, very good in my ear. We need to make sure that we get that sorted out if we can. The Red Camel Jordan car has continued 303. So this is another off-track excursion. So the moment it gets properly dark, they're all starting to throw themselves into the scenery. And this is the E36 BMW with GTR V8 engine, car number 113. That was a big lock-up and just skated straight off. Which is odd, because not only has it got your normal array of BMW lights, but on the bonnet it has got 4 supplementary lights pointing at the corners of the track, and it has gone straight off. Car number 113, the Czech-entered BMW, which struggled early on with mechanical problems, is in the gravel trap. And that is the Valic Autosport BMW that's currently running in 24th place, 3rd in its A3 class, nevertheless.
Marek Fried is the current driver of it, Martin, and that was a car that we never quite found out what it did when it had its long pit stop. But it had a half-hour pit stop earlier on, and that's why it is last of the running cars at the moment.
He's gone off at turn 10, and 303, the Red Camel Jordan's Seat Leon, which went off at turn 12, I think, and just avoided the barriers, has been told by the race organisers to get his backside off trackside and into the pit lane to reattach or remove the flapping rear bumper. As you can see, it's sort of dragging around all over the place. It won't do any damage to the car because it's sort of loose, but they're worried obviously that it'll fly off and hit somebody else, and that wouldn't be exactly ideal. So that car will be heading back into the pit lane.
Yes, I think the problem is if it does fall off, then it just becomes a completely black object in the track and would be very easy to hit. And we've had that occasion at different racetracks before where cars have hit bits of bodywork that have fallen off a car in the darkness. So yeah, if the car is in radio contact, then hopefully they can do something about it and get it into the pits. And if it's not radio, then the pit board needs to be bringing it in.
Well, he smote a couple of barriers on the way off and back on. 113 just went straight off. That's the straight from 9 to 10. You come up a hill and then back down again into the braking area at turn 10. Looks like the driver just got a couple of wheels onto the grass on the left-hand side, the driver's side, and just skated straight off into the gravel.
Do we know if it's still there?
It is still there. There's a yellow flag out, and the driver had abandoned ship and the engine was off. Somebody has appeared on pit road. I'm not sure that that's 303. No, that's 243, the True Racing KTM. So 303 has not yet come in. Pit call is also from 7th and 8th place. The RPD Racing Ferrari 458 and the RTR Projects KTM Crossbow, car number 224, the Crossbow, and car number 444.
Yes,
and onboard pictures show 303 is still on the track.
Yeah, both of those stops you just referred to on schedule. However, the 243 Crossbow, it was Trunk and Pulse who brought the car in, I reckon is a little bit ahead of schedule, and that's the car that's, when we heard from the KTM PR guy earlier on, was very politely we were being given the story that it's all development and there's lots of development work going on. So it seems to be a series of short, sharp stints from the 243 Crossbow. Yeah. The other two Crossbows, though, still going very well in the SP3 class. One of them in the lead of the SP3 class. The other one was second until it made that pit stop you just referred to, Martin. Yeah,
and only dropped down to... no, it's still leading SP3. Hasn't been passed yet by the NKPP Racing Seat Leon, but will be, because that was only half a minute behind. Smoke now billowing off the back of 303 as the bumper is, or the entire rear end of the car basically, is pulled around by the wind and then rubs the trailing edge of the right-hand side, which is all that's attached, then rubs on the tyre. So... they do need to get into they've been told to come into the pit lane. Maxim Aronov must feel the vibration from the bodywork. He's trying to ignore it. Maybe his radio's not working or something, but at some stage they're going to lose patience with him in race control and, I don't know, fire a torpedo or something.
Well, I think, yeah, the message needs to go from the team back to the race direction, whether they have communication with the driver or not. Because if it's all very well for race direction to say it should pit immediately, but if the radio doesn't work, then the team must tell race direction so that they can put a black flag out for it. But it does have its right-hand winker on now as it comes into the pit lane. So the message has been communicated. And 113, we are told, is going to go onto a flatbed to come back to the pit. So if it was just a locking brake, all well and good, but it might be something more serious than that if they can't just get it started again out of the gravel. Yeah,
to be honest, the way he abandoned it immediately did sort of suggest it wasn't driver error. He just got out and walked away and none of the lights were on.
I fancy a gearbox or something might have happened to it.
Actually, the way the right front wheel was showing towards the camera, I wonder whether the steering went. Okay. Joe Bradley is down in the pits.
Quite a bit of damage. Lost a bit of the wheel arch right front. Certainly the rear bumper is hanging off. It's only on by the right-hand leading edge. They'll try and just rip that off. I'm quite sure that this car would be able to run without the bumper. It is only for aesthetics after all. It's hard. I don't think it's had a steering issue, Martin. I'm just trying to keep out of the way, to be honest, as the hacksaw's taken to the final bit of fiberglass that's holding that rear bumper on. Bit of tin snips will do the job.
Their steering issue, Joe, was that the driver lost it and went off. He hit a barrier, he hit at the edge of a tyre wall, with the left rear corner, which is what ripped the bumper off, and then sort of slapped another tyre wall with the entire left side of the car before coming out of the gravel trap. I think it's the Valic Autosport, the Czech-entered BMW, the E36 car. That suggested to me that either it had a major brake failing or it had a steering issue, because it just shot straight across the gravel trap until the gravel stopped it, and the driver had, you know, no chance of trying to do anything with it. So I wonder whether they had an issue. And actually, if you go down to Valic Autosport, they might have heard from the driver on the radio before he abandoned ship in the gravel trap. But there is definitely damage. And again, as we see in replay, smites the edge of the outstanding tyre wall just with the left-hand rear corner as the marshals take cover from the flying gravel, and then hits left front and left rear against the long tyre wall, and hence the green marks all the way down the side of the car, because the belting on the tyre wall had been sprayed green, and that's where all that has come from there. Tie wrapping the front splitter wing mount onto the wing itself, and a bit more damage to be repaired. This car's been in the wars, actually. It had a fairly torrid time, Paul Trustwell, didn't it, in Barcelona, and actually in Paul Ricard as well, so it's not exactly had the good luck magnet recently.
And a couple of trips already into the gravel during this weekend's activities, so positions being lost by the 303 whilst this work goes on. Already been very nearly 3 minutes in the pit lane, and it was in 16th place overall, 5th in its class when this incident has befallen it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the battle for the lead, still Peter Cox managing to keep pace with Rolf Ineichen. Rolf just occasionally gets a little bit quicker. In fact, if anything, Rolf has closed the gap a little bit. He's down to 1 minute 29 seconds between Rolf Ineichen in second place and Peter Cox in the lead. But as I say, I think it's going to be either Alleman or Ineichen who come in first. Probably, as I say, might be an idea to get Alleman in because he's been losing 3 seconds a lap on the 2 cars ahead of him. Ralph Bone will be able to be certainly 2 seconds quicker than Alleman, I would suggest, based on his previous performance when he was in the car. And he will be due into the car, I would say, within the next 4 or 5 laps.
Great shot from on board of Peter Cox using full beam on the car in front of him, guaranteed to make the driver really not want to help you. You know, he knows you're there, flash it a little bit, don't leave it on full beam, because if people do that to you on the public highway, you know how irate you get and how much, oh, I don't seem to be able to maneuver and change lanes. So I'm not sure he's making too many friends with that. And the next time somebody comes calling with all the full beams on, it's going to be harder and harder again to get by. A factory fresh, brand new, pristine, orange, undamaged rear bumper is about to go on to the Seat Leon.
Rick Breukers.
Or not.
Rick Breukers.
No, that's not going on, not spending that money.
Quite happily helping down there in the pit garage. What's Joe doing? Joe, tell us more, Joe.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll just keep watching brief and listening to you guys describe things. There's nothing to hang the bumper onto, that's the problem. Everywhere that the new bumper could mount to. I mean, there's very little wrong with the old bumper, to be honest. There's very little difference, a little bit of, obviously, scratches and what like. But I wouldn't be surprised if you see this car continue without the rear bumper, because all the mounting points have disappeared.
Is there something else that's wrong, though, Joe? Because you would have thought if all it was taking the rear bumper off, they'd have done that and got on his way by now.
Yeah, but they don't know, Paul. So what you've got to do, obviously the car's clashed into the barriers, it's up on the stands, they've had to change they are not changing the front left, even though the front left shows signs of contact with the bluey-green colour of the tyre wall. They've changed the rear tyres, but not the front.
And has there been a driver change?
It might just be, no driver change. Driver stayed on board. Let's have a word with Rick Breukers. He knows the car inside out. Rick, you happy with the car without the bumper? It's not going to make a difference, I take it?
Sorry, again?
The car without the rear bumper, it's not going to make a difference?
No, it's not, but there was a lot of damage that had to be fixed because we don't want to have loose parts on the track. Unfortunately, he missed the corner and touched the wall slightly, and yeah, they will cost us some time.
It's just time, though. The car looked fine.
Yeah, the car was fine. Only time, and there's a long race to go, so maybe we can catch it up.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the answer, boys.
Thanks, Joe. Well done. And so Rick Broiker's trying to keep a brave face on it. I think he'd go home and kick the cat if he had the choice to just get rid of some frustration there. But yeah, away goes the car then. Now Max Aronoff then, who had the car out, doesn't look like he's going to take fuel. Just take the car straight back out without stopping for further fuel. So reset the fuel, or rather don't reset the fuel counter, because Max Aronoff then out of the pit lane, having had that pit stop for the 3:03, which was 6 minutes and 43 seconds. He was in the pits then for number 3:03. That car languishing quite a long way down the timing list, now in 17th place overall, and that leaves it 6th in the SP3 class.
Right, those of you who are watching on Motors TV, hopefully you're still hearing us. We've got a little bit of a technical issue with connections out of the circuit, and back out Maxim Aronoff in 3:03, and again the view from on board with the full beam illuminated, you can see just how much of this track you can see. One of the things that drivers spent nighttime practice doing yesterday, it was only 1 hour of, oh Maxim, get out of the gravel, you've only just been sent back out again. One of the things the drivers were doing was trying to make sure that the lights went round the corner. It's all very well going down the straight and seeing where the corner is, but if you turn in and it's just a pool of nothing, then you can't see where the corner goes to. The lights are really an absolutely vital part of racing through 24 hours, and as a result, major car manufacturers, when they go racing, spend an awful lot of money on the lighting for their drivers to try and make sure that they can find their way through. So Peter Cox still leading from Alfred Eichen, Daniel Alleman and Ronald Eggerman. That's the top four, all A6 cars. And the Grasso Racing Lamborghini within 10 minutes of the end of its maximum driver time. So we are closing in now at the end of the hour. At 7 o'clock here, we should suddenly get a flurry of pit stops. And that will allow us to reset our chase of race leader Peter Cox, who will still have a little bit of driving time and possibly fuel to spare.
Change as well for second place in SP2, whilst Martin was telling us about the positions up at the front, and that's because the 444 Ferrari 458 Challenge car has got itself ahead of the Mark Ford Focus 95, so that's for 8th and 9th places overall, and 444 currently in the hands of Lubomir Jakovic, and he's got himself ahead of the number 95 Mark VDS car, which is being driven by Thierry Lalatre du Bosque, I beg his pardon. And into the pits comes the fourth place car, the Roland Eggeman Hoffer Racing Mercedes. And this is, as Martin was saying a moment ago, the expiry of his driving time, with the Hoffer Racing car having done a stint in Roland Eggeman's hands of an hour 56 minutes, so he was getting very close to his 2 hours. So that car, even though it doesn't need as much fuel, does need to have a new driver on board.
Now, he might have had to come in a lap early, because another lap would have taken him to another 2 minutes and 6 or 7 seconds, plus they had a penalty to serve, which also would have counted on his drive time. So serving that penalty, 30 seconds, that he did on the way in, might just have been enough to tip him a second or two over the 2 hour maximum, and that would have incurred another penalty.
I don't think in Creventic races penalties count in the drive time, because drive time in Creventic stops when you come into the pits.
Okay, fair enough.
doesn't, if you have, you're thinking of SRO racing, where if you do a drive-through penalty, then that time spent in the pit lane does count towards your driving time. So he was safe on that, but nevertheless he was getting very close to his limit, and as he gets close to his limit, so too do both Rolf Eichen, as you were saying, in the second place Lamborghini, and also Daniel Aleman in the third placed Porsche. And even though Rolf Eichen has been closing the gap, actually, to be fair, Peter Cox's lap times have been drifting away. We did see earlier on in the race that Peter Cox in the Ferrari found that the lap times drifted away as the race went on. He seems to have lost them again in this stint as well, because Rolf Eichen hasn't improved his, but as a result of Peter Cox's times drifting away, he's been able to close the gap a little bit. But as I say, Aleman and Eichen are going to have to be in the pits within the next 4 or 5 laps at most.
Right, slight technical issue. When I mean slight, I can't hear anything other than an earth hum, but at the moment, I'll try and sort that out in the next couple of minutes. Ralf Eggerman still taking on fuel in 4th place. No other pit callers yet as we approach 7 p.m. Joe Bradley is in the pit lane. What's the temperature like, by the way? Because when you went down earlier on, it was still daylight. It was really quite pleasant, wasn't it?
It's still pleasant. It's still pleasant. It's not comparing temperatures to last night, where it was really, really cold and you needed a few layers. All I've got is a t-shirt and my jacket, my outer jacket. Oh, but I mean, it's padded. Don't get me wrong. It's quilted. But last night you needed t-shirt, sweatshirt, etc., and you could still feel the cold, and probably a woolly hat. Whereas tonight, very pleasant. I've positioned myself. In fact, I'll dive in now and see if Roland is no. You know what? He's still in conversation with the team. Forecast is to not drop much cooler than this. Now, the teams have been fighting tyre temps. The night practice was very interesting yesterday, where we spoke to people and their issues were keeping the temperature in the tyres. I'm not sure they're going to have the same issues tonight, because the forecast is to not drop below 11 or 12 degrees, whereas yesterday it dropped to 5 or 6 by midnight. So that issue isn't going to be around. And if it stays relatively like it is now, then it's not going to be as grueling for anyone, and especially the tyre technicians. When Roland Eggerman has finished his conference, he's talking to both Kenneth Ayer, his team chief, and Christian Frankenhout at the back of the garage, and I'm not sure by their body language if there are any major issues or just general stuff. You know how racing drivers are never satisfied with their car. There's always something. There's always a little tweak. There's always something extra. There's always someone got in their way as an explanation why they dropped some time. But
it was a long old stint from,
yes, it was.
From Roland. As I say, he got to 1 hour and 56 minutes.
That's exactly what I want to talk to him about, Paul. Because that was pretty much pushing the envelope, wasn't it?
And presumably they didn't have to suffer from any penalties on that stint either, because he did have a penalty, didn't he? So yes, that was right. Martin did say there was a penalty as well. So there was a penalty that had to be taken earlier on when Kenneth Ayer was driving it, and there was some more to be taken by Roland as well.
Yeah, that would definitely be a question. I'm assuming a track limit penalty, but actually, I mean, some of these could be speeding in the pit lane or something else. We're not entirely sure. Speeding under code 60. Nice little bit of warmth being generated down there in the spectator viewing areas. Little bonfire going on. No woggles or campfire singing, I noticed there. So what kind of fire is that then? Michael Kroll has taken Hoffer Racing's number 10 Mercedes out. And as the team told us earlier on yesterday, that is the last, or this is the swan song for the car. It is its last run. It will not be raced in Creventic Endurance Racing Series next year. They are planning to use the car that they ran in the paid training earlier on Saturday morning. They're now numbered number 9 car, although whether it remains number 9 or they go back to friendly number 10 remains to be seen. It's not the Gullwing SLS, which is their current car. It is the new spec Mercedes GT car, the GT3, the AMG GT3, which they will be using from here on in, or from there on in, after the end of this season. So, oh, somebody's tapping me on the back.
Only because there's been various things going on. One of which is a thing that might happen later on. Thanks to Janos for coming in, and we're trying to work out exactly what the implications are. But there are complexities, shall we say, in what might happen in the 991 Drivers' Championship. And we'll, as I say, try and get our heads around that, and then let you know when we have worked out exactly what that is. The other guest that has now arrived in the booth here, Gary Willems, who is Mr. Creventic. He is the man behind Creventic, and he has joined us as well in the booth. And first of all, Gary, a great event. It's gone dark. It's 24-hour racing. It's spectacular stuff out there. Are you having fun?
I have a lot of fun. Really great race so far. But I think I have to correct you a little bit, so please allow me to do it. I'm not Mr. Creventic. We have a huge and wonderful team in our office in the Netherlands. So I think it's teamwork from all our gathering. I'm really happy to work with them.
Well, and so are we, because they're not only efficient but delightfully helpful. It's just a wonderful family operation. I think that's what is one of the most attractive parts of the championship, is not just that you get a chance to come and race some great cars on some great circuits, and in our case, watch them doing so, but in friendly company as well. And that's not always the case in motor racing. It's not always the case that people that organise the championships are quite as welcoming as they might be. 911 is in while we've got Gary here. Danny Alleman in the pre-cut Herbert Porsche. He has handed that over. Ralph Eichen also in for Grasser Racing Lamborghini. Joe Bradley, any dramas that we need to be aware of? I mean, suddenly it's got very busy again, hasn't it?
Yeah, very busy. We've had the 911, as you said. Ralph Bourne taking over the car from Daniel Alleman, and we even had the Renault brothers part of the pit stop crew, cleaning windscreens and the like. The car that's drowning me out is the number 95, the VDS Racing Adventures Mark Focus V8. That's done and dusted and out further the pit lane. And I've lost Seb. Where is he? There he is. Further back of the pit lane, we await the 963. But everything without issue. Pit stops abound, so it is going to be busy down here. We are due a lot, aren't we?
We didn't see any penalties for the front runners either. You won't get Peter Cox in for another half an hour, or very nearly half an hour. It's now 7 p.m. Central European time. We are 7 hours in then, and we've got just under 17 hours for the 24 hours. But Gary, the championship finishes at midnight. We've still got battles going all the way down to the wire. Some of our front runners are having a good run. Some of our front runners are having a tough run. The JR Motorsport guys can't buy luck for the number 103 car today, but with a chance to come and battle for the championship at tracks like this, it's still a real challenge for all these drivers to get a car to run at racing pace for 24 hours, and that's still the big selling point, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a huge operation for a team to get a car through 24 hours. Everything has to be correct. It's not only about driving, but the team has to do a perfect work. You see in the pit stops, a lot of teams do an excellent job, but sometimes it's really difficult to do it. So to get it along to the finish, it's already a challenge itself.
Well, your organisation running this racing is the same as being a team, isn't it? You've got a great plan, everything's ready to go, and then stuff keeps happening and you've just got to react to it and you've got to go with it. And that's where the experience, you keep the same core group of people and the experience works, and you deal with things as they come along. And, racing and running racing it's the same business.
Yes and no. But when we, of course, we make the plans, we do preparation in our office in Gennep in the Netherlands, and then we think, okay, we learn from last race, so everything's organized, and we think, actually, it's quite easy. And then we are there. A lot of things happen, and we get a lot of questions. Some things not perfect, and then we try to get settled, and then finally think, okay, it was a huge operation.
It all works. Paul Trustwell?
Yeah, just a quick thing, because you mentioned a moment ago that Peter Cox will be out for another half an hour or so. He's got time to stay out for another half an hour. What the Scuderia Praha Ferrari doesn't have is fuel to do so. So he'll be in, I think, within about the next 3 laps to get more fuel for the Ferrari. Then it will be the case of he'll have to change driver, because it's not worth him then staying out still further. I've got a question for Gary as well, because this is one that's niggled away at me for a long time. And you're right, the Creventic operation is not just you, and I think part of your skill has been getting good people around you and interviewing them and processing them into the Creventic way of thinking. What does Creventic mean, though? Is it a Dutch word, or is it just a word that you came up with after a few beers, or where does the word come from?
Okay, I can tell you this. In 2015, when Ivo, our director, started this company, and I was the first employee. Then he said, okay, we have to find, actually have a name. And he said something with events, but we have to be creative, and then creative events. So that was Creventic.
All right,
actually,
like that. That's very good.
Excellent. I haven't heard that one before, so thank you for telling us.
Yeah, welcome.
So what about 2017? We've already got cars here. We've got Hoffer Racing. They've got their new car for next year. They've already run that. We've got the KTM. They're developing with Reiter the 2017 GT4 KTM Crossbow. What about the championship? How's that developing? What can you tell everybody at home? What are they going to be seeing?
Yeah, what they will be seeing at a lot of things. Actually, one of the slogans this year was preventing one company 2 series, but next year it will be one company 3 series. We have the 24-hour series as we have now, is the touring and GT cars. We will have the 24-hour touring car series, which is touring cars up to GT4, as we know from this year. And then we have the new prototype series, which we have a pilot in Dubai, and for next race we have a series of about 2 or 3 races. It's just brand new on the website, and we work on that. But coming back to our, let's say, to our flagship, the 24-hour series, we have, I think, 7 excellent circuits for next year. People get used to it. People are preparing already. That's the reason why we put out the calendar that early, and so we expect to have another good season. We have again looked at our philosophy, what we actually are there. We are there for the gentleman riders. We keep on saying that. So for this reason, we have made 2 new championships within the 24-hour series, which is a championship for amateur drivers in the A6 class. Additionally, what we have, because we think there we can have this battle between the gentlemen themselves, and then we have the same structure we have done also for the Porsche 9 and 11 9 and 1 class. So I think it's a good addition for our gentlemen drivers.
And a combination of the 24 hours and other endurance events. You're going to still do split events? You're going to have the 3 and 9s and that going on as well?
Yes, that will still happen. We have very good experience with it. Actually, it came up because we did not have a possibility, but then finally find out that the team like to have a relax this. But it depends on the possibilities on the thing. So we will have both 12 hours straight away and split races where we have, let's say, we start with 4 hours and then we have a wonderful evening. The nicest thing from 4 hours racing at that moment, then because there was a park for me within the night, it is actually the only time for the mechanics and the drivers to sit together and to talk together, but either the drivers are in the car or the mechanics are working. So of course they know each other, but this is really wonderful.
So it's like a super long code 60.
You can say that.
Everybody goes to bed, nothing breaks, nobody runs out of fuel, and come back the next morning and get it all started. And as you say, you know, it's a very relaxing, as opposed to relaxed, way of going endurance racing. So lots to look at for next year. And in terms of the start of next year, I mean, you're a little bit like IMSA Racing in America or NASCAR. You've got the huge one as the very first one of the season. I mean, you're obviously already plans well underway for Dubai 24. So you're going to start 100 cars again?
It might be possible. My personal opinion, I think it will be somewhere between 90 and 100. At the moment, we have something like over 100 teams which are saying they're coming and very interesting. So we're working on to finalize this. 1st of December we will know, because then all the cars are shipped. But there's a huge interest.
Yeah.
At the moment, our few spots are there, and yeah, we are finalized there. But yes, we are working on Dubai, of course, already.
Yeah, for a year, like Le Mans, I think the day after Dubai is the first day of planning for next year's Dubai. 113 has come back on the end of a tow rope, on the flatbed. Also, our race leader is in Peter Cox in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and that team's been part of the championship for well, certainly the last couple of seasons, Gary, and for them a race win in the Czech Republic in an international series like this, I think they would just be as happy as they could possibly be, wouldn't they, if they could make it to the end and win this race.
That's right. Of course, this is a home race for them. They had some bad luck this year, so from that point of view, it would be great if they can bring it home. But also for Scuderia Praha, it's a long race still to go. So let's see, and I hope they can do it, save us out of troubles.
Absolutely. So 113 comes back in, no major sign of damage. It's just ran straight off into the gravel trap at turn 10. But the driver, I think the significant thing, driver just got out and walked away from it literally within seconds. So I'm not entirely sure that he was just embarrassed to be with the car having thrown it off. But and hopefully when Joe Bradley gets down there, we'll find out exactly what happened.
But also have a look at this wonderful car. It's how they build it. It's some people say it's very special, but look how it built it. It's right. It's a local team from Czechia. So it's really pity that they have the problem right now.
Now, interesting. Yeah. The left front wheel is definitely not in the middle of the wheel arch.
Yeah.
Joe Bradley is right there. Joe, I suppose the team have some idea. The driver probably just said it went off, but.
Again, Martin, it's a good spot on your behalf with regards to the location of the left front wheel in relation to the wheel arch. It's not, quite frankly, it's not where it should be. It's been pushed back into the wheel arch. In fact, it looks as though it's disconnected in some way, so it's suspension damage. Now then, it's cause or effect, isn't it? Has the suspension broke because of an impact with the barrier caused by the driver going off?
No, it didn't
or
hit
has
the
suspension broken as the car has hit the barrier?
No, he didn't hit the barrier.
Was the driver in lime green overalls?
Couldn't tell, it was dark, but there was no contact with anything hard, Joe. He just went into the gravel trap. He did not hit a barrier. We have got a problem.
Driver.
Left rear corner.
Were you? Martin, I've got the driver. Sorry, what's your name, sir?
Mark Fried.
Marek Fried is the driver.
Mark, what happened?
We have problem with brakes. It's a lot of vibration from brakes, and maybe arm is broken or something with wheel.
So it was the brakes. You had an issue with brakes that caused you to go off?
Yeah, we need new brakes, new arms. We don't know what's happened.
Okay, so the car just went off. You didn't know why?
I don't know why. I don't know. But just right now we look what's happened and we'll see.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
And at the same time, Joe, coming into your view is the number 62 Porsche, which has lost the left front wheel. Now, whether that has just spat itself off or whether there has been a major breakage, this is Nico Rindlisbacher. He's been in the car a long while.
Yeah, a 22-lap stint, Martin. So if it is just a wheel coming off, it's nothing to do with finger trouble.
No, it wasn't a loose wheel nut at the stop.
It's a hub problem, I would think.
Yep.
And hopefully Joe is close enough, Martin.
Second Porsche with a hub failure because the MRS GT car had a rear hub fail, didn't it? So that's a left front corner, if it is a hub failure. James Kay has also brought in the 99 Honda, and that has now gone for fuel. So MSG, this is their second problem with this car because it dropped down the order early on. I know it's the other car, it was 63, wasn't it? So both of their cars, this is a little bit like JR Motorsport in Paul Ricard, where both of their cars refused to stay out of the garage.
I'm at the garage now, Martin.
The other MSG car, Joe, you are up, so let us know what you know.
All right, well, it's nosed into the garage, so I am going to have to get in the way. Never stopped me before. See if I can get a view. It just looks like the hub has collapsed on the left front.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what of it is left, whether it's just mangled suspension arms.
They've put new wheels on, they've put new wheels and tyres on. I think it was just a puncture. I'm trying to see the tyre that's maybe just come off.
The way that it came in, it didn't look like there was a wheel there at all.
Well, by the time I've gotten here, Martin, they may have lost a wheel. But right now, car's on its jacks and new wheels and tyres have gone on.
Well, Nico Rindlisbacher has got out of the car. Has he got out of the car, or is he about to get out of the car?
He's still in. I've got a...
Because you've got another driver suiting up right beside you.
We have, yes. The driver in the car shows no signs of getting out. He's got his belt still, and now the other team driver has took his helmet off. So the decision is that Rindlisbacher will stay in the car. I think he's lost a wheel, Martin. I think you were right. I think because they've done very little to the car other than to slap some fresh wheels and tyres. Did the car come in without a wheel?
I didn't.
No, neither did we. So no, it caught everyone. It's caught everyone by surprise down here, Martin.
Yeah.
I think you may have called it right.
It looks like it had shed the entire wheel somewhere. And Gary sitting beside us, of course, the problem if a car loses a wheel, the marshals have to find out where the wheel has gone. In the daytime, that's easy. We all see it rolling away. In the nighttime, a black tyre at night. Yeah. Not easy to find, is it?
No, of course, it's not easy to find. But of course, also here in Brno in Czechia, we have a lot of experienced marshals, of course, so they will manage this job. But I have to see, we have wonderful pictures here. Actually, I think we should invite the camera team to come here into the whole of the people of Radio Roman. I'm sitting here together with those people who are always enthusiastic, and there are a lot of computers in such a small room. It looks like a flight tour or something like that. Actually, for my next job, I'm going to apply for you because I like this very, very much.
And it's nice and warm and dry, you know. And
it's great.
When we're in Barcelona, when we're in the hot races, it's air conditioned inside. And today, well, yesterday particularly, it was an awful lot warmer inside than it was outside. But it's just, for our point of view, it's a wonderful series to come to. The teams are very friendly, very welcoming. You see, you know, when our guys are in the pit lane, they wander into a garage, say, what's going on? Somebody always has time to chat and bring you up to speed because they're all here to enjoy themselves. It's not, you know, keep the garage doors shut. This isn't Formula One. This is about everybody enjoying their racing, from the organisers, the TV crew, us, and all the competitors as well. And it's a great family atmosphere to come to. That's why we enjoy coming and doing your races so much. So thank you very much for asking.
Okay, but really, it was not a joke. The camera team should actually come in here to show the people at home where we're starting.
That would be quite interesting because you know what it looks like in race control, where there's huge wall of screens. That's what everybody thinks that we work from. They think there's like 75 TV screens, whereas in fact we use one screen, which is exactly the same as the screen the viewers see at home. Because if we go, oh look, that's very interesting, and they can't see it, then they have no idea what we're talking about. So the battle on track continues for the Lamborghini Huracan, which is currently lying in second place. Andrea Caldarelli is back in the car, and the turn signal comes on. The 226 KTM Crossbow, which is currently lying in 10th place. That's having a really good run, the CCS car. That's that fabulous purple and yellow livery. Now we're talking to Natasha about different coloured shirts for the Creventic series next year. Purple and yellow. That purple, yellow and black, that camouflage, I mean, steal it. You know, tell them they're not allowed to run in that colour anymore. You're stealing it. That's a great looking colour scheme. But that car in 10th place, the KTM Crossbow, and in front of them 9th place is the other KTM car, the RTR Projects, and those are both here to race the entire distance. The third car, which is Writer Engineering's car, which is being run by True Racing, that's really, they're working on developing the setup of the car and all of that. But The two Crossbows both in the top 10 on pace. We know the Crossbow Coupe is a fast car. The problem for everybody trying to get it into GT4 races is it's too fast for all the other GT4 cars. So you have to, I mean, that's one of the challenges for you, is balancing all these different cars. You want to welcome everybody in, but you want to make sure that nobody's got a massive advantage or a massive disadvantage. So that's half the job, isn't it?
It's an important part of the job, and you are right. It's not easy, and sometimes we're struggling with it, but finally, in most cases, due to the fact we have a good cooperation with the team, because we need the support from the team to get us run. And I think in the most races it worked quite well. Look at the KTMs. And also look at the top 10. There was even a Seat Leon, a TCR car in the top 10. And if you look at the brands, there are 6 brands in the top 10. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And it's that variety that we love about endurance racing, whether you're in the Daytona 24 hours or Le Mans 24 hours or here in the Brno 24 hours. Different sights, different sounds. I mean, all of that. That's what we love. That's as a team, you know, that's what we love most about endurance racing. Not just that you get that nighttime and the daytime and everything else, but that you get so much variety, which you don't get in single-make, single-seater racing, for instance.
Also to look at, if you look at the top 11, and you look at not only at the manufacturers, but if you look from the countries where they come. Look at Ferrari from Italia, Germany manufacturer, Spanish manufacturer from Austria, and one Australia. Isn't that wonderful?
Absolutely, and teams from all over Europe, and as you say, from across the globe running cars here. So it has big international appeal. In fact, we were just talking to 2 of the drivers who've come over from Brazil for this weekend, their second appearance, and saying that they're so keen to come and race on European tracks because it's unlike anything they've got back home. On board in 5th gear with the Porsche, and this is the true S1 EST1 number 96 Porsche 991 Cup car, and this car is currently lying in 14th position overall, 3rd in the 991 class. All Estonian crew running this team, based at the Tallinn Porsche Centre, the capital of Estonia, of course. And Gary Williams with me here in the booth. You know, the international appeal, international teams, manufacturers from all over the place. And then you've got home teams like Scuderia Praha, like Valic, who have perhaps come to this race for the first time because it's in their home country. And that's all of these sort of things bring in new teams and new cars all the time. Who's that in the ground? The 73 car has a big slide through and comes back on. Again, Andre Hausmann in the HRT Performance Porsche, 2nd in 991. But it's encouraging the small teams. Teams like Valic come in once, and if they have a good time, even if the car doesn't finish or it's a trouble race, if they're welcomed by the rest of the paddock, then you've got a friend for life, and hopefully they'll continue to come back.
Yes, I think this Peter Valic is a nice story. Peter Valic now, he has done some races for us, but his friend Marcel Cousin, he was there at the first time in Dubai, also with the BMW. So it's really nice that we see them here, and it's more or less friends.
And you get a small team like that who then tell guys that they race with on another basis, go, hey, you should come and try this. This is great. Come and do one of these. And that's how the whole thing starts to grow a little bit as well. And you know, keep the steps going, encourage as many cars in as you can.
Yeah, but you're saying it's a small team. If you look at their pit box, there's a lot of crew, and they all enjoy. So they are different than they probably don't have the big truck. But it's a big team, it's a big family. And look at their car. I think it's great. I think it's a perfect example of a team to have in our series.
Absolutely right. Because you've got, as you say, the championship is built around gentlemen drivers who have got the wherewithal to come and enjoy their racing, and yes, they're in big, small, medium-sized teams all over the place. So from the far-flung reaches, from the USA, from North and South America, all the way across Europe, from Scandinavia to Southern Europe, from Portugal to Eastern Europe, we've got Australians. I mean, it's a very international paddock.
And It's so nice that when you're showing they're coming from all over the globe. It's all the same passion. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that wonderful?
Well, it's that thing, when you come to a racetrack, you've got more in common with people here you've never met or spoken to than you have with your next door neighbours, because we all have exactly the same passion. We're all only here for one reason. That's because we love this racing car stuff.
There are even teams next to each other. They cannot understand it from the language, but they understand the language from motorsport. It's great. It's great.
They share the passion, and as night-time falls, 7, 16 and a half hours still to go. But if we take 12 hours out of that, we've got 4 hours 37 minutes until we get to the championship points being awarded. And at the moment, Prickert Herbert Porsche in third position, doing what they want to do to take a runner-up spot in the A6 class. Ralph Bohm at the wheel of that car. Yuri Pisarik for Scuderia Praha, though, back in the number 11 Ferrari. That car lapping 2:05.7, chasing him down Andrea Caldarelli. Now he's a big find for the Grasser team, and the first time in the championship. Races in Super GT, races in the Formula Nippon, big single-seaters in Japan as well. So he is a little bit off the European big team radar. He's not doing GP2 or any of that, but he has shown a lot of pace here. So the Grasser guys have got another new hot shoe they've introduced to the championship. Caldarelli last time round 2:04.7, so a second quicker than the leader, and he's just 62 seconds, 63 seconds behind him, so won't be long before he's starting to close up. We've seen all sorts of different battles between the Ferrari, the Lamborghini and the Porsche from the beginning of the race. The Lamborghini on pole position was jumped by the Porsche in the end, by the Ferrari rather. In the end, the Ferrari had to serve a penalty for actually jumping the start, but then we had a great battle between them. Ferrari got its nose in front. It was then caught and passed by the Lamborghini and the Porsche. Porsche's also had a chance at leading. In fact, of our top 4 cars, even Hoffer Racing have led during pit stop swaps at some stage for a couple of laps, but they are still in 4th position on outright pace, about 10 laps behind the race leader. And again, their goal will be to get to the end of the 24 hours in a podium position. They were saying to us that their car has finished in a podium position every single time they've brought it to a Creventic endurance race.
Did you recognize or did you notice the difference in strategy? If you look at position number 8 is NKPP Racing from Holland. They only have made 3 pit stops, while the number 1 of 6 pit stops. That's a completely different strategy with a car which is not the speed from lap time, but they have the pace for over 12 hours or over 24 hours.
Well, it looks like they've avoided coming in either our code 60s and just gone, no, we're going to stay out until we actually have to come in for fuel. And that's definitely one way of doing it. The other way, which Prickert Herbert Porsche have done for the last 2 or 3 races, is come in every single time there was a code 60 and take whatever fuel you can possibly get and then try and use that later on in the race, and that's worked for them. But this time they've changed their strategy completely and have not done that.
If you look, because they probably have to refuel a lot of fuel, they still managed to do the pit stop, including fueling, within the 3 minutes. It's actually only very limited. Actually, there's only 2 teams which managed it. So
that's absolutely
it's
right.
a wonderful strategy. It's not only about driving fast. You see that?
And HKPP last time through a 2-minute 56 pit stop. That included changing driver to Harry Hilders and taking all their fuel on. So they have done a very quick job. Now, because of the way that Seat Leon uses its tyres, chances are that was only a 2-tyre stop. They probably won't change the rear tyres, particularly if the nighttime temperature drops down more than every 3 or 4 hours, I would have think. You know, maybe you get 3 or 4 driver stints out of one set of tyres, because the front-wheel drive car doesn't really work the rear tyres too hard. So that helps a little bit as well, but you're absolutely right. If you're in the pits, you're not going very fast. If you're out on the track, you're always going a lot quicker than anybody who's in the pits. So having made 3 stops to 6 or 7 of the guys around them is definitely what's helped keeping them up the leaderboard. And 8th place with the Seat Leon TCR car, that's a very good run so far. Now, obviously, we don't want to mention that too much, because that's when you just see them in a gravel trap 2 minutes later. You're allowed to say it, but as a commentator, they'll come looking for me if we mention how well they're going, and then the car goes off. So plenty in that class, because they are now leading SP3 from the 2 KTM Crossbows. which are within, they're all on the same lap in fact. So Harry Hilders has got Pavlovic and Kiefer in the Crossbows behind him in second and third, all on the same lap. And in terms of lap times, the Seat 2:20 last time round, 2:16 for the two Crossbows. So the gaps are closing. The Seat may have the advantage at the moment. Well, it looks like the KTMs are going a little quicker in the dark, so they will catch him gradually. Now, on our screens at the moment, we can see cars on track, and just off track, behind the wire fence, in the service roads, there are vehicles moving around. We're talking about driving at night earlier on to one of our drivers, Tom Onslow Cole, and he said there are places when you were in nighttime practice last night where you see car headlights coming towards you, and he said for a racing driver that's never a good thing and it takes a while of disorientation to work out that it's not a car coming the wrong way or sitting in the middle of the track with the headlights facing you, it's actually off to the side. So there's all sorts of things about racing at night that you don't immediately think of, and that's definitely one of them. On board with Thomas Enger, the True Racing KTM Crossbow, and this car, while they would love to be able to claim a class win with it, and in fact they're climbing back up the leaderboard again, that is very much on behalf of Reiter Engineering. This is a race to develop the car as a 24-hour weapon. Gary, I shall let you go and catch up with the rest of the team. Also, dinner is served, so you can't afford to miss that. We'll catch up with Gary later on in the race. But well, Paul has gone for some food, so he's behind. Johnny is going to come in and join us. Down in the pit road is Joe Bradley, and in fact I might try and get Joe to catch up with the 113 BMW, which is still down there at Valic Autosport, and see what work is going on. So for the meanwhile, we will catch up with Gary later on, and Johnny will come in and join us. So thank you very much. Okay. Thank you for inviting us. It's been a pleasure, as ever, to come and do one of the 24-hour series races. So, nighttime in all its darkness with us. Not much chance of a moonlit night tonight. It is still a little cloudy overhead now for the teams. What that means is that the warmth of the day will dissipate less quickly. If it was clear and moonlit night, then the overnight low would definitely plummet. And I think it might take a little while longer to cool down than it did yesterday. And all of this, of course, changes what the teams did. The knowledge that they had from running during the day yesterday and running briefly in darkness yesterday evening has been a little skewed by the way the temperatures have changed. It's warmer, it's stayed warmer for longer, and that has definitely had an effect on the balance of the cars, on how the tyres have performed, and what the teams have needed to do to try and find the performance from them. So just to reset, at 7:30, we are 7.5 hours in, and the 24 hours of Brno continues here with live coverage from lights to flag. Seven and a half hours into the 24 hours of Brno. It is 7:30 local time, and some major surgery going on underneath the 113 BMW. Now, about 35 minutes ago, this car shot off into the turn 10 gravel trap. It looked as though the left-hand front wheel was sitting way back in the wheel arch. Driver reported that after a bit of vibration, suddenly all the brakes went, and that's exactly what it looked like. The car just speared straight into the gravel trap, made very little attempt to slow down, and they are working hard underneath the car. Now, whether that's a master cylinder or something else, or a legacy of damage from the car going off, it certainly seemed to be working a lot more under the car than you might imagine on just a brake issue.
On.
Joe Bradley is there.
Looks to me as though when the car's gone off, it has taken off maybe the under tray, or they are just clearing out all the gravel. In fact, there, as you can see, the attention under the car, there is bits of gravel falling from out of wherever. So as I mentioned yesterday, when a car goes in the gravel, you want rid of all those little stones. You don't want to leave anything in there.
Martin Haven, Johnny Palmer in the booth. And Joe Bradley down in the pit lane, 7.5 hours into the 24 hours of Brno. Jiri Pesarik leads for Scuderia Praha, their Ferrari. 488 has completed 197 laps, and the leader margin is now down under a minute. 54 seconds ahead of the flying Andrea Caldarelli in Grasser Racing's Lamborghini Huracan. And that car now lapping a couple of seconds a lap quicker than the Ferrari. Ralph Bohn is third for Precourt Herbert Porsche. They're on a hat-trick of 24-hour wins. They're looking for their fourth straight Creventic Endurance Series victory. They are third at the moment. And Michel Kroll, our fourth place car, the Hoffer Racing Mercedes, also fourth in the A6 class. In fifth position is our SP2 class leader, and that is the Lorient Porsche number 65, just ahead of its closest rival by less than half a second, and that is RPD Racing's number 444 Ferrari 458. In sixth position, seventh, is the 991 class leader, Nico Rindlisbacher, who brought the car in without a wheel some 5 laps ago, and that is 34 seconds behind fifth position. So we've got a very close battle for top 5. Rindlisbacher brought the car in from what was then fifth place. He still leads 991. Another class leader behind him, Harry Hilders, leads the SP3 class in the Seat Leon, run by the HKPP Racing team. Behind him, second in SP3 by a minute and 50 seconds, is CCS Racing's number 226 KTM Crossbow, and that has just moved up into second at the expense of the number 224 KTM Crossbow, run by RTR Projects, which has dropped down to 10th overall and third in SP3 with its most recent pit stop. For completeness. Our other class leader in A3 is the 99 RKC TGM Honda Civic, which is half a lap ahead of Bonk Motors, their class rivals, in second place, and they are 19th and 20th overall. We have lost 2 cars with engine failures so far, one of which may yet resume, and that's JR Motorsports 103 BMW. The car collection's 34 Audi is out for good. Martin Haven and Johnny Palmer overlooking the action trackside at Brno. We're in one of those little illuminated windows over the beginning of the pit lane, and Johnny Palmer, it's been a busy little half hour or so, but in the terms of damage in the darkness so far, we have had, I possibly shouldn't say this, should I, even with the degree of laminate around, there has so far been no car-to-car contact in the race, and we're at quarter distance.
Gravel, but they've nearly always been isolated incidents, mistakes from drivers, or I don't know, possibly, well, oil we thought for the 103 car leaking onto tyres and other things as well, throwing cars off into the scenery. But yeah, so far we haven't had any contact. Unbelievable to speak of that. A fabulous fight still for SP2, and that lead has just changed with the RPD Racing Ferrari 458 Challenge now back in front. They're scrapping over 5th and 6th overall, but Lubomir Kubik, the Slovakian, has just retaken the lead for the 444 Ferrari ahead of the number 65 Porsche Lorient Racing SP2 entered car, but they're still separated by no more than 1.6 seconds. Those cars have done 183 laps, and we're just working lap 200 now for Jiri Pesarik, who is out front for Scuderia Praha in the second sector, and they have a lead of just over 3/4 of a minute over Andrea Caldarelli, who is, as you say, charging and trying to close that gap before his drive time is done. He's been in the car for half an hour, so still plenty of time for the Italian to close in on the lead and potentially take it back again for GRT Grasser Racing.
Yeah, the Grasser Racing car in second and Precourt Herbert Porsche in third place will need to come in for fuel a little earlier than Scuderia Praha's Ferrari, and some of that might be mitigated. We've seen quite a lot of the front runners stopping as they came into the pit lane to serve penalties. So far, we have not been notified of any penalties, and then cars stop, and so we have to try and guess what they're for. So at the moment, everything, all honours are even, but as John was just saying, under 50 seconds now between our top two. Andrea Caldarelli consistently lapping 2 seconds a lap quicker than Jiri Pesarik. And actually, given Caldarelli's youth, full-time racing driverness and experience, that's a pretty stand-up job from Yuri Pisarik, who is the gentleman driver at Scuderia Praha in this lineup. Because Caldarelli is some hot shoe young charger from Italy who's done a lot of racing, is doing a lot of racing in Super GT in Japan and in their, it's not called Formula Nippon this week, is it? Whatever Formula Nippon is called this season. 444, Jakubic, now did he hand over the car? Joe Bradley is right down there.
Super Formula, isn't it, man?
Oh, Super Formula might well be. Was there a driver change at RPD, Joe?
Yes, there was.
And who got in?
Couldn't see because I was a little bit further down. I've just made my way up there just as the car pulled out. So I'm gonna now, I'm at the garage, I will check in and see who got out. It's a very tall guy who got out. And he's peered behind the boards and the back.
Well, I know who got out. I just wanted to know who'd got in.
I couldn't tell him it. By the time I got to it, the car was gone. So
yeah.
what I can tell you is the
Who's
BMW
missing?
that was getting the engine change.
Yes.
The engine is now out, and they're just preparing for they're kind of tidying the engine bay up before they replace it. The gearbox is out. It's all in bits. It's now in the rebuild phase rather than the dismantling phase.
Have they had the shell blasted before it went to spray, or is this a part restoration project?
Certainly blasted with brake cleaner just to get rid of all the grease and the dirt and what have you.
Lubomir,
so they are doing the job properly. They're not hurrying it though.
Lubomir Jakubic got out of the RPD Racing Ferrari. I'm guessing his English may be better than your Czech, but maybe not an awful lot. Harry Hilders has also got out of the NKPP Racing Set Leon, car number 125. Now that's the SP3 leader, and as Gary was pointing out a few minutes ago, is in 8th position overall. So you might want to see if you can track Harry Hilders at the number 125 NKPP. That's Bascalton Racing, so that is in our first operating garage. That's the one that they're sharing with the Honda Civic team. So you know where that is. You'd have been attracted there by the smell of free coffee and baked potatoes, I imagine. So if you hie your hither off to Harry Hilders and find out how he's doing, and you might also stick your head in and see what the team think James Kay's doing. James Kay's had stayed in the car when he fueled up last time and is currently an hour, no, that's Basso, is an hour and quarter. And how long has James Kay done? Hour and 56 minutes. So actually that'd be nicely timed, because James Kay will need to be in probably at the end of the lap that he is on. Joe Bradley is in the pit lane.
You are so on it. Harry, hello. Harry Hilders, you have just gotten out of the 125, haven't you? You have just gotten out of your 125 Seat.
Yes.
Yes, excellent. I thought it was you. Harry, how's it going? It's pretty good. You're leading your class.
Sorry, can you repeat?
You're leading your class, I believe.
That's nice to hear. I didn't know, so that's very nice. Okay, let's hope that it will stay this way. We'll see. We have a long way to go, so we're just at the, not at the half, I assume. So let's see.
Can I ask you a question about the Seat? It being a front-wheel drive car, the cooler temperatures here this weekend. How difficult is it to keep the heat in the rear tyres?
Oh, it's not a big problem. You first warm them up a little bit, and then you slide with the back a little bit around the corners, and then they will heat up. It's very convenient to drive. So when the rear tires are warmed up, you can go a little bit faster through the corners by slipping away the back a little bit. So that's
and how long does it take for the tyres to heat up to allow you to do that?
I think 2-3 rounds, 4 rounds, around about that.
Right, that's pretty good. Okay, Harry, I'll leave you to get some rest. Well done. Car going well, the 125. And Martin, you were right. Just as we arrived at the garage, they are sharing with the number 99 Honda, and that team is ready to receive James Kay. He came in before, he was on fumes, fuel-wise, and that was why he had to pit. And he remains in the car, but I think he'll be getting out now because we've got David Drinkwater all suited and booted and ready to take over. And that car, the arrival of the Honda, is pretty imminent because everybody is here. Brand new wheels, tyres, new unscrubbed Hankook rubber all ready to go onto that number 99 Honda.
Right, he is just completing Sector 3. He's done 1 hour and 58 minutes and 25 seconds, so he will be with you any moment. And MSG have another car coming in. In fact, I can see the Honda now coming into the pit lane. So Joe Bradley, no time even to ponce a cup of coffee there. And I will take no praise for getting something right once. Even the stop clock is right twice a day.
You did. I was very impressed, considering Paul Trustwell's off on his dinner break.
We're just seeing the neon open sign on their pit board. That's a glorious, glorious pit board. Open for service. That's wonderful.
You should see the handle on the back as well. Jibs K. In fact, I'll get Seb to check it out. Oh, he's gone round the other side of the car. It's got a Coke bottle for a handle.
That's fantastic.
Let's talk to Ricky Coomber. Ricky, car's in, James out, David Drinkwater in. Happy so far?
Yeah, it's all going well so far.
I don't. You know what? I don't want to ask you any more questions. And I know you don't want to answer any more, really, do we?
Well, there's not a lot more to say, is it? It's till the end. So
happy with James's stint. He didn't get into too much bother.
No, he's kept away from the penalties this stint. Thank God. It's no, doing well. It's all going well.
Yeah, we'll get a word with James. I've just been talking to one of the Seat drivers there about rear tyres on front-wheel drive cars being quite hard to get any temperature into them. Do you find that on this car?
Yeah, we're struggling with the tyres, but we're struggling with the fronts really more than the rears. We're just eating tyres up. Well, we did earlier in the first 2 stints when it was a bit warmer, but we'll have a look at these now. They've come off. Now it's cooled down. Hopefully we're not eating them up so quick. But yeah, it was a problem at the beginning, big time. So.
And is that just that purely a tyre pressure thing?
I don't know. I think it's we struggle with Hankook, to be fair. So, and obviously the car's new to us, so we've got to try and understand it. So, yeah. So.
Is the Hankook rubber that we use in the Creventic series, is it a soft compound? Is it a hard compound? Where would you grade it?
I'll say it's hard, but it doesn't give you a big operating window. It seems to go off very quick. Right. It's compared to what we used to use, the Dunlop. The Dunlop was a better tyre right through the range. These seem to just fall off after. Well, this afternoon, 2 hours stint within 1 hour. Then they just dropped off big time.
Do they continue to drop off or do they plateau?
Yeah, the car nearly drops off the track as well, so yeah.
Right, so they get worse and worse?
Yeah, big time, so yeah.
Well, that's your pit stop done. And David Drinkwater now into the car and it's away. What can you tell us about these tyres then? You said that they were causing you issues. Let's have a look. Got a bit of... I think Seb is going to get his camera there. If you just leave it there, we've got bits of pickup here. This is we've talked about pickup earlier in the season. Now, Ricky, what's the issue with these tyres then?
What, the rears? The rears are not doing too bad. It's just the fronts we're having big troubles with, really. We're struggling for traction, and obviously, yeah, they're just wearing them out. So, which is possibly the way the car's set up.
Now we talk a lot about pickup, which is the used rubber from other tyres. How much of a problem does that cause from the steering wheel? You know, from the driver's point of view.
A big problem with handling. Yeah, once you've got it picked up, you've got to get rid of it quick. But it's hard when you got obviously on the rear. It's hard to clean them up, isn't it? As you know. So, but yeah.
But still a long way to go. Where's James?
I thought you'd never get to that.
He's a typical, you know what, James being a typical professional driver, he's disappeared. He's nowhere to be seen. But, Seb, can I just show you this? Now, Martin was impressed with the pit board, having a neon open sign, but look at the handle on the back. It's an actual Coke bottle full of Coke, twisted Coke, glass of Coke. Fantastic.
Lovely.
So you've got coffee and Coca-Cola on tap, Joe.
And jacket potatoes, I believe, but I haven't seen any yet.
No, that was lunch, mate.
Potatoes,
That was
right?
lunch, yeah. Right, we'll leave Joe to try and find supercar touring car superstar, one of those, James Kay, and Scoff, obviously, while on duty. Dinner finishes in 40 minutes.
History of that, I think.
Yeah. Don't you start delving into history, Johnny boy. that could be a very long night.
Depends what you label as history.
Paul Truswell has returned. Paul Truswell has had a break for food and fresh air, because actually it is really still quite warm in the booth. We weren't expecting to have quite as much sunshine today as we've had. One of the effects of that has, apart from completely changing what teams knew about their tyres, their car and all the balance, is that it has superheated our commentary booth. So we are in shirt sleeves and regretting layering up this morning, which is not something I thought we'd be getting to at any stage. It's still actually quite pleasant outside as well. The wind that we had yesterday, well, I think part of the cold problem yesterday was that not only was it cloudy all day, it was actually really quite windy. And today, Johnny, not so much at all. There was a little breeze earlier on, but actually it was really a very nice autumnal day. Would be lovely for shuffling through the leaves with the dog.
I suppose it would, yeah, and I guess it was a bit of a surprise to many to find some heat in this part of the world at this time of year, and presumably, well, I say presumably, Friday was reasonably cool. I was about to say Sunday could be a good day as well, although it'll take a while to get to temperature, and just when the temperature of the day hits, that'll be the end of the race at midday.
It'll take a while to get to Sunday yet as well. It's still not even 8 p.m, so
yes.
Still got a while to go. Joe Bradley has rejoined us.
Yeah, was it you who mentioned the livery on the 125? And we were asking about it. It's the distinct, the distinct livery. It's a Keith Haring design.
It is Keith Haring.
Now, it's actually a Keith Haring design.
Yes.
So they've commissioned it.
It wasn't designed specifically for the car. One of the drivers, the car's pure gentleman drivers. There's not one sponsor on the car. That being Sean, the Keith Haring design. Now, I'm not into art. I'm not going to portray the image or the impression that I'm in any way, and I've been informed. Who are you exactly?
Yeah, I'm Bas Koeten from Hoffer Racing. We're preparing the car.
I see. So it's your team these guys are with.
Yes.
And you were telling me, Bas, that there was kind of a discussion in a pub or a bar that they decided on the design.
Yeah, we have gentleman drivers in the car, and they want something special as livery. And they said, why don't we take this for this year? So it was Keith Haring, and we as a team said, no, please don't go. Please go to another team. We're not preparing a car with a Keith Haring design. But at the end, we already designed a pit box livery as well.
That's a bit spacey, to be honest. Where is that pit box exactly?
This is a design, and they said, now you need to make it. We said no. If we need, if you want to get us crazy, then we'll do, but no. Yeah. But it's just for fun.
Can you imagine that, walking into that at like 4 or 5 a.m. after sleep deprivation?
We never can find our tools to repair the car. We never can find our parts. Oh man.
it does look like the kind of livery that car designers put on the car when they're trying to disguise the body shape.
I don't know. This Keith Haring doesn't live anymore, so I don't know how and when he died, but I can imagine that he didn't survive his own stupidity.
Oh no, that's called art, Bas. That's called art.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's stupidity. But
yeah, well, we're mechanics at heart. We don't understand, do we?
I think that's it.
I have a question.
We're here for the race, and we're on P7 overall, so it's okay.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, Martin, you've got a question?
Yeah, before you let him go, ask Bas. Bas runs prototypes as well. Is he going to come to the prototype series next year?
Martin's asking, you guys run prototypes too. Are you coming to the prototype series next year with the first event at Dubai?
It will be a possibility. We have 2 of the Wolf CN prototypes, 2015 cars, so very, very fast and good cars with a carbon monocoque. And yes, it's a good opportunity to go racing with these cars in the series. It's again a good series. It's not really a good possibility somewhere else, and this is brilliant. All over the world, racing with the prototypes.
And I suppose from your point of view as a race team, as a race car engineering company, it offers the gentleman drivers who are now racing a Seat, it gives them somewhere to progress to and move up the ladder of racing.
The fun thing of a prototype is the costs are quite low, and the lap times you gain is like a DTM. So it's incredible that you see people stepping from a Porsche, in which the running costs are quite high, into a prototype CN, in which the costs are half of a Porsche, and going a couple of seconds, maybe 10 seconds faster than the Porsche. So it's the next step of racing.
Yeah, and it gives your business another avenue to gather business, I suppose.
Yeah, of course. And the next step is, of course, LMP3, and then LMP2, LMP1. So there are steps to follow to go to, like Chris Hoy, the bicycle driver from England. He's doing the LMP2. It's incredible. He started with CNs as well. So it's, yeah.
So you're going to take Keith's livery design to Le Mans?
Maybe to fill up with sponsors, like Jan Lammers did.
Yeah, it looks very simple.
Actually, I think, now I know, Keith Haring stole it from Jan Lammers. Only Jan Lammers did it with square boxes, yes. And Keith Haring made them round.
Squiggly boxes.
I think it. And Keith Haring didn't do it with sponsors. Jan Lammers did with sponsors. I think it's that.
Off you go. Gather those sponsors.
So actually, Jan Lammers is a designer. Jan Lammers is not only a racer, he's a designer. That's it.
How about putting him in the car?
Like the designer of the car, racing and winning.
Yeah. I think we've got his number. We could ring.
Yeah, I think. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's go. We've got a bit of a job on, guys.
I'll leave you to it.
Thanks, Bas. That was really brilliant. Thanks for letting us know that. And also, it made us sound cultured, didn't it? Yeah. We are very cultured people.
Thank you, Joe Bradley with Bas Carlton. So fantastic. Yeah, Jan Lammers back racing again. And in fact, he was in a prototype racing against Bas's car at the last round of the Supercar Challenge at Spa-Francorchamps. So I was talking to Jan Lammers about it. I said, hey, I thought you retired. He said, no, I never stopped racing. Who told you that? Yes, so he is definitely up for it. And yeah, Bas Carlton with two Wolfs, and in fact the Wolf chassis he runs in black and gold Walter Wolf 1970s Formula One style livery. It is the same Wolf company, and like the other Tartus and what have you, CN chassis using a 2-litre Honda VTEC motor, which is all part of why they have a very reasonable running cost indeed, because rebuilds are a long way between, and as Bas pointed out, because of the downforce, the car for much less money goes a lot quicker than a Line 11. So certainly for him, with a couple of those cars, and there are a bunch of other Dutch teams as well who have got CN prototypes, Radicals and so on as well. You could definitely see that being an avenue, and we had Gary Williams with us earlier, and launching that series, even tentatively, I mean, just sort of throwing the idea out there. I think they've found quite a lot of response.
I'm back.
Paul Trustwell is in the room, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to ease Paul's slider way over and up to +6 there, and yeah,
is that just because my headset's not in the right place?
No, it's just because it's not,
right.
Not quite as loud as me, probably.
Well, I had very nice lunch, thank you very much. Oh, now I'm loud in my own ears, but anyway. A couple of questions. One is that I've become disconnected whilst I went away from something to eat.
Oh, have you?
Yes.
Oh, no, that's not good.
That's not good, no. That means that I temporarily have lost the Lamborghini, which is in second place. But don't worry about that. It will recover, I think. But it does mean that some of my driving calculations might have gone wrong. But so Andrea Caldarelli, my next question is, he has been closing in hand over fist, hasn't he, on Jiri Pisaric, and you've presumably been talking about that, lapping regularly 2 seconds a lap quicker than Pisaric. It struck me, just having a quick look, that it's down to Pisaric's times drifting off rather than, I mean, Caldarelli's quick, yes, but he's not going any quicker than he did before, but he is now closing the gap on the Ferrari, hand over fist.
Yeah, he absolutely is. In fact, now you look at it, the last time I looked at the gap, it was around 58 seconds. It's now down to 33. Now, I realise that's a sort of 10-lap gap, but I did actually say Pisaric doing sort of 206s or thereabouts, Caldarelli doing 203s, but bearing in mind that Caldarelli is a young pro and Pisaric is a gent, I think he's doing a pretty stand-up job. Still holding the lead as one of our KTM Crossbows comes into the pits.
243.
243, Johnny, with the good eyes.
It's slow with Thomas Enger at the wheel. So is this more issues related to the drive shaft problem that car's had earlier on in the race, or something entirely different? The team are called out last minute. They weren't expecting Thomas to appear in the pit lane on this lap.
The car has had a number of issues over the race thus far, Johnny, some of which have been vouchsafed to us and others which haven't. But under the auspices of this is a development and we're more interested in getting the car sorted for 2017. So I think when they have had an issue, they've tended to come in and get it sorted rather than necessarily driving around the problem.
So the 243 car is wheeled into the garage. Thomas Enger will climb out of that True Racing KTM and they will snap to work to try and assess what's gone wrong this time and hopefully improve the chassis, improve the car for the future and its endurance racing future. Jiri Pisaric due across the line very shortly indeed to complete 210 laps. Over the line he goes. 32 seconds was the gap between Pisaric and Caldarelli last time around, and we'll see whether that time comes down again in about 30 seconds time. Joe is right by the KTM, I know, but before we hand to him, Paul?
No, we can go down to Joe because he has a car.
Yeah, we've got attention on the car in the engine bay. Thomas just took his helmet off. Thomas, what's the issues?
Unfortunately, drive shaft.
Drive shaft. Simple explanation. Drive shaft's gone.
Why does it always go when Thomas is driving?
And you know what, guys? We've heard this is a MotoGP circuit, so the curbs are very low. So you can use all the curbing here. They're very flat, so it's not like Knock Hill where you are. It's renowned for doing drive shafts, for instance.
But isn't he basically driving a bike, being a KTM?
Well, I suppose, yeah, you could say that.
I mean, they are good round here, but the problem is that the drive shafts don't seem to be able to take the amount of punishment, I suppose, that Thomas Enger is willing to put in. And, well, whether that's the difficulty within KTM's design or, I mean, they make their drive shafts to run track day cars. I suppose they're not necessarily designed to push on for, how long have we going now, Paul?
How long have we been going for? 8 hours?
Very nearly 8 hours, yeah. And they've done 2 drive shafts now, so 16 hours and a minute and change to go. There is quite a bit of illumination, I noticed, from the pit, so it's more than I was expecting. Although when you turn the corner in the distance there at turn 1, it becomes very, very dark indeed.
Do you want a longish story?
I would like to hear a longish story. Yes, we may have to do a little bit of a roundup on the top of the hour, though. That's
true. Yes, we'll do it. We'll do it after the hour. Yeah. The other thing to keep an eye on, and because I've been scuffed a little bit by my system disconnecting, we are coming close to pit stops, I think, for Caldarelli in the Lamborghini. And in any case, for Michael Kroll at the wheel of the Hoffer Racing Mercedes. But my clock says we're now 30 seconds away from 8 hours to complete. So we'll be able to come back in a moment with a full summary of where we are in this 24-hour race.
Scuderia Praha lead the Epilog event here at the Brno circuit in the Czech Republic. It's round 7 of the 24hourseries.com with Johnny Palmer, Paul Truswell and Joe Bradley down in the pits, although Joe may be handing to Nick Damon in the foreseeable future, if I remember the shift change pattern correctly. The Lamborghini GRT Grasser Racing Huracan is in for a stop. Nick is indeed taking over from Joe Bradley, and this is your first job during the stint.
I was watching as, that's interesting, because Rolf Venetian was all suited and booted, but he doesn't appear to have got in the car.
Okay.
How long has Caldarelli been driving?
Just an hour. So he did this last time, and that was when I was fully connected. So I can tell you this: Caldarelli did a double stint last time he was in the car, and he did 2 slightly shorter stints in order to not overstep his 2-hour limit.
I think also he just took fuel, whereas this time they've taken tyres.
No, he did take tyres last time as well, yes.
I have seen cars trolling down the outside.
Yes.
Right, I need to go back to where Joe left me. Back in.
Okay, didn't entirely hear all that message, but Nick's off on another job. Eric Gannis is our chauffeur at the moment in the 224 RTR project KTM, and this is the race order as we speak, with Yuri Pisaric leading the way, about to cross the line in fact, to complete 212 laps in the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari 488. In second position, or was second, Andrea Caldarelli, pitting from that position, the 963 car. That car's done 211 laps and is just heading for the fueling area with Caldarelli on board, as we established. Third position is the 911 Precoat Herbert Motorsport Porsche, and driving that, Ralph Bone, ahead of the number 10 Michel Kroll-driven Hoffer Racing Mercedes, the SLS Mercedes from Hoffer Racing in its last ever race. The AMG GT is waiting to be put through its paces in 2017. Nico Rindisbacher is driving the number 62 991 class car, and the MSG Motorsport machine leads its class. And there's another class leader within the overall top 6, the 65 Porsche Lorient car driven by Jean-Francois Demorge. The Frenchman is currently in 6th position and leading SP2. Now we can grab a word with James Kay, who's with Nick.
James, a nice cup of coffee, that always helps after driving in the dark, doesn't it?
Yes. Well, it's actually
tea.
Tea, yeah. Being a Yorkshireman, I've got to drink tea.
And a big milky one, yeah. So give us an idea, how is the track changing? How's the car performing?
The track is rubbering in, definitely. The times are coming much easier, which is great for the car, for our car anyway. We've had lots of trouble over the weekend with not getting enough heat in the tyres. Other than that, the car is fantastic, perfect.
Which is a nice change from Barcelona, where it was a long run of teething trouble, so you've now got a reliable platform.
Yeah, I think all credit to these boys. This is the true spirit, really, of what Creventic and the 24-hour series is about. These guys built this car themselves. You know, they built it out of a parts book. The total amateurs come racing, brought me along to see where we can make it a bit better. And to be fair, I'm very, very surprised how good the car is.
And I know you had some slight issues with some other cars yesterday. Has everyone been behaving themselves today?
Yeah, I think people just get. I don't know. Maybe it was my fault. In hindsight, I should maybe have turned in. But at the end of the day, I was on the qualifying lap, and I was making sure that I was getting the best circuit I could. He wasn't.
But people are nice today. Race day is much better, yeah?
Yeah, race day is very good so far.
Thanks, James. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, and interesting that Martin Haven reminded me and everybody else that we haven't actually had any cars making contact with each other yet. The problem was, of course, that threw down the gauntlet as far as the commentator's curse is concerned. But everyone has stayed very well behaved. We have had incident with cars falling off the track here and there, and bits of bodywork falling off, including on the 303 car there. You can just see heading across the line, minus its rear bumper now. The car's in gravel, and two Go 60s, or have we had a third?
Two.
It's still only two.
Yes, if you want to look across to there, Johnny, at any point, a Code 60s, they're probably big enough for you to see there on that big screen over there. So that's our kind of summary of where we are with Code 60s. Two of them. One of them lasted 11 minutes and 56 seconds, and the second one lasted 22 minutes and 47 seconds, which means we had a total cumulative time under under Code 60 of 34 minutes and 43 seconds.
And they were both four cars having blown their engines and therefore leaving quite a lot of oil on the track, and it needed to be treated before we could race again, whereas things like an Audi TT RS2 off in the gravel was dealt with under local yellows. We had Ivo Bruckers in the gravel at one point, didn't we? And that car was recovered with a tow rope and a recovery vehicle again under local yellow. So the marshals here at Brno quick to react to incidents like that, and also
the 113 was the other BMW which went off with a brake issue, and that car hasn't yet come back onto the circuit, number 113. That's the Valic Autosport BMW, which has now been in the pits for more than an hour, having not caused a Code 60, but having caused a local yellow when it went off into the gravel at, I think it was turn 5, but I'm not sure about that one. So mostly incidents have been able to be dealt with local yellows, with the exception where the marshals needed to treat oil on the circuit. So we've had that pit stop from Caldarelli. He has stayed behind the wheel, and therefore he has to do another 1 hour stint in effect. And as I was saying, he did a 29 plus a 26 lap stint when he was last in the car as a double, and he's doing the same thing again this time, having taken the car over from Rolf Eichen, who was in the car when the last Code 60 happened, and has been closing in ever since on Jiri Pisaric, except that, of course, Pisaric is now coming towards the end of his equivalent stint, and so that gap will have gone up now, but it will come down again when Pisaric comes in for his equivalent stint. Whether or not Caldarelli will actually be able to get close enough to the Ferrari to be able to overtake it, we'll have to wait and see. I somehow doubt it. And of course, the problem in inverted commas then is that Pisaric will be handing the car over to Tom Onslow Cole, whereas Caldarelli will be handing it over to Adrian Amstutz, and Tom Onslow Cole is a mile and away faster than Adrian Amstutz. So I suspect once we get that change happening, then the gap between the Ferrari and the Lamborghini will start creeping up again.
Pretty special middle sector there for Andrea Caldarelli, the fastest of the race, a 46.217, and it results in the car's fastest lap of the race.
But
201.955, but not good enough to record a fastest lap of the race.
Which is Josef Kral at 2 minutes 1.703, and that's over there on the screen if you want to have a look at where the fastest lap is.
Excellent.
So if I teach you how the screens work, you see, I'll be able to go away and have a break later on, and you'll be able to do everything on your own.
Okay.
As long as it doesn't disconnect again.
Well, yeah, that would really be challenging if I'm having to reconnect to places like London and talk and look over at your very smart screen, which is almost 4 times the size of your regular screen. So you're right, I shouldn't have a problem with picking up those numbers at all.
Absolutely. So you ready for this long story then?
Yeah.
Because it's all about the standings in the 911 class drivers' positions. Okay, so if you've looked those up on the internet, then they are available on the 24series.com, 24hseries.com website. If you look for the results in championship positions. In the 911 class, there are 2 drivers which lead, but they don't have the same number of points. So Stephen Bournes leads the way, and Kim-Andre Hauschild is second in the class on 88 points. They're both in the same car. Now, the team, because Stephen Bournes has done the whole championship, wants Stephen Bournes to win the championship. However, because he doesn't have any points to drop, or rather he has points, he scored points in every round thus far, he's going to have to drop 14 points from his total. And Kim-Andre Hauschild has already dropped points because he scored no points in Dubai. It's going to be very difficult for the team to arrange for Bournes to have more points at the end of this than Hauschild has, because of course they're both going to score the same number of points. Bournes has to drop points, whereas Hauschild doesn't have to drop any points. So Hauschild is going to end up by taking the championship, which is not what the team wants, unless they score no points in this round. Now currently they're second in the class, so if you look down to second in the 991 class, number 73, they've actually dropped to third in the class now. Sorry, this is the HRT Porsche I'm talking about, number 73, which is being driven in addition to Hauschild and Stephen Bournes. Currently Fabian Engel is driving it. Rene Ogroki and Artem Soloviev are the other 2 drivers of the car. But at the moment, as I say, it's third in class 991. But if they finish third in the class, then they're going to end up getting enough points for Hauschild that he's going to end up by winning the championship, which, as I say, is not what the team wants. So it may be that at the midnight mark, they're going to have to drop that car down the field. Because if they finish 5th in the class, then they... actually, no, they need to finish 6th in the class, don't they? Because they need to score 0 points. So 5th or 6th, I think, does them. And at the moment, that means that the car has completed about 20 laps too many. So sometime before midnight, they may start to drop down the field, or they may end up just in a position they don't particularly want to be in. So that's the story. Look out for number 73 as it gets towards midnight, doing something strange, and we say, what is going on there?
Okay. As you say, Fabian Engel driving it at the moment, 15th position overall, and has slipped to 3rd in class.
But it's still too good.
Behind The now pit-stopping number 96 car, that's the S1 Racing Porsche 991 Cup car with Raimo Kuli. Is that right? Yes, there are 2 Raimos and a Raivo in that car. I always have to check 3 times to make sure I've got the right Raimo or Raivo in there. Raimo Kuli driving with Thomas Anus, Thomas Padavani, who's the Frenchman. There's another Estonian, Raivo Tam, and then the Finnish driver, Raimo Niemi, that completes the 5-driver lineup at S1, and that car second in the 991 class, although, as I say, it's just come in for a pit stop. And the class is led by the car in 5th position, 5th overall, that is, Nico Rindlisbacher, who I think has just got out of the MSG Motorsport car, and we may well be getting an interview with Nico relatively shortly. Here's an indication of what little light there is out on the track at the moment. What are we, 12, nearly 13 minutes past 8 o'clock in the evening local time, and yes, this car just heading back out onto the main straight.
Okay.
So this is the
Nico
area that is lit the most, and we now plunge into darkness down towards turn 1.
Hello, Johnny.
Hello, Nick.
All right, I'm speaking to you all when we're here with Nico Rindlisberger. Nico, in 5th place, that's surely higher than you expected to find yourself overall.
Well, for sure it is, but you know, every session I try my best, and I think we did really well so far. Now we had some bad luck with the tire, which just went off. I don't know really what happened. We will discuss it after, but so far so good, I think.
You say the tyre went off, did that mean you had to cut short your stint?
Well, I actually extended my stint because I came to the pits and then I went out again with fresh tires, so I could do the 2 hours, and this was quite nice for me, but yeah, was a bit unlucky.
And taking aside the strangers of that particular set of tyres, how much has the track, how much has the car changed during the first few hours of this race?
Well, I think now the track is much colder than in the afternoon, so the grip, we have less grip, I think, and that's, yeah, you have to handle it quite well, but I think it's good, so I'm quite happy.
Nico, go home, lie down, you'll be back on quite soon. Thanks, then.
Thank you, Nick. So Rindlisbacher off for a little bit of a rest. The 62 car is still in the pit lane, or will be being fueled now, I'm sure. It needs to do one more lap and it'll reach the magic mark of 200. Compare that to the race leader, who is currently on lap 218. Yuri Pisaric still leads for Scuderia Praha here at Brno circuit. So Caldarelli's job is to try and whittle that gap down where possible. It's just over 3.5 minutes, and last time around he was able to do a 2:04.8, which is marginally quicker than Pisaric's lap pace. Obviously having to dodge around traffic every time they circulate. They're on this 3.3-mile circuit, and in the top 10 we have how many class leaders? 1, 2, 3, 4. I make it, yeah. So 4 different classes represented in the overall top 10. And as Gary Williams was pointing out earlier on RadioLeMans.com, we have a great mixture of marques represented as well. The race led by a Ferrari, there's a Lamborghini in second, Porsche third, Mercedes fourth, and then a Porsche Cup car is fifth, ahead of a Ferrari. Okay, another Ferrari, but it's a different shape one, a 458 Challenge. We've got a KTM Crossbow in the top 10. Fabulous mixture, Paul.
Yeah, and indeed all but one of the classes has its leader in the top 10, because the only class which doesn't have its leader in the top 10 is the A3 class, which is currently being led by the Bonk Motorsport BMW 146, having lost one of its cars yesterday. I mean yesterday, yes it was only yesterday, wasn't it, Friday, during practice, blown engine on that car. The other Bonk Motorsport car means, and it was Michael Bonk who was driving it at the time, and surprisingly he's said, okay, it's my car that's blown up, and as Bonk Motorsport's principal, he's not now participating in the other car. We thought, we suggested yesterday he might swap across to the other car, but he hasn't. We already had 5 drivers anyway, so the 146 Bonk Motorsport car is leading A3. And currently, that's the best battle we've got. That's just 19 seconds is the gap between David Drinkwater, who's in the number 99 car. That's the car that James Kay is sharing as well, the Honda Civic of the RKC TGM team. And I'd say that gap just under 20 seconds between him and Rainer Partel, who's driving. Sorry, it's not Rainer, is it? It's Max Partel who's driving the Valic Motorsport BMW at the moment.
Lap 220 for Scuderia Praha and their Ferrari 488 here at Brno with the 7th and final round of the 24-hour series.com, powered by Hankook. It's Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell for this portion of the race. 15 hours and 43 minutes still to go. Nick Damon pounding the pit lane beneath us, and Pisaric in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari at their home race, of course, Team Prague, with the 488 leading by a decent margin at the moment, 3.5 minutes from Andrea Caldarelli in second position for GRT and their striking green Lamborghini Huracan.
Also defending champions, of course, Scuderia Praha, having won the 12 hours, which the Epilog was last year. The Epilog as a race has actually been running for, I think, about 20 years here at Brno. So even though it's not been a long-distance race necessarily, it has been a race not run by Creventic, but run by the local organising club. And it does traditionally run into the night, not necessarily for 24 hours, but nighttime racing is part of the history, as it were, of the Brno Epilog. And as you say, Scuderia Praha leading the way at the moment by more than a lap. I mean, you gave it as a time, but in effect that's a lap and a half in terms of distance. So they have a lap on the field, but Pisaric is due a pit stop, having taken the car over from Peter Cox at the previous pit stop. Peter Cox having driven the car for about an hour and a quarter, and Pisaric an hour and 7 minutes into his stint now, so he'll be coming in, I would say, within the next 3 laps at most. He will, however, be able to keep the lead over Caldarelli through that pit stop interval. He doesn't seem to lose the lead at pit stops anymore. Also into the pits, we have the third place car, the 911 Precoat Herbert entered Porsche, which will be Ralph Bone handing over, and this will be the first time that Alfred Renauer has got into the car, as far as I know. Do we have Joe at the moment?
We have Nick.
They have Nick down there in the pit, so he'll no doubt be able to tell us whether or not Alfred Renauer is about to get into the Precoat Porsche.
I hadn't realised that Nick's not.
He's not.
Well, he may well be there, but he'll give me a buzz in my ears, and he wasn't available at that exact point. This is the very first 24-hour race to be held at Brno. I didn't know that bit of it.
It's the first 24-hour race in Czechoslovakia, in the Czech Republic.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, no, the first ever 24-hour race in the Czech Republic we are witnessing today.
Fantastic.
Although, as I say, the history of the Epilog.
Yeah, well, there is a poster as you walk in the media centre, and I forget now whether the date on it reads 1991 or 1992, but it's certainly early 90s with some touring cars represented on that poster. So, as you say, it's over 20 years in terms of the history for the Epilog itself, and it traditionally runs into darkness hours. Nick Damon is now there.
I am. Yes, I'm actually... I tore myself away from the exciting welding action.
Yeah.
On the yellow and orange BMW, the 113, and yes, well, I believe it was young Mr. Albert who got in there, or Alfred even. But I had to check because they all look the same.
Even Albert.
No, exactly, and Andrew, the third one, the triplets. But the cameraman is so obsessed with the welding, I'm not sure how I'll drag him away.
Okay. Well, it's good. It's fun to watch. You know, there's a lot of smoke. There's a lot of sparks. And
there's fire. There's steam. It's like basically, really, it's like the Brno 24-hour equivalent of Harry Potter, isn't it? You know, weld your armours or something. Hang on, it's copyright. Hold on.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it is. We didn't do any more than 10 seconds though, so it's all right. It's fine. Got away with it.
That was the car that had brake failure, incidentally, and finished up in the gravel about an hour or so ago. And they've been, in fact, more than an hour ago, they've been working on that car, the 113, the Valic Autosport car, which was in the hands of Marek Fried when the brakes failed on him. So the welding is obviously to do with that, or to do with damage that was done further following the brake problem the car had.
On board with Reinhard Koffler in the 243 True Racing KTM, so that's good that the car's back out again on its third drive shaft now. Back to Nick Damon.
With Ralph Bond, fresh out of the 911 car. Ralph, how is the car at this time of night?
Well, it doesn't change a lot. The rear tires are a little bit more slicky now at the moment, but not the reason to speak about.
Is it quite pleasant, the fact there's not too much traffic on the road? Does that make it a bit easier than a traditional Creventic event?
Yes, for sure. There are not so much cars today, and it's very easy for us to overtake them, and they are also looking very well to us.
Now, do you know yet whether you're going to do the whole 24 hours or just the 12?
No, we're not sure directly. We are deciding spontaneously at the end.
So, God, give us a clue. What's the deciding factor?
In the end, the costs are the deciding factor, and the regulations, they finish after 12 hours, and so let's see. At the moment, we are 50-50.
Oh, go on. Go on. We need you in there. It's a three-way battle. Go on.
He seems quite convinced, you know, by that. I just keep egging him on for the next few hours, because what have we got till we get to the point where they'll be making a decision? 3 hours and 37 minutes, whereby the points are awarded for the end of the season for the 24hourseries.com for the International Endurance Series after 7 races. But this is a race in its own right, of course. It's the first ever 24-hour race to be held at Brno, the first ever 24-hour race to be held in the Czech Republic, no less. So everyone surely would want to win that. And Jiri Pasaric in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari at the moment doing a really good job for the home team, one of a number of home teams here this weekend. 222 laps now completed for the 488 Ferrari, and leading by, what did you say, it was a lap and a half effectively?
Yes,
from Andrea Caldarelli.
Yeah, you can either measure it in minutes, in which case it is 3 minutes and 24 seconds, or you can measure it in laps, in which case it's a lap plus. But Pasaric is going to be due into the pits. Just need to go back to that screen because Johnny let it drop before.
Oh, did I? I was wiggling your mice whilst you were away.
Thank you very much.
I must have missed one, sorry.
Maybe that's what caused it. Thank you very much. Anyway, you did a good job. Sorry, Johnny, I didn't mean to cast aspersions. So 34 laps on this stint for Pasaric. 38 laps would be the expected stint length for him. So 4 laps and Pasaric will be in. And I'm just trying to work out, because Caldarelli's pace continues to be quicker than that of Pasaric, although that last lap wasn't as quick, or wasn't that much quicker. It was slightly quicker, 0.2 quicker, but generally Caldarelli has been pulling back more than half a second and sometimes more than a second on the Ferrari. So the Lamborghini has been lapping more quickly than the Ferrari for about the last hour, and that's significant, because although Pasaric has been able to maintain the lead through the pit stop, if Caldarelli continues to lap as quickly as this, then it may well be that the Ferrari loses the lead on the next pit stop. That will depend as well, Johnny, and I don't know if you've had any information about this, on the reception of any other penalties for the Ferrari, because we have seen penalties being applied for exceeding track limits, and the Ferrari lost in excess of a minute and a quarter, I think it was, a minute and 15 seconds or so, due to penalties, and that has just meant that it spent longer in the pits than it ought to have done. So we'll see what happens on the pit stop, but it could be getting a bit close when this pit stop, which Pasaric is due in the next couple of laps, between Tom Onslow-Cole, who'll be taking it over, and Caldarelli, who'll be out in the Lamborghini for a little while yet.
Now we've reached the hours of darkness, though, and I don't know for sure how track limits are monitored, but if it's done through observers on posts, it's going to be very, very tricky for those people to work out whether a car's gone off the track or not.
And the drivers, of course, will be perfectly well aware of that. And I can't remember who, somebody told us during one of the qualifying sessions yesterday, and I think it might have been Robert Renauer, that you could make up 2 or 3 seconds per lap by excessive use of the track limits at certain key points, or at certain key points where you could go over the curbs and use the go beyond the track limits, and it would be worth your while doing that. So yeah, it may be that is happening, but hopefully they'll have learnt their lessons as a result of having penalties assigned to them already, and therefore they've got into the habit of using the track but no more.
This is the area of turn 5 and 6, and then 7, the shot left-handed to the left of the picture, where the number 146 BMW is just working its way through. That's the Bonk Motorsport Beamer, which is quite a way up the front, in 20th position, so 2nd place in the A3 class. And there is an interesting dice between the Honda of Team RKC/TGM, the Honda FK2 Civic Type R, up against the 146 Bonk Motorsport BMW. They're separated by just less than 6 seconds. And it is...
Oh, that's a change though, isn't it? Because Drinkwater is actually... Yeah, no, it is a change. Well spotted, because it was down to 20 seconds before, but David Drinkwater has not only lapped quicker than the Bonk Motorsport BMW, but has continued to lap quicker and has now gone past the BMW. So that is a change that has happened and should see David Drinkwater continuing to pull away then in that Honda Civic, away from the Bonk BMW.
Yeah, Max Parkel.
Yes, it's Max at the moment.
Yes, fine. Struggling to meet or match the pace of his co-drivers. That car is capable of a 2:22.9, but Max's last lap was a 2:29, and actually David Drinkwater is able to be in the mid 2:22, so he's caught Max and overtaken him with reasonable amount of ease, and that gives him the Class A3 lead. But obviously we have quicker drivers to clamber on board the 146 car in the foreseeable future. 11.4 seconds is now the gap between the top two in Class A3. Other class leaders to keep you on top of those. The 65 car driven by Jean-Francois Demorge leads SP2. Class SP3 is headed by the number 224 RTR Projects KTM Crossbow, and that has Eric Yanis at the wheel of it. The 991 class is headed by the number 62 MSG Motorsport Porsche, and the other class leaders, I've already given you David Drinkwater, and we know all about Yuri Pasaric. So 5 classes in total, and 4 of those represented in the top 10.
And the class which isn't a class, which is the A6 AM class, and I say it's not a class because all of A6 have been bundled together, but the number 10 Hoffer Racing Mercedes is still the best of the A6 Advantage, or A6 BOP Advantage is what they call, because they're running to a minimum reference lap time 2 minutes 6 seconds. They can't go quicker than 2 minutes and 6. Michael Kroll is still at the wheel of that car. He is having his first stint behind the wheel. So he's the 5th driver in the car, got in the car about an hour and a half ago and has been driving it very well ever since, got in about 7 o'clock. And he is still driving it. And that car has yet to cycle through onto its second cycle through the drivers, as it were. So that's the Hoffer Racing Mercedes number 10, which is in 4th place. And it's kind of in no man's land as well, that car, because it's a long way, 7 laps behind the car ahead of it, but it is also some 11 laps clear of the car next behind it. So it's kind of all in a little bubble of its own, the Hoffer Racing Mercedes. He's kind of waiting for some of the cars ahead of it to brake, I think, and then we'll see whether or not it's able to keep going. And the other thing, just to confirm, as Nick did, Alfred Renauer also having his first turn behind the wheel of the Precoat Herbert Porsche, and so he's been kept back by the team until this point, and is just starting now. He's 4 laps into his stint at the wheel of the 3rd placed Porsche.
This is Rick Breukers driving the Red Camels Jordans.NL Seat Leon, and the 303 car is 5th in SP3, 16th overall. he's about, well, he's got about 10 minutes to make up on just the car up ahead of him, which is one of the 991 spec machines, with Padovani driving number 96 S1 Racing Porsche. So with one thing and another, including rear bumpers breaking off the car, or having, as a result of, I presume, a failure of one of the clips, then if you've not had contact with the two cars, why did that rear bumper start trailing?
Because it had contact with a barrier.
No, that can't be healthy.
No, it was... who was driving it at the time? It was Max Aronov who was driving it at the time, and he went wide at, I think we decided it was turn 12. I'm not entirely, I think it was turn 12. Went wide at turn 12, went across the gravel, but the gravel didn't exactly stop the car, it just slowed it down enough. He then kind of, it was a bit more than a kiss, it was kind of a clunk against the barrier, left-hand side of the car up against the barrier, and that pulled away the rear bumper.
The fantastic team in the TV truck are going to try and get that replay for us, so that, because I wasn't around when this happened, he no doubt wolfing down some dinner. So here is the moment where the Seat went very, very wide. That's turn 10, isn't it? Yeah, the hairpin of 10. And there is the moment where it kissed the barrier. It's tyre barrier, which is then covered by kind of green boarding. And yeah, that's in classic touring car fashion, has torn off the barrier on one side, but it stayed connected to the car via the other clip for a little while before. Did it come in the pit lane to have that bit of bodywork torn off entirely?
Correct, yes. And then Joe Bradley described that they were going at it with a hacksaw to get it off completely. A new bumper was then prepared, but I don't think it was ever fitted on the grounds that they didn't have any of the mounting clips properly. So they got it out of the rubber. Out of its cling film, and so they've kind of spoilt the guarantee on it. But anyway, I think we can have more news on that from Joe now.
From Nick, in fact.
It's still Nick.
Still
Nick.
Nick.
It has been for most of the last hour.
I'm sorry, Nick. You're just
sure Joe's behind you. No, it doesn't matter. It's much better than being called Tim, as I have been on many occasions in the past by certainly Mr. Jay Hindhoff. Number 10 Hoffer car came in, and relatively standard stop. Christian Frankenhout got in, so that is the first rotation finished after 8 hours and 24 minutes. A little bit of faffing about, to be honest, because they did open the bonnet twice, blow some air away, think about putting some water in it, and didn't do it. And then, behind my eyes, sneaking in, is the number 11 of Yuri Piriziak. He's just suddenly, my cameraman spotted around the vibrant white lights burning our retinas as we look up the pit lane. And Piriziak gets out, Tom Onslow Cole beginning. They are having a little look at the front splitter, clearing out, I think manually clearing out some gunk from the brakes, and away that one goes. So, 2 stops in quick succession, and 2 stops pretty standard, apart from a bit of a top-up of fluids for the Hoffer Mercedes.
And as you say, they were routine, but both of them also had driver changes. So Pisaric to Onslow Cole, Kroll to Christian Frankenhout. And Onslow Cole, remember, he told us he was number 3 in the driver cycle for the Ferrari, and he's already having his second go, whereas Christian Frankenhout is only just having his second go, and he started the car. They're not out in the race yet, because of course they both have to get fueled before they go, and we'll monitor whereabouts is Caldarelli in the 963. The Lamborghini has already gone through once, so he's got himself back onto the lead lap, and he's now in sector 2, so he's beyond turn 4, whilst the fuel is going into the Ferrari, and say it'll be time ticking away, but I think it's going to be close-ish, and then the problem then becomes for Caldarelli, because he doesn't have that long to go on his driving time, because he did a double stint, or he's doing a double stint, and then the car's going to be handed over to Adrian Amstedt. So the advantage will then, I suggest, switch back to the Ferrari with Tom Onslow Cole at the wheel.
Here's Nick again.
With Michael Kroll. Michael, it takes a very long time for all 5 drivers to have a go, doesn't it? 8.5 hours before Christian gets in again.
Yeah, so but those who have a little bit more rest than the others, we drive until we have fuel low, so we get the maximum from the amateur class. So that's our only thing we can do.
Are you happy with where you are? Because you're kind of in what we say in Britain is no man's land. You're a few laps behind 3rd and several laps in front of 5th. Is that okay?
Yeah, for us that's okay, because we are not going for the 12-hour race. We have to go for the 24-hour race for the AMG points in the Mercedes Championship. So that's our target. That's why we went to the amateur class.
Oh, now explain this to me. I don't know what the AMG Championship is. Explain it.
There's most manufacturers have their own championships, so you get all the points you do with the BMW or with the Mercedes. And in the end of the year, for the best pro drivers and the best amateur drivers, you get prizes. So for the teams, you get spare parts. For the driver, you get a car, or you get a nice watch or something like that.
This sounds worth winning. I mean, are you close to winning this?
Presently, we are second, and Kenneth in his class is first. Last year, we were third. So I think it might happen, yes.
So is Kenneth going to get a car?
Oh, fun.
Lucky up. Right, I'm going to ask him for a lift. Thanks, Michael. Well done. Thanks a lot.
And Paul.
Well, yes, the change has happened, because although Tom Onslow Cole is now in the Ferrari, Caldarelli has gone through and taken the lead in the Lamborghini. So I thought it might happen, because kind of working out where that line has been getting closer and closer, and because of Caldarelli's pace, the pit stop was too long for the Ferrari to maintain the lead. And that car, the Ferrari, has been in the lead of the race for, how many is that, 3.5 hours now, but it's now lost the lead, and that will make it therefore our 14th change of lead. And so Caldarelli with the Lamborghini back into the lead of the race, but he has but 25 minutes, just under 25 minutes on his driving time. He's got fuel enough, but within the next 24 minutes he's going to have to be in the pits to change to Adrian Amstutz. So make hay while the sun shines, while it's dark. Caldarelli will be trying to make that margin as big as he possibly can, but equally Tom Onslow Cole, he was very quick in the Ferrari earlier on, but of course now he's got to drive it when it's dark, and it's a car that he doesn't necessarily know very well. But he said he was having fun last time, didn't he, Johnny?
He did. He said he started to try and work out a few different things, didn't he? And you know, we're playing games almost, just to try and get that Ferrari going even quicker. He's worked out that trail braking is necessary, and pointing the car, throwing the car at the corners rather than the front engine machine where you've got to be a little bit more delicate. But it'd be interesting. I know that you've got access to average lap times for specific drivers. I was always interested in where Tom Onslow Cole fitted in as far as his average lap time is concerned with the more regular drivers, Peter Cox, Juri Pisaric and Joseph Kroll.
Well, he was quicker than Peter Cox was, but right. Peter admitted that the car wasn't behaving nicely for him. He had to pick up on the in his stint. Yes. But he wasn't quite as quick as Josef Kroll. Kroll, though, is the fastest man on the track altogether. With his when in his stint, he did the fastest lap. So Tom Onslow Cole, as I say, kind of at least the equivalent of Peter Cox.
Here's Nick again with the busy pit lane.
Yeah, suddenly it's feast or famine here. The 102 is the engine noise you can hear going away. The BMW, that's had a standard service. The 444, the Scuderia Praha run Ferrari 458 Challenge, that's done what it always does. It's halfway through, just trundled through for fuel on its own. And just down the road there is the 84 Porsche. And one thing that's very obvious in this area here is, and some of the teams have got sort of lights up like that to illuminate their pits, and some haven't. I'm not quite sure how the guys who haven't are going to do any work, because there's no real ambient light from anything else. So especially the MSG group, if you look at the kind of dull period there, the man you can just see probably there in the 62 high-vis, they can't see a thing when they come into the pits. Really weird. Not everyone has actually bothered getting any lights for their pit boxes.
And there is an indication of how much light is out on the main circuit now. Turn 10, and the exit in the distance, the entrance rather to turn 11, and then turn 12 way off there in the trees. This is the end of the circuit where we saw the incident for the 303 Red Camels, say at Leon. Thankfully, the driver of which was able to get the car back out onto the track when it needed some repair work. So it is Andrea Caldarelli who now leads this Epilog, the final round of the year for the 24-hour series, leading from Tom Onslow Cole in the Ferrari 488. The 963 car having completed 229 laps and is currently working 230, about halfway around that lap now. Tom Onslow Cole due back across the line in the next 10 seconds. We'll see whether the gap's changed at all. It was 34.5 seconds at the start of this lap. Tom Onslow Cole trying to make up that time, still very much on the lead lap, 33.3, so he's a touch quicker than Andrea Caldarelli on fresh Hankooks. And the Brit, who is new to that team, we had him up in the commentary box a little earlier on as well for some insight at Scuderia Praha. He's pushing on in these darkness hours. It is nearing 8:45 local time, with 15 hours and 18 minutes still on the clock for the Epilog, the final round of the year for the 24-hour series and the International Endurance Series. The two leaders in SP2 have come into the pits, as Nick mentioned, 65 and the 444 then on the same pit stop strategy. And Jean-Francois Demorge and Matteo Cressoni, having brought those cars in, we'll tell you in a moment whether there have been any driver changes there. The 991 class is still headed by the 62 MSG Motorsport Porsche, driving that Paul Scheuchner, who is from Germany. And it's an Austrian team, MSG Motorsport. Now that's a team, I think, that has one car going brilliantly well and the other one that has struggled. 22nd, yes, for the sister car. 4th, though, still in its 991 class. So a chance of a podium within the 991 division. SP3 headed by Charles Arendt in the 226 CCS Racing KTM. That's the purple one, ahead of another KTM and another SP3 car. So it's a couple of KTMs dicing it out in SP3 and separated by just over a minute. They're all on the same lap. They're both on the same lap, rather, the SP3 leaders. And further down the order, A3 now in the hands of the 99 Honda Civic Type R. David Drinkwater driving that very rapidly. He's opened up a gap of nearly 35 seconds on Max Bartel in the Bonk Motorsport BMW. Max able to bring his lap times down a touch, though, compared to early on in his stint, so maybe getting used to his surroundings now and how hard you can push the 146 car in this level of light, or lack of. Cars circulating round turn 5s and 6 as Caldarelli continues to lead. So a pit stop for the MRS GT Racing Porsche here at Brno. Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell in the main commentary box, with Nick Damon down, probably watching this stop.
I am, yes. The poor old MRS team, they had one reasonable problem, lengthy problem, about 40-minute problem many hours ago, and it's taken them a very long time to get anywhere near climbing back up the field. I think they managed to benefit from a couple of other teams' misfortune. They're still ranked 23rd overall. It's Joe Foster. Joe Foster has got in, and it's Charlie Putnam who has got out, so they are now running through their second rotation. The three Americans with the Dutchman, Javier Masson running this car, and again, oh no, the boot/bonnet's up, depending on what to call it, the trunk. And again, the difficult letterbox fiddling you have to do with the Porsche, but they're just, I think, just trying to clear out the air intake button. It's a very quick fiddle at the back end. Looking to engage a gear, give it a push, that might help. No, maybe, yes, maybe. Is that in gear? Sort of. I assume he's going to go for some fuel now, so hopefully he'll find his own gear at the other end.
Yeah,
and off he goes.
Didn't sound like it was in first gear, whatever gear it was in, did it, from what you could hear. And yeah, it's a good point, Nick, that he does have to sort himself out when he gets to the fueling area. Although he does have two refuelers there, and they are allowed to assist to get the car restarted if necessary. Just one minor point of information: the pit stop that they had, which dropped them way down, lasted over an hour, and that was to replace the hub. Had a problem with the suspension, and the whole hub needed replacing on that Porsche number 78, the MRS team. So, as I say, more than an hour lost in the pits, and that's why that car is so far down the order, 5th in the 991 class. And that is basically the last of the walking wounded, but back out again.
Supper time in many of the garages up and down the pit lane as the crews are tucking into some much needed sustenance ahead of a busy night and a long night. and Andrea Caldarelli continues to lead. Nick, are you going to nip in and grab some of that food, or are you going to talk to a driver?
Well, actually, in fairness, the food smells fantastic, but I have had a very nice snack, so Venus Schnitzel's probably just overdoing it. I need to walk it off with Charlie Putnam, who deserves some food and drink after that stint. How was that hour in the car?
Oh, it was pretty good. I mean, it was nice to get back in the car and feel that everything was working. That's the best the car has worked since we started the race. We started the race with that axle malfunction, which got worse and made us pit. But so the car felt great. It's dark here, but it's also a lot of fun.
I mean, mentally, how do you approach this? Because you lost so much time there. How have you had to recalibrate your hopes for the race?
You know, it's the old trite saying, but that's motorsports. That happens. If you can't stand the heat, don't get in the kitchen, because those things are going to happen. That's endurance racing. That's why the championships normally allow you to discard a race, sometimes 2 races.
Still got, what, 15 hours to go? How far up the group do you think you can get? How far up the class?
Boy, we really haven't looked at it yet. We're trying to figure that out, but we're a lot of laps down. So we're just going to run the best laps we can, see how it shakes out, and then, I mean, we're driving as hard as we can. We're not holding anything back because, you know, every second may count at the end.
Charlie, thank you very much. Just to pick up something Paul was postulating, I think, before a break a while ago, both the leaders of the SP2, the 444 and the 65, just trundle down for fuel, no driver change or tyres.
Thank you for that. And information will be adjusted or updated accordingly. Andrea Caldarelli for the GRT Grasser Racing team and their Lamborghini out front on lap 233. The gap's half a minute and change, but Tom Onslow Cole has eaten into that to a small margin. It's come down from very nearly 35 seconds to now 33, and that could be down to just slightly newer, fresher Hankook tyres. We're expecting Andrea Caldarelli in, well, within the next 13-14 minutes, because he's already done an hour and 46 minutes as part of this stint. That car's made 8 pit stops, the Ferrari behind it only in for 7.
And one of those 7 was kind of a faux pit stop, in the sense that it was, who was it, Peter Cox coming in during the code 60 twice on successive laps in order to get a full tank of fuel, because during a code 60, when you refuel, you're only allowed to put half your normal amount in, but that was the longer code 60, the 22-minute code 60, and because Pisaric brought the car in before, no, it wasn't, it was Joseph Krah brought the car in, handed it over to Peter Cox, and Peter Cox then came in twice, as it were, to get his full amount of fuel on board. So really that's only 6 pit stops for the Ferrari, which is, I shouldn't say it, but none of the top 3, in fact none of the top 6 cars really have had any problems at all. They've been very, very reliable. So even though we've had a somewhat reduced entry for this 24-hour race compared to some of the Creventic races that we've had through the season, we've only had the 2 retirements thus far, caused both by engine failures. Question over the 113 BMW, which we saw very spectacular pictures of being welded back together again, but that's showing all the signs that it might rejoin the Valic Autosport BMW number 113, and say that car, if it is able to rejoin, means that we'll still have 24 out of the 26 cars running.
And I'm just going to mention actually that the number 10 Hoffer Racing Mercedes has recently burnt a joker, because that car did a 2:05.8. Christian Frankenhout at the wheel, and I wonder whether, well, that was certainly the fastest lap that the car's done in this race. And as I say, that the time is removed from the screen because it's a joker lap. Not sure whether, therefore, it's done some jokers previously. I know that you've got the record of all of the lap times for the number 10 car, but I just wondered whether Christian
5. Yeah, 5 jokers altogether, and the most recent one burnt on lap 222 for that car, which is the lap it's just finished, isn't it? The number 10. Yeah, so Christian Frankenhout then, oh no, sorry, as you were, 222 is the one it's on still, so that's why we don't have a lap time for that. 1, 2, 3, 4 jokers burnt by the number 10.
Okay.
And just to reiterate, because some people have been asking, 10 jokers you're allowed to use if you go underneath your minimum reference lap time in Class A6 only, but you're allowed to use them at any time. So if you want to use them in the first 12 hours, you can. What you're not allowed to do is to use them in the last 2 hours of either sector. So you can't use them in the last 2 hours before midnight, and you can't use them in the last 2 hours before midday tomorrow. If you go underneath your minimum reference lap time in either of those two sections, then you have to come in and serve a 30-second stop-and-go penalty.
That's much more like a joker lap though for me, a 2:04.706 now for Frankenhout. Almost doing a 2:05.8 to me is a waste of a joker because you're only slicing 0.2 of a second off the reference time.
But he's 10 laps behind the car in front of him, so what's the point?
Because it's good fun. It's more fun to go quickly, you know, around here, especially in the dark. And Christian Frankenhout having to adhere to that 2:06 for the main part of this race. He's at it again, though. He's got even quicker through Sector 2. So clearly he's happy to burn a number of jokers virtually back-to-back here. There could well be a couple back-to-back.
Well, in a sense, now is the time to do it because he's on a relatively new set of tyres. He's only just taken the car over from Michael Kroll, 7 laps into his current stint. And as I was saying a moment ago, come 10 o'clock tonight, and he's not allowed to use them anyway for 2 hours. So, yeah, maybe now is the time to go just as quickly as you can if you are able to. And it just shows what they're doing with this car at Hoffer Racing. This, just to remind people if they weren't listening earlier on, is the last race for this particular Mercedes-Benz for Hoffer Racing. This is the older shape SLS AMG Mercedes, the one with the gull-wing doors. In the back of the garage, they've got a new one, the AMG GT3, which was out in the optional test session on Friday morning and went quickest. But that's the car that they're going to be prepared to use in from Dubai 24 hours onwards next year.
235 laps now done by the race leader Andrea Caldarelli, and Tom Onslow Cole still behind by 34 seconds or thereabouts. He crosses the line now in the Ferrari 488. So the gap at the line at the start of this lap, 33.9 seconds between Andrea and Tom. It's Alfred Renauer in third position, ahead of Christian Frankenhout, who did go quicker again.
No, he did a 2 minutes 6.091, right, just to prove that he can shave to 2 minutes 6. 2 minutes 6.091. The lap time on that last one for Christian Frankenhout. So how near do you want me to get to 2 minutes 6? As close as you can, please, Christian. Okay, then how about 2 minutes 6.0? Spot on. So thank you very much. So that proves that he can do it. He has it in him. So that's top 4. And then moving down to 5th place and beyond, Johnny, we get the SP2 class.
Yeah, Matteo Cressoni at the wheel of the 444 Ferrari 458 Challenge car, leading SP2 from Jean-Francois Demorge. So there weren't driver changes with those two cars, despite them coming in on the same laps. Drivers stayed on board, and it is now the 444 Ferrari that has the SP2 lead, and a lead of nearly 40 seconds. Back to the French squad, Porsche Lorient Racing, running their 991 Cup car, but within SP2. Charles Arendt leads SP3, 7th place overall for the best placed KTM Crossbow. It's the CCS racing machine, ahead of the RTR Projects example. And just over a minute between those two cars now, a minute and 11 seconds separate Arendt and Eric Yanis.
Now, into the pits has come Caldarelli. Now, this is coming up towards the end of his 2 hours. We gave him quite a bit longer than that, didn't we, for his stint, but he's chosen not to take it. What was the stint time there for Caldarelli? Okay, so it was an hour and... an hour and 9... an hour 49, sorry. Yeah, an hour and 49 minutes.
More like it.
Yeah, an hour and 49 minutes for Caldarelli, and it will, I presume, Nick Damon will tell us, now be Adrian Amsterdt's getting into the car.
We're just about to come back from an ad break, so
right.
we'll cover this when we come back with Motors TV, and Nick Damon can talk us through the stop. This is the stop for the race leader, though. Here at Brno Circuit for the 24hourseries.com, the final race of the year, and this is a pit stop for the car that leads the race, Nick Damon.
Indeed, a completely standard stop, clear out the ducts, clean the windscreen, take out the driver, who was going very quickly, Andrea Caldarelli, but insert Rolf Inichan. So they have gone slightly out of rotation, as we were expecting Andrea instead to go in the car, but no, it is not the Austrian, it's the other Austrian, Swiss man, sorry.
So we were expecting Adrian Amstutz, but in fact, Rolf Inichan is how I like to pronounce it, but Nick's got his own little take on it, I think. And the car, the green Lamborghini, heads down to the fueling area. And this will mean we have another lead change, does it not, Paul?
Yes, it does, because through will go Tom Onslow-Cole in the Ferrari. In fact, through has already gone Tom Onslow-Cole in the Ferrari. So whilst the Lamborghini is getting its fuel, so Onslow-Cole has gone through to take the lead back again. And entirely sensible in a sense. And Adrian Amstutz, the AM driver in that car, the constraint is that he does an hour of driving before midnight in order to score points, and the other constraint is that he does 6 hours in the race as a whole. Now, Adrian has already done an hour and 20 minutes of driving, so is quite capable of doing I say he's done his minimum that he needs to up to midnight, and I'm sure we'll be able to get the remaining 4 hours and 40 minutes that he'll do later on during the race.
Andrea Caldarelli steps out of the Lamborghini and straight to Nick Damon.
Andrea, good long stint again. How's the car performing?
Yeah, car is really well. It was very long to stint, but the car is performing very well. It's quite dark, to be honest, so some points are getting really blind, but you know, I had a lot of fun.
You changed tyres halfway through that stint. Is it getting quite hard now on tyres? Are you having to change every hour?
Probably not. We will think about during the night if we can keep for a double stint.
And when will you next be back in the car?
I don't know. I speak with the guys, and we'll see. I want to rest a little bit now.
Okay, thanks, Andrea. Don't blame him, really.
No, 2 hours in darkness throughout, pretty much. I mean, if he's just finished now at 10 to 9, he started at 10 to 7, where it was virtually dark then, was it?
It was, yeah, that's right. And in fact, he got into the car when the second. No, he got into the car after the second. I want to say safety car code 60 period happened. So yes, I mean the question I think that Nick was trying to get him to answer was whether Adrian is going to do the next stint after Inichan gets out the car, or whether Inichan and Caldarelli will share the car through the night and then let Amstutz in when it gets light in the morning. Adrian Amstutz was the other driver who was saying to either Nick or Joe when he got out of the car that he was a bit disappointed with his times as well. So it may well be that he says, you know what, because as we just heard from Andrea, you know, it is hard out there in the dark, seeing where you're going. It's very dark out there, not much street lighting around the place, so you do need to know your way around and be confident. I think Andrea just said he was driving blind at some points, so you know, you want to be confident with the car and where the track goes, and certainly Andrea clearly capable of that, but whether Adrian will be or not, we may see, as I say, him waiting until the daylight hours before he gets back in the car. It just means that this is more than likely going to be a double stint as well for Rolf Inichan in the Lamborghini, but meanwhile, he gets dialed in, settled into his stint. Tom Onslow-Cole leads the way in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. And he does so to the tune by, he won't be a lap ahead, but it will just be he and the Lamborghini that are on the lead lap, with the previously invincible Herbert Motorsport Porsche to be a bit breathless at the moment, a lap behind the rest.
True. It's interesting to just look at the Andrea Caldarelli CV and just guess how much driving he would have done at night on a racetrack. He's done single-seaters up to the level of GP2 Asia and GP2 Series proper, as Martin was saying earlier on. Some Super Formula experience, although nothing this season. But it all tends to be the shorter races and mainly in daylight. The longest race he will have competed in, I presume, being the Suzuka 1000 Ks. And although that is a 6-hour race, it doesn't take in any darkness in Japan. So this might be his first launch into driving with headlights on full beam. The 226 car has just come into pit road. That's the CCS Racing KTM Crossbow, and it was a class leader. And indeed still labelled as such, although the 224 car, I reckon, circulating just over a minute behind. If it doesn't pit, and we've got 15 seconds in order to try and find that out, but if that stays out, then we should have an SP3, a new change lead in SP3.
Yes, that's certainly not the other car. The 224 isn't due a pit stop just yet. Eric Janis has only just taken that car over, well, took it over 10 laps ago, although he is another of these drivers doing double stints. Interesting as well that Caldarelli saying that double stints should be right on the car now, so we'll try to keep an eye on that and see how many people try and do double stinting. We've got news from the pits though, Nick.
Well, just on the stop, Nick, with the 226 car struggled to get away by the looks of things.
Yeah, it was all going really, really well. The standard KTM Crossbow stop, where they come in, everything looks fine, but they take the rear deck off and kind of feel a couple of things. I think they've obviously worried about I'm sure they probably worried about previous issues like oil leaks, everything else. These SP3 cars aren't having the same issue with drive shafts that the SP2 test cars having. But yeah, all going very well. I mean, he couldn't get gear, couldn't get it started, he got it started, stalled it, and finally got it away. So blew about 15 seconds, which in a close battle could be vital.
Yeah, it could. The two KTMs battling away then at the top of SP3, and Eric Janis takes the lead for RTR Projects, but the CCS racing car will not be too far behind, and of course Eric Janis a little bit further down the road, although as a pit stop compared to that CCS car, although they've now both done 8 stops. That can be misleading because some cars come in during code 60s to put in half a tank of fuel, so aren't scheduled stops, if you like. They're prompted by the caution period. Charel Laurent bringing the 226 car in though, and different driver, I think, now taking it up to the fueling area. The third position in SP3 is the 125 NKPP Seat that we've not mentioned an awful lot about since Joe was on, and its striking livery and the reasons behind it being painted like that. Well, Rob Rapage is currently driving that, and the third position in SP3 it hangs on to. Meanwhile, a position change there, not within class, but for the overall standings, 9th place is now the number 95 VDS Racing Adventures Mark Focus V8. So that's the number 95 car driven by Jose Closer. Probably Close, is it, being Belgian? I'll say Jose Close with a little bit of doubt in my mind. And that number 95 car has just skipped ahead of the Scheuchner driven 62 MSG Motorsport car. Scheuchner not quite having the pace of the SP2 car that's just overtaken it, but nevertheless the German is leading the 991 class from 10th place overall for MSG. Tom Onslow-Cole onto lap 241 now, and he's now enjoying a lap and a half out front from Rolf Nijkin.
Yes, he is. Yes, it's just about a lap and a half, isn't it? 3 minutes thereabouts, and then the 2-minute lap, that's as close as you can get it. Well done. I've just been puzzling a little bit over the battle between the two SP3s because I was confused by them both having done 8 pit stops. And the reason is that they've both done longer stints, but at different times, if you see what I mean. But overall, the 226 has been doing longer stints more often. So it has just done its 8th pit stop. Eric Janis came in 10 laps beforehand for his 8th pit stop. So there's about 10 laps separating their pit stops. So Janis will be in next. But given that the Crossbows can go very nearly 30 laps, So, you know, that's well over an hour and a half on a tank full of fuel. It'll be a while before Janis comes in. It's probably something like 40 minutes before Janis comes in. So that'll be for his 9th pit stop. So he will come in first, and then it'll be the other Crossbow that owes us a pit stop in that sense that you were saying a moment ago, Johnny. So got to the bottom of that in the end. But it does mean that the 2 Crossbows leading the way in SP3, and they must be quite pleased with the way that's going, because they're miles ahead of the next SP3 car up, the Seat Leon, which isn't really an SP3 car at all. It's a TCR car running in the SP3 class.
Uwe Schmidt, by the way, has taken over the CCS car, and therefore his job to try and catch up with Eric Janis as quickly as he can. Janis now on to lap 222 and sharing that lap with the 2nd place SP2 car, the number 65 Porsche Lorient Racing Machine, and also who else have we got on that lap? Well, probably Uwe Schmidt as he comes through. That pit stop will have delayed him a little bit. No, 220 laps just completed, and he's just over a lap behind now, Eric Janis. And Jean-Francois Demorge still in 2nd position in SP2 from Matteo Crissoni. They're having a good dice as well for the lead of SP2. So we have an SP3 lead battle between the 2 KTMs, and a really good fight for SP2 as well. A6 nicely set up. I tell you, we've only got 20... what is it now, 23 cars, stroke 24 possibly.
Yes, it's 23, Johnny. The 24th is the 113 Valic Autosport BMW, which is clearly being worked on. That's the car that had the brake failure that we saw on the screen, having various welding done underneath it. It's been in the pits now for 2 hours, so we haven't been told it's a retirement, but yeah, it is the 24th car.
Yes.
The other 2 definitely retirements being the Car Collection Motorsport Audi, number 34, which Elmar Grimm managed just 12 minutes of, and the other retirement being the 103 BMW from the JR Motorsport team, which pretty much has handed the championship in the A3 class to, in the SP3 class, the JR Motorsport, the other one, which will be 102. Provided that can finish, it will win the championship.
We're just doing some jiggery and indeed pokery here in the booth as I move from seat 2 to seat 1. So we're happy to welcome a guest, I'm pleased to say, in this phase of the race. Still 14 hours and 51 minutes to go, with Tom Onslow-Cole out front in the Ferrari 488. Rolf Eijk in 2nd position, and 3rd place the 911 car of Alfred Renauer, the Precoat Herbert Motorsport machine. A car that's still running around with no problems, but has got a little bit of pace to find compared to the Ferrari and the Lamborghini. Now, Ola joins us from Creventic and the 24hourseries.com. You've got exciting plans, not least for the International Endurance Series, with more tracks on the calendar for next year, Ola.
Yes.
And the Touring Car Endurance Series, which you kind of found a little bit of a way into that this year with, it was 2 races in the end, wasn't it? Silverstone
it's
and
3 races combined. This is the one right now.
Okay. This is a round of the Touring Car Endurance Series as well that you're watching, but the points just get so confusing if you try and add those in as well.
Yeah,
so
fair enough.
We've kind of ignored it and probably not spoken about it.
But new for 2017 is the 24-hour Proto Series, which is going to present a home for, if you own an LMP3 car, you will now be able to race that with Creventic as well from next year.
Yes, thank you for mentioning it. We received a lot of requests from LMP3 and other prototype teams to join the 24-hour series, but since the performance level just doesn't match with what we want to offer here, we always had to say no to them. So we came up with the idea, let's host the endurance series for those cars too. So we asked teams, and they were very positive about it, and now we're happy to launch it next year.
LMP3 is a category that first came into being last year as part of the European Le Mans series, and I remember there was a number of Ginettas as part of the ELMS, and then this year we have had one Ginetta run. There's been a Juno, and there's potentially going to be a Norma coming around as well, but Ligier have the lion's share of LMP3s. I do a lot of the European Le Mans Series races through the year, and 20-odd Ligiers competing in the middle class, if you like, of VLMS. The potential to get a good few cars as part of the 24-hour Protest Series is great.
It is indeed. We have a lot of Ligier cars interested. Ligier itself, they will be present in Dubai to support the cars with spare parts, with technical support. We also have a Ginetta on the list on the LMP3 cars. But let's not forget, we're not doing this only for the LMP3 cars. We obviously also have the CN cars joining, with at the moment 4 different brands that pre-registered. We have Radicals, we have Wolves, Norma and Tatus on the provisional entry list for the race. And just basically fresh off the press, we yesterday had finished talks with Ginetta that we will introduce a special G57 class for the Ginetta G57 car.
So CN cars, I'm sure I've seen these race before, but you mentioned Radicals. I know what a Radical is, and I know what a Wolf is. You could have Junos in there, you could have Merlins, Normas. I mean, that is quite a large class that could be all-encompassing, couldn't it? And will there be some kind of balance of performance within there, or is it just go as quickly as you can?
No, there will be a balance of performance introduced within each car, within each class, sorry. And we will see that every car has the possibility to win. You can see the performance of LMP3 prototypes as the main guideline. Obviously, the G57 Ginetta will go faster, but we will balance it with different measures. But after all, also within the Group CN class, or possibly several classes, depending on performance, we will also have a balance of performance to level out all the different cars. The main idea behind this, if you have a prototype that's LMP3 level or a bit below that.
Which, at the moment, you can't race with Creventic, but you're putting that right.
Yes,
in the sense of creating a third stage, if you like.
Yes, exactly. That's our plans for next year involve roughly 2 to 3 12-hour races in Europe. We will possibly combine those with races of our other 2 series.
Yeah.
To host them in the same weekends, not at the same time obviously, but in the same weekends, in the same events. And well, we're looking forward to the 3x3-hour race in Dubai as a pilot to the new series.
You're going to be busy during that week in Dubai, aren't you? Because we're going to have, what is it? So we're going to have 3 3-hour races. Are they on the same day?
Well, I brought a time schedule for you if you want to have a look. We will have racing time on Tuesday and Wednesday before the main race.
So this is before the 24 hours of Dubai,
yes,
which is into its 12th year now? 12th year?
It's having its 12th edition next year,
yes,
correctly. Well, track time begins with private testing on Wednesday for the 24 hours of Dubai.
Yes.
The Tuesday, 10th of January, we plan to have 2 free practice sessions for the prototypes, as well as qualifying and the first 3-hour race. The second and third race would take place on Wednesday, the 11th of January.
Okay.
So it's all before the start of the 24-hour race.
So this is effectively 3 midweek races. You have 1 on the Tuesday and 2 further 3-hour races on the Wednesday. And are they an aggregate race, or are they entirely separate 3-hour races? Do you add the times of each of the parts together at the end to crown an overall winner, or is it that you have a 1 3-hour race, and if your car retires, then don't matter, we've got another race tomorrow for you?
You can basically see the 3 separate races.
3 separate races.
Okay. It's 3 short endurance races, if you want. So to give the teams also the chance to switch their driver lineup per race. Well, the 12-hour races in Europe afterwards obviously will be as one race, one event per race.
And all held in daylight, the races will be, although there is night practice on the Tuesday evening.
Well, if we look
on
at the provisional time schedule, we have a Wednesday race from 3:15 to 6:15 local time.
Yeah.
Sunset in Dubai around
sunset, yeah.
Sunset, it's correct. Okay, sorry.
It's all right.
In Dubai around that time.
It is about 6 o'clock.
It's about 6 o'clock. These times are also provisional. We might also move the race a bit to the back because well, racing at night is special, especially if you have a prototype. You get the entire endurance feeling, and that's what we want to offer, and that's also why we decided to host this in Dubai. We're having many teams interested at this moment to join. We're afterwards hoping to bring along a lot from Europe itself. We also have teams from Asia that are interested right now, but also there are obviously local cups. There's a Radical Cup, for example, racing in the United Arab Emirates, and we are very positive about making a success out of these 3-hour races in Dubai.
Do you foresee that a driver or a team will actually bring a prototype car to run in the Proto Series on the Tuesday and the Wednesday, and they might also have a GT or a touring car with them as well to coincidentally run in the Dubai 24 hours? Colin White, for example, who is a regular that I know back in the UK, a regular at Dubai in his Ginetta G55. He's got a Ginetta, one of the new, remind me of
the G57.
G57 cars. So it's almost killing two birds with one stone, we say. Bring two cars to the same week, and you can have so much track time.
Yes, you're talking about the ideal situation there. We hope that many teams, as well as drivers, obviously, decide to also step on the prototype. It's not only for those that are used to it, obviously. Also, some that are joining the 24-hour race in Dubai might just want to try it out for once and have a look if it is something for them. And I'm sure that with the combination of the prototype race in Dubai and the 24-hour race, we can offer a great stage of practice in either class.
Yes, I mean, we already heard, we were talking to Baz Cowton down in the pit lane, who's running the NKPP car. He has some CN prototypes that he was interested in. He didn't say definitely, but he did say that it was worth the consideration because he got the two Wolf CN cars that he can run in the Proto Series. Yeah, I mean, one of the very big attractions for entrance of Creventic races is the cost of entry. And if you can, as Johnny says, kill the two birds with one stone, bring cars down that you're going to bring down anyway, plus you can tempt your driver and say, look, you can have some practice time in the prototype, and that's going to prepare you as well for the 24 hours if you're riding in the GT car. So, you know, there's a lot of economies of scale of doing everything together.
It's a very cost-effective way for teams to have both cars. But to just mention the entry fee that we will handle. It's a 10,000 euro entry fee for the entire prototype event, which includes standard transportation from and to Rotterdam in the Netherlands, as well as fuel for the entire event. The only extra expense being tires, obviously, but
if you're a local team in the Middle East, presumably it's going to be cheaper, or do you have to take the car to Rotterdam in order?
No. Obviously, you don't have to. It's also optional for European teams to have the. It's possible for teams from Europe to also not only chip from Rotterdam, but obviously the local teams will receive a discount on the entry fee for not having the transport. Yes.
Tyres, you mentioned an additional cost. What tyres are these cars going to be running on?
I cannot tell you just yet.
Oh, okay. We are just going to head away for Motors TV viewers. And I think we're therefore safe to continue on radiolemans.com. Tom Onslow Cole, by the way, still out front in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, the number 11 car, having completed 247 laps. Right, so I can't get a scoop there, Ola, on the tyres that are going to be used in this brand new championship. It's still under, well, maybe you've decided...
We are quite far in the negotiations.
Through a process of getting a deal.
Yes, it will be a single tyre provider, just as in our other series.
Yeah.
And we, again, obviously put the focus on making it as affordable as possible for the teams.
Is that decision something that you will talk with the teams about, though, in terms of what tyre they would like to be on, or is it done entirely away from your competitors?
Right, we're taking, of course, both into account. We're talking also to teams about it.
Yes.
Obviously, some tyre suppliers, they could supply the right sizes.
Yes, okay. So it's a logistical thing as well as which is possibly better for the series.
Combined logistic. for the competitor, but also the commercial side of it.
Yeah. Any idea of the timescale of when the tyre manufacturer will be announced?
We will have some big announcements coming up the next few weeks.
Oh wow! Okay.
We are planning to, within the next few weeks, also announce the class division for the races in Dubai.
Yes.
As well as further information on transportation, on the tires, the costs, the sizes, the manufacturer. Basically anything that's needed to know about the pilot race in Dubai will be announced in the very near future.
Driver combination looks like focus firmly on the semi-pro. You're allowed one pro driver?
Yes, we are allowing one pro driver on a car.
Yeah.
Or two semi-pro drivers.
Okay.
So talking about the FIA classification, it would be one either gold or platinum driver or two silver drivers. So we want to make it possible for teams to also join if they by accident became a silver driver.
Okay, I'm with you. Yes. So you're looking to do at least one driver change in each of the 3-hour races?
We want to have a fixed amount of pit stops.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are not quite through it yet, but we will also very soon announce the regulations for the race technical sportive regulations, as well as for the entire series next year. And we will include in there also how it will look like in Dubai.
Yes, yes. And that's obviously the priority event at the moment with the 10th and 11th of January. Feels like a long way off, but it will roll around very, very quickly. And I'm sure for you guys...
Transportation is in about a month. So
is it?
It's closer than it seems.
To get everything from Rotterdam to Dubai is quite an exercise, I presume.
Yes, we're using the same logistics provider as we use for the 24-hour race. So we've made good experiences with them in the past, and we are sure the cars will get there safe and they will also get back safe. That's the most important part.
Are you excited?
Obviously, it's a new challenge for us. It's a new chapter. We haven't dealt with prototypes before, and it's great to have the opportunity to offer something like this in the endurance market. I believe, especially for the LMP3 cars, 12-hour races will be the longest they've ever raced.
Yes. Yes, it's a good point. Well, it's exciting times once again in Creventic. We wish you well in the weeks and months to come of planning and getting cars to the Middle East, and I will be there, I hope, for that week of Dubai. So we'll look forward to the 10th and 11th of January, which will be the first ever event for the 24-hour Proto Series. Ola, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me here.
And do stay in touch as far as the news to come, as far as tyre supplier and mandatory pit stops, all that sort of thing. Timetables for the rest of the year, because of course the calendar for 17 is still to be announced. Thank you, Ola. Much appreciated. Paul.
Yeah, thanks very much. All fascinating stuff, and let's hope we see some good races. And as we've said before, it's just such a delight to work with the folk from Creventic. You really do get kind of involved into the family of Creventic. So thanks not only to Olaf, but also Gary Williams, who was up here earlier on. Meanwhile, in the race, Tom Onslow Cole for Scuderia Praha Ferrari continues to lead by, well, it's going up, isn't it? The gap first to second, as he increases his margin over the second place car of Rolf Ineichen in the Lamborghini. We've got news, though, from the pits. Nick Damon.
Yes, interestingly, marvellous timing, because the entire duration, that really, really interesting interview with Ola, not a single car connected to the pits. And as soon as you finish, down rolls our 6th place 65 car, the Porsche Lorient machine.
Do you honestly think we're just throwing this together, Nick?
It's amazing. I mean, obviously there was obviously a red light for pit entry. That was it. No, Creventic are talking, no pit stops. And that is a standard stop for the Porsche, not even a check for fluid we've seen from a number of cars. One thing we've not seen so far from anybody, and I know we're only sort of 8.5, 9 hours in, no one yet has done any brake changes. Now, often some of the heavier cars do change brakes early, but my guess is that the cooler temperatures has taken off some of the stress from the pads and the discs.
That's my guess as well, Nick. And I'd like to, not that I'm distrusting you, but I'd like to have somebody from one of the, particularly A6 teams, confirming that the plan is to just change the brake discs once, or whether, for example, Hoffer Racing might be planning to go through the whole race without changing at all.
250 laps now. Did you want to reply, by the way, from Nick, as far as that's concerned, or for him to go and chase that information? We'll leave it to it, yes, and get him to come back to us. You're happy to reply. Go on, Nick.
I was can reply. There is no one preparing anything. Normally there are trays of these things out there. My guess is Hoffer have done, on the hotter races had to change twice. The SL's a heavy old beast, and a lot of that weight over the front axle. They often have to do 2 pad changes, normally only 1 disc change. The Ferrari normally does 1 as well, but we don't normally see anyone apart from the SLS come in the first 8 hours, but they are looking completely relaxed and happy about that. But it'll come to us. If they haven't done it by midnight, that'll give you your answer.
Well, yeah, exactly so. The question that I have in my mind is, well, yes, you could run it till midnight. You could go a little bit further, though, couldn't you, and then see how it goes. I just wonder, though, because I don't know enough about metallurgy and the way that carbon works, but even though the temperatures are cooler and therefore getting the brakes cool is not a problem, the fact that the temperature of the disc is going to be going up and down more might actually lead to it to degrade more. Now, I don't know if that's true or it's just me making it up, but as I say, brakes so far, as you say, don't seem to have been an issue, although we did have one car that had a brake failure.
Nick, feel free to come back again on lap 252 of the race. I've just peered over my left shoulder to keep a monitor of how many laps we may be expected during this race. Is that figure correct? Go ahead, Nick.
Paul did say carbon. Of course, all the brakes here are steel.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yes,
steel brakes. Obviously, I say steel. They are obviously a very complex metal alloy of various types. The top of them is steel, and the pads are racing pad types, which probably you could buy a version of at the shops, but they are very advanced. Most teams were bedding in brakes and pads, spare sets, during the night practice yesterday. But my guess is, I mean, yeah, the big enemy of brakes is either the design of the circuit or heat, and we haven't got heat. The circuit's quite flowing, not a lot of big heavy stops, so you know it might well be this is the one where they can all get through on one. And more importantly, you obviously, if you can avoid changing the first points paying 12 hours and change it 12 hours and 5 minutes, that's the best route.
Indeed, absolutely. So, yeah, we'll keep a weather eye on that with still some 2.5 hours to go before midnight even, so still plenty of opportunities. To go back to expected race distance, yes, in my general instructional for Johnny on the screens, that number there is the expected race distance. Now, it will change, obviously, yeah. But we're working towards 646 laps. That was down from 653 earlier on, as we've had now 2 code 60 periods, and the second of which lasting for 22 minutes, so half an hour so far under code 60.
But if we did reach 646 laps, that would be up from 324 completed last year, is that right?
Well, 324 in a 12-hour race last year. Yes, right. So you really need to double 324 to get 648.
That's what was confusing me, because I thought you must have had an awful lot of code 60s in 2015. But yes,
no, it's a 12-hour race.
Yes, thank you for that reminder.
Not that either of us were here. I think everybody else on the team were here last year.
Well, that's my excuse.
We'll stick to it then. You've got my backing. The other one which is interesting is this little graph here. That shows how Tom Onslow Cole is going away from Rolf Ineichen in the Lamborghini. So the further those two lines get apart, the further Tom Onslow Cole is getting away from Rolf Ineichen.
To Nick Damon again.
224, the test bed KTM has come in. This time they've not taken off the rear deck so far, and they've not looked at the rear drive. Oh, they're visually checking the drive shafts. They aren't actually doing anything more than that. Skalaki has got in the car. Don't know his first name. I haven't got his paper in front of me. The slightly wounded one of the MSG, I think the 63 car came in as well. It had a relatively slow stop as they checked everything round from 22nd place, but away it goes. So more KTMs, this time rolling successfully. Ah, look, there the two girls, the pink track-suited girl and her friend who hand out penalties have been up and down again, everyone. Someone's got some penalties.
OK, well, that's something to mop up in due course. It's Daniel Skilicki to answer your general question to the ether, but I've come back for that. So I'm sure we'll have had some relatively quick twitterage as well to provide us an answer. Scuderia Praha still out front then from Rolf Idaichen's GRT Lamborghini Huracan, and it's 3 minutes and 15 seconds now, the gap between those two cars. Alfred Renauer is able to lap a bit quicker than Rolf Inaikin, certainly on that lap, and we'll keep our eyes peeled to the final corner of the main straight, because Alfred Renauer is due across the line now to finish that 251, and he's brought the gap down again with a 205.7, so found about 0.6 of a second on Rolf Inaikin that time around. Christian Frankenhout running in 4th position, and the best placed of the A6 cars that needs to stick to the Delta time, the only car indeed that remains in Class A6. What do we call it again? A6 Advantage? Although
yes.
that doesn't really exist in the race?
Yeah, A6 with an advantage handicap.
Yeah, and Elmar Grimm's Car Collection Motorsport Audi sadly no longer in the race, and hasn't been since about 13 minutes into the first hour. We lost that Audi very, very early in the race indeed. Here's Nick again.
The one car that is looking where, though a couple of cars are worse, whereas the 303 completely missing the rear bumper and balances, but it is trolling along quite nicely since they ripped that off. So I'm sure it's got some slight aero issues. Rick Broikers has just got out of the car. It wasn't Ivo that got in, but the other two drivers couldn't see who it was. But I am going to go and try and talk to Ricky, that's all right. I shall grab a word with young Rick.
Yeah.
Rick, how is the car handling without a rear bumper?
It feels exactly the same, to be honest. I think I had a pretty consistent pace, and I hope I made up some position, but still we have a lot of time to catch up. But it's a long race to go, so I hope maybe we'll get a podium on the end.
With the change in the temperature from yesterday, is the car now a bit nicer, a bit easier to drive?
Yeah, especially for us, because we had a lot of trouble with the front tires and the hot weather during the day, not hot, but warmer. During the night, it's a lot easier for us to manage the front tires and to get well to the end.
But it is quite, everyone's saying it's very, I know it's dark, they're saying it's very dark. Are you noticing how dark it is?
Yeah, it's pretty dark compared to other circuits, but I think it's not that dark. The only thing where it's a little bit difficult is the other lights from the other cars, because they are very bright at the moment. But I think that's making the difference between good drivers and amateur drivers.
Rick, thank you very much. So what we actually need is an international circuit measure of darkness. Where is it super dark and where is it not dark at all? My guess is, and I'll give you a track that I don't think gets dark even when it's dark, Daytona.
Because of all the floodlights, yes, and the Abu Dhabi 12-hour goes into darkness but doesn't really get very dark at all because of that being just about the best floodlit venue, or the most floodlit venue in the world, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. It is. They have certainly got a few wattage of bulbs out there. You see, like Dubai is sort of middle dark because it's actually, as I said, illuminated by the 95 other cars, and they've got some lights around, and because it bends on itself the whole time, every bit of lights 4 bits of the track. So what we now need someone to do, I'm not saying Paul, is list all the tracks with a nighttime running and list them in order of darkness. And this, to my mind, is the darkest.
Would a light meter from cricket be able to provide some kind of answer, do you think?
Well, I don't think you'd be allowed to bowl anything other than slow left arm in this particular conditions, but it's a good idea.
I think it's the only idea, because otherwise it all becomes too objective, and you know what I'd like to think about things which are a little bit subjective. I think you need to have some kind of measurement. So I like the idea, but I'm not quite sure how it's implemented. Just on the subject of the Red Camel Jordan's team, and you can kind of feel the tension as Nick was talking to Rick Broikers there. By the way, it's the driver in the car at the moment is Moni Krant, I do believe, who's taking the car over. But they do have a potential podium in their grasp, in the sense that they could get third place in the TCR Class Championship. Although they're only fourth at the moment, they can move ahead. In fact, they're really fifth, because there's two teams equal on 52 points, so that's a mistake we must draw Natasha's attention to. So they're currently fifth in the championship, but they can move up to third. What they can't do very easily at the moment is catch up with the NKPP team, who's ahead of them. If they can get ahead of the NKPP team, then they could even finish second in the championship. But third is certainly a realistic possibility if they can get the car home in fourth place. They're currently fifth in the SP3 class. Which will give them 12, that'll give 56. Yeah, no, actually, where are they now? Fifth place will give them 7 points as well. So if they keep going in fifth, then third place in the TCR Championship is theirs for the taking in just under 2.5 hours' time.
On board the Porsche that is heading through the darkness at the moment. You can see that the cabin itself, though, is just gently illuminated by the ultraviolet light that many of these cars carry, so that the instruments can be picked out rather, and also that doesn't really affect how things are seen out in the wild woods of the Brno circuit. The slight problem you might have, of course, as Chantal Kroll was commenting on, I think last night during night practices, some of the headlights on the cars, the pursuing cars, are that intense that it just becomes a huge distraction as that light burns into your retinas via the rear view mirror, and it's very tricky to block that out. As the Honda number 99 goes a touch wide on the exit of turn 10. Not sure whether it's better to be pursuing a car in these levels of light or whether you're better off on your own, but you can get a little bit of warning of where the corners are and where the track goes next, although many laps now completed by pretty much all the drivers, so they've at least had a chance to be out there in decreasing light or full darkness. This is the area of track which is a great place to spectate from, the downhill stretch from turn 4 to 5, and then the sequence of successive corners at 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. Crucial to get a good exit out of that relatively tight right-hander at turn 9, which leads uphill initially and then the downhill approach to turn 10 as you cross the sector 2 timing beam.
Into the pits comes the Herbert Porsche 911, Alfred Renauer coming in, and Nick Damon may be in a position to tell us whether this is going to be a driver change.
We'll let him get the microphone cranked into action as the Porsche goes
Hello!
up on. There we are.
I think there's a slight delay between the camera signal firing up, so I'm whittering away to myself. No change from normal there, and no one's hearing me. 911 car has come in, and it is a Renauer swap. As I think it's Robert who's got in. Did you check that? Is it Robert who's got in? Yeah, it is. So he's off and out. Alfred gets out. Now also, just a minute ago, and probably too recently to take into account this stop, the dreaded penalty girls.
Oh yeah.
Well, I say little, they're both fully grown ladies who walk down in sort of yoga trousers or tracksuit bottoms and handing out penalties. Handed out a penalty to the 911 car, so they will be serving a penalty in the next few minutes. Now that stop seemed a little bit short. But did he manage to get his whole hour done, Paul?
Yes, he did. He did 36 laps. It's more than an hour for Alfred Renauer. The stint time was an hour and a quarter, and as I say, that's long enough to take 36 laps aboard, which is not quite a full tank of fuel, but it is 90 litres worth of fuel, because the Porsche can only refuel 90 litres at every stop. So once you kind of use up your 90 litres, even though the tank can take 120, they come in and do their refueling at that point, and keep fingers crossed they might get some code 60s, and then they can come in, put some more in.
Thomas Padovani's brought the number 96 S1 Racing Porsche down pit road, so this was the view that we were having from inside the cockpit on the main track a little while ago, but it's the end of the stint and they're giving the windscreen a good old clean now with some detergent, and actually it's relatively busy in the pit lane with 5 cars all very close to Nick Damon. I know you're trying to shape up an interview with Alfred Renauer.
He's just coming over. Alfred. First question, why did you wait so long to have your first stint in the car?
I don't know. It's difficult to say. We thought it's the right decision. It was the first stint for me. It was dark. It was a little bit difficult so much, but I think we managed it very good.
The other question we need to ask you is, are you going to continue going after the 12-hour mark? Are you doing the full 24?
My information is to finish the 12 hours and then go home.
Don't do that, you might win.
I don't know, maybe they have a new idea.
Go tell them, tell them. We need to do. I've got about €3. That's about a hundredth of a tyre. Is that all right? It's okay. Thanks, Alfred.
€3. Need a bit more than that.
70 quid, that is.
Yeah, maybe the Czech Republic, indeed. So what else have we got in the pit lane? 2 more pulls. That's the 96 car that's about to launch back into life. There's a car exiting with no lights there, which is quickly sorted out, thankfully. 14 hours and 19 minutes to go as we have Tom Onslow Cole out front in the Ferrari. So 257 laps completed by Tom Onslow Cole in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. This is round 7 of the Creventic series for this year, the International Endurance Series, powered by Hankook. Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell in the box. And Rolf Ineichen running in second position from now Robert Renauer, who's just got on board the number 911 Precoat Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Okay, Paul, you're free to talk.
That's okay, I had nothing to say.
Oh, what?
No,
I thought you were going to interject, and as we had two attempts at trying to say goodbye to our Motors TV audience for the next 3 minutes.
The reason I was waving at you was I was acknowledging your hand signal, so no problem at all. So the gaps is, as you say, I think what we need to look out for now is going to be to see how Robert Renauer's lap times are going to compare with those of Rolf Ineichen, because having had everybody in the pits at the same time about 4 hours ago, it was, which was the last time we had a code 60. Everybody came in at the same time, and therefore everybody was on the same schedule. It's kind of moved away from being on the same schedule now, because the Porsche is actually doing slightly shorter stints at the moment, and let's say with Caldarelli doing a shorter stint as well, because they've been driving to the driving limit of 2 hours for Caldarelli, and that means he double stints. Rolf Ineichen is out at the moment. He'll be doing probably, I would say, about another 7, 8, 9 laps, enough for a quarter of an hour's worth of driving, 20 minutes worth of driving for Ineichen. But before either of those come in, we'll get the leader in, and that'll be Tom Onslow Cole in, and I'm just wondering whether or not he will lose the lead or not, because of course last time he did make a pit stop, he did lose the lead, and it's going to be touch and go. I think he will lose the lead again on the next pit stop. Now, Nick was telling us that pieces of paper have been given to the 911 team for track limits infringements, which therefore means they're probably going to have to make a penalty at their next pit stop. Nick's task, should he choose to accept it, is to go and down to Scuderia Praha and sniff around and see if there are any penalty notices lying around that the Scuderia Praha team are going to have to take when Tom Onslow Cole comes in for his next routine pit stop, which I reckon will be in about 5 laps' time.
Way ahead of you.
Excellent, well done, Nick.
Oh, it's way ahead of you, I've already done it.
Go on then, tell us what the answer is.
No, there aren't any new ones. It's interesting that one of the ones they got last time was actually one of their penalties, the 28-second penalty for speeding under code 60, but there are no new ones on the table that I could see, but I'll have another little look, I think, just in case they got a new one.
Live in the Czech Republic for the final round of the 24hseries.com and the International Endurance Series, as Tom Onslow Cole continues to lead with nearly 260 laps now completed in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari 488 GT3. The Lamborghini Huracan of Rolf Ineichen is in second position, and that's the 963 car from Robert Renauer back on board the number 911 Precoat Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Fourth position, it's Christian Frankenhout. After that spell of burning a number of jokers within about 10 or 15 laps, he's gone back to the 2-minute 6 marker now. Last time through did a 2:06.7, not quite as good as when he came round doing a 2:06.091, I think it was, taking it very, very close to that Delta time.
And yeah, the curfew, if you will, for any more burning of jokers happens in about 15 minutes. So any, and this is purely, in fact, he is the only car, because the only other car that was entitled to use jokers was the car collection Audi, which is long since retired.
Yeah.
The only car left which is allowed to use jokers is the number 10 car, Christian Frankenhout. And to be fair to the other drivers, it's really only Frankenhout and Hire who are capable of driving the Mercedes quickly enough to burn jokers in any case. So really it's 15 minutes for Frankenhout to do it if he wants to, or if he feels it's worth it. Say with 10 laps of a disadvantage on the car in front of him, and very nearly 10 laps of an advantage on the car behind him, he may just say it's not worth it, let's just stick to the time that I'm used to, stay in the groove, stay in the right rhythm. But that's the number 10 Hoffer Racing Mercedes, running in A6 but running to the AM Advantage balance of performance procedure, which kind of puts him into that funny little area where he's faster than those behind him and slower than those ahead of him.
But for this race, uniquely perhaps, there are actually 4 hours where you're not allowed to do a joker lap time. That's the last 2 hours of the 12 hours, which was the original build distance when it was first registered with the FIA this year's championship, and then it was extended after the drivers asked Creventic and said, could we run to the first 24-hour race ever to be held in the Czech Republic? Creventic said absolutely yes, but as far as a point scoring exercise is concerned, it would have to still be a 12-hour race. So once we get to 22 hours into the race, tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, the final 2 hours of this race in isolation will not permit jokers either. But it's really, as you say, just one car that can still go below that delta time. Otherwise, if they are running to a delta time, then the subclasses don't have jokers, and the time penalties creep in immediately. The 99 Honda just receiving a little bit of work there, knocking part of the engine bay. Hopefully that's nothing to worry about. And this is an area of the track turn 10, where the exit is downhill, and then the ascent begins into 11 and 12, and Nick is down with the number 99 Honda. Just watching that pit stop take place.
Just a little bit, guys, better count to 6.
Okay.
Just a little bit of extra oil being added to the Honda's engine. Done in sort of a fast way. They need the funnel, really. They tried that thing which you try and, how you try and pour it out of the 1 litre oil bottle, and you never quite get it right at the start. You spill a bit. You think what they should really have gone with was a funnel, I'm honest. Not what I did with my car. Over the driveway, probably all over the pit lane. So that was the oil. They've stopped. They've done their own slow process of changing these SP2 tyres, which involve SP3 tyres, which involve the 5 A3 tyres. So I got the class right next time out. A3 use the 5 studs, and it's like spin it on, spin it off, and then torque wrench it up. And they're just waiting to fire. This is pretty much a standard stop, apart from the oil fill. But just take a very long time, and away they go. And I can't tell you who's got in the car, because I didn't see that part. I was meandering up here at the time.
Okay, I was distracted there by Luis Scarpaccio, who's going particularly quickly in the 444 Ferrari, which is the SP2 leader, and maybe feeling the pressure from Pascal Gibon behind him in the number 65 Porsche Lorient racing car. So this fight within SP2 continues to be pretty close. 48.6 seconds the gap between Scarpaccio and Gibon, and then the fight at the top of the standings in SP3 is also very entertaining between the two KTM Crossbows. The gap is 36 seconds between Daniel Skelicki and Uwe Schmidt in the 224 and 226 KTMs, rather, respectively. So RTR Projects leading the CCS racing version. And then third in SP3, it is Bob Herber in the 102 JR Motorsport BMW. Sadly, the other JR Motorsport Beamer launched its engine with Baz Schouten driving that car, and we haven't seen it since, well, that was happening in the daylight, didn't it? Long, long time ago. It's been in the pits now for 4 hours, and he's officially retired, I believe. The 103 BMW. So all the JR Motorsport guys concentrated on trying to get that 102 car on the podium. It's running podium at the moment.
Yeah, just before +5 it was when the 103 launched its engine.
Thank you. Tom Onslow Cole about to whip back across the line. And no, in fact, he comes down the pit lane. So there was a slight delay there. I was concerned for about 2 seconds and then realised actually this lap time was going to be slightly longer because he's going to come the other side of the pit wall and towards Nick Damon.
35 laps as opposed to 37 he did on his previous stint.
Comes in, it's Joseph Kral will be taking over from Tom, and everything is absolutely straightforward so far. And you guys do keep trying to retire that 103. They are still changing the engine. They're still working very hard on it. And my guess is whether they'll make the 60% of the 12 hours, I doubt, but they might make the 60% of the 24 hours. Not sure what that's worth, but they're all sitting there. The driver's still all suited and booted, and the engineers are connecting things. But in the lead here, a car which has been running not only well, but at the front, out gets Tom, down goes the car off the jacks, and out goes Joseph Kral, so another fast driver replaces a fast driver.
Yes.
And any second now, I'll talk to that other fast driver who just got out.
Yeah, Tom Onslow Cole then out of the Ferrari. Joseph Kral currently the holder of the fastest lap of the race, and Luis Carpaccio in the SP2 leading car has just done his personal fastest lap of the race at 2 minutes 8.977. That's the leading SP2 car. By my calculations, and you may want to go along and chivvy them along, they've got about another 40 minutes, Nick, on the 103 to get it fixed, and then get out to do sufficient time before midnight to be classified for points at the end of the 12 hours of the race. About another 40 minutes to go.
It's the 24hourseries.com live here from the Brno Automotodrome, and Johnny Palmer and Paul Trustwell looking after things for the remainder of the hour, and then we'll have a little bit of a shift change whereby we'll have 14 hours to go, and then into the final couple of hours of the 12-hour race, at which point points are awarded. And Nick Damon is pounding the pit lane. We've just seen the 11 Ferrari do a pit stop. It's down in the fueling area now. The man to step out, Tom Onslow Cole.
Tom, happy with that hour and 10 minutes or so?
Yeah, really good fun. The track in the dark is actually very good. It's very satisfying to drive, but there's a spot of gravel here and there, which definitely makes it interesting. It's really hard to see on the circuit, but sometimes you'll come into an exit or an apex or some braking, and it'll be a lot more slippery than it was the lap before. But that keeps it entertaining, keeps you sharp and focused.
So has your mental conversion to the 488's mid-engines vagaries, is that complete now? You totally happy with the way you're handling the car?
Yeah, I think so. I actually had a bit of a moment in that session going through, I think it was turn 8. I was thinking, this just feels normal now. Yeah, it hasn't really taken long, and you can really make the Ferrari 488 move around here, and you need to in those changes of direction. You know, that's really the key to speed.
Sort of uniquely for a Creventic race, you're also getting a chance to get into a rhythm without much traffic, aren't you? Because there's a lower car count, so you're enjoying actually quite a lot of completely clear laps.
It is real annoying when you actually catch some traffic, because you're in your own space, you're doing your own thing, pushing on, looking at your delta time, and then there's a couple of other people you have to share the track with. It's quite annoying. Normally you don't get that rhythm at all. I think at Dubai this year, I remember on the Thursday I did the out lap and one flyer that was completely clear and didn't see a clear lap for the rest of the race or the rest of the weekend. So it's rare, but definitely enjoying it. It's nice.
Oh, great. Get a bit of a lie down. Cheers, man.
Yeah, Tom Onslow Cole, the always informative Tom Onslow Cole, fresh from the 11 Ferrari, and Joseph Kral then takes the next stint for the race-leading car. Rolf Eichen doing the chasing, 3.5 minutes further down the road, and it's still rocking now in the third place. Porsche also trying to get close to the 262nd lap, but they are struggling a touch there at Precoat Herbert. Reliability is absolutely fine, just can't match the pace of the two cars ahead of it right now. Luis Carpaccio still putting in some great times. He has brought the fastest time for that car down to 209.040, Luis Carpaccio. And the gap is a minute now back to Pascal Gibon in the Porsche Lorient Racing 991 car. We may have more news from Nick Damon.
Yeah, the 243, the KTM test bed, is back in a... came in a kind of a limpy way. trundled down the pit lane, not very happy, and straight away the engine cover is off the back. Can't see to drive shafts or not, but it's yeah, they are. They're looking at the same place at the back again.
Oh,
so I think another loss of drive on that KTM, but they are getting quite quick at fixing it, aren't they, really? They're down to about 10-15 minutes, straight off that rear left. They've even got the light ready for it, and they're straight on the rear left to go and change the drive shaft, I guess.
Josef Kral going through and maintaining the lead over the Lamborghini, but not by very much. And I'm just trying to work out how much it is. It's less than 30 seconds. I was suggesting beforehand it was going to be close between Kral getting out, and that was why we sent Nick down to check the penalty table. Here he goes. 21 seconds is the gap between Kral and Rolf in Eichen. Now, it's a slightly artificial gap because Eichen has, maybe... It depends whether he's going to do a double stint or not. Right Turn Lover suggested that Caldarelli might be having a short break and then going back in the car, but he needs to do 2/3 of the last stint, which was very nearly 2 hours long. So I don't think that Eichen has quite gone far enough to give Caldarelli enough break without making it worth his while to do another part of a stint. So I think we'll get a double stint from Rolf in Eichen, but only about another three laps at most on his current stint. So Rolf in Eichen in after about 3 or 4 laps on his current stint. And Josef Kral, of course, with just 20 seconds of an advantage at the moment, can then relax because the Lamborghini will have fallen a little bit further back. So it's still close. You know, here we are, nearly 10 hours into the race, with 2 cars on the lead lap. The Precoat Peugeot Porsche not quite on the pace back in 3rd place and a lap behind. But all 3 of them still running thus far smooth as clockwork in this 24-hour race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting that all these cars have had trouble-free runs. Right, that brings to an end our coverage on Motors TV. We'll return on this channel in the morning, but obviously we'll stay online via the 24hourseries.com website and radiolemans.com. Bye for now. So, homing in on just 14 hours of this race to go, and in 2 hours and 2 minutes and half a minute, in fact, there'll be points awarded for the end of the Creventic Series proper for 2016, and then continue racing for a further 12 hours into the daylight and through till midday tomorrow. As the cars work their way across the line, let's have a look back as we near the end of the hour on the highlights of the race so far. Here is the scene then in Brno for the 10 o'clock hour, and there are 14 hours therefore still to go in this final round of the season. Paul Truswell.
Yes, just looking at Lewis Scarpacci in the SP2 leading Ferrari 458, the challenge car, 444. This is a car that has Matteo Cressoni on the driving list, but Lewis Scarpacci has just been doing some pretty quick laps. Now, unfortunately for him, because he's in SP2, he's constrained to run to 2 minutes 9 and not below, but he's just done a couple of laps in the 2 minutes 08s, and there aren't jokers available in this part of the running, so he is going to have to take, I think, probably about a minute's worth of stop-and-go penalty when he next comes into the pits. That's the number 444 car, which Scarpaccio has only just taken over, so it'll be a little bit of a while yet before he comes in. But Lewis Scarpaccio then very quick in the Ferrari, but a little bit too quick, and whatever mechanism they're trying to use to monitor lap times clearly isn't working for him. The problem is, when that kind of thing happens, you then have to get a message to him and get him to slow down, but not too much. Martin Haven has joined us back again, having been fed, watered, and no doubt, Martin, because I know you well, you've been going and doing homework and researching stuff as well.
Well, not much to do, actually, because there's only 2 cars malingering, and we will get to them very shortly. 10 hours into our 12-hour season and our 24-hour race here at Brno. Scuderia Praha still lead their home race from GRT's Lamborghini, and the Precoat Herbert Motorsport Porsche lies in 3rd place. Our 4th and final A6 runner is still Hoffer Racing. They are 11 laps off the leaders and 9 laps off a podium spot with the number 10 car. So that might break its record of having finished in a class or overall podium position every time it's been out. 5th place is our SP2 class leader, and only just about a lap ahead of the 6th position car, which is 2nd in SP2. So RPD's Ferrari 458 Challenge car ahead of Porsche Lorient Racing's Porsche 991 Cup car. In 7th place overall, still 7th and 8th, the battle for the SP3 class lead between 2 GT4 spec KTM Crossbows, RTR Projects, which is the orange and black car, and CCS Racing, which is the fabulously purple, yellow and black camo car. Although, again, quite where that camouflage hides it, as opposed to in plain sight, not quite sure. SP2 3rd place car, the final car on the SP2 podium at the moment, is the VDS Racing Mark Focus V8. That is in 9th position. And our 991 Cup class, our 991 class leader in a 991 Cup car, MSG Motorsports lesser delayed 62 car. The 63 car has been predominantly the trouble magnet for them, but 62 also had a little bit of a delay. 84, Speed Lovers Porsche in SP2, that's just off the podium, that's 4th in that class, that lies in 11th place overall. And then JR Motorsport leading SP3 car, the car number 102, is in a podium spot and now just about ready to overhaul their sister car number 103, which is being rebuilt around a new engine, or with a new engine in the garage at the moment. They're in 12th position. 13th place, HRT, ahead of NKPP, whose Leon Cup racer has been going extremely strongly indeed. Est1, the Estonian team, with their Porsche Cup car in 15th place, and in the 991 class, that leaves them in 4th place, ahead of Red Camel Jordans, that's had a number of escapades, most of which involved trapping in the gravel. LMS Engineering's Audi TT-RS sounding fine now, but that had problems early on, as did 131 TTC Racing Seat Leon. Bond Motorsports number 146 BMW 235i is our A3 class leader, and that has been tried and true, reliable and tested, although they brought 2 cars here and only 50% of them made the race. So there's always a little bit of a question mark there, isn't there? Now up to 20th place and 2nd in the A3 class. Just about a lap behind is the RKC TGM car, because they've overhauled Reinhard Koerfler's True Racing KTM. The number 243 car is currently in the pit lane and has dropped to 21st place. And in 22nd, MSG's much delayed 63 car. MRS GT had a rear hub failure. The 78 car is still running. two Halton Lane BMWs, both in the garage, the E36 GTR of Valic Motorsport being welded back together as they repair damage which we believe was caused by steering issue, and 103, as we said, JR Motorsport putting a new engine in that BMW with a V8 engine, and they are still hoping to get that out in time to make 60% race distance. R1 confirmed it will go no further. Car collections, Audi R8 LMS, which launched its engine after just 5 laps of the race, and unfortunately, although they did fit a new engine, by the time it was going to be all back together, they wouldn't have had enough time to actually make a significant difference in the championship. Yellow flags are out at turn 1. So somebody is in the kitty litter, and that is the number 226 KTM, isn't it? So the CCS racing car out of 8th place and second in the class.
I think it's looking for somewhere to camouflage itself, Martin.
Did you get that?
Joe Bradley, sorry, I was still in a sentence, mate. We will come to you in just a second.
Wasn't sure you could hear me.
Yeah. I could hear you. I was just talking. Let's hear what Joe Bradley has to say. He's just taken a slice of pizza down to the pit lane. Did they enjoy it?
Nobody's interested in what I have to say, but what people are interested in, and something perhaps that Christian Frankenau can tell us. Christian, the Hoffer Mercedes seems to be going well from where we are. Tell me, anything from where you are?
Yeah, the car's going okay. Balance-wise, we have a little bit too much oversteer. We tried to solve it now at the pit stop, so I hope it's a little bit better for Chantal. But furthermore, the car's driving perfectly, so no issues. And yeah, it's always in Brno. It seems darker than everywhere else in the world. I don't know why, but second time here, and it's pitch black dark, and I don't know, but okay, it's nice, you know, it's really night racing, and I like it, no problem.
I'm glad you said that, because I do think it's the darkest place in the world. I've got to say that every time you guys get out of the car, there is a debrief between your engineers and your tyre guys and the Mercedes guys. It's like it's like an organic thing, your Hoffer Mercedes, isn't it? You're constantly doing things throughout the races. I mean, what can you do in the pit stops to affect things like too much oversteer?
Well, it's not big things for sure, but it's the small things like the balance, the brakes, how are the tires, tire pressure too high, yes, no. We can like play a little bit with the balance with that. So it's just small things, but it's just the debrief that you always have actually after every practice or qualifying or race. Only now it's just every stint you do the same. Just to see if the car is okay or not, and just see where can we still improve.
And Christian, is this information that you are transmitting from the car before your pit stop, so that they can try different tyre pressures in the tyres as they go on the car, so they're all ready for you when you come in?
Yeah, for sure. We do it when we were driving and just before the pit stop, like the important things, the changes that we need to do before. But after that, it's just like the normal routine. Okay, is the car okay? Gearbox. Then they see the tire pressures, or the tire pressure is really too high, as I'm saying, and etc. So it's just a little checkup afterwards. It's just small debrief, but it helps.
Yeah, absolutely. And now then, tell us, it's 10 o'clock at night. It's a Saturday night. You've just got out of the car. I would imagine you're buzzing. How do you relax now? How do you wind down, grab some sleep? How do you shut down the system and the excitement of where we are?
Well, just have a small massage, have a little dinner. We have to eat still, even if it's at night. So we do the normal things we always do. But now, I've still a couple of hours until the next stint, so try to maybe take 2 or 3 hours sleep just to have a little bit more rest. Because you can stay here in the pit box the entire night if you want, but you know it doesn't change anything. So you need your rest to be ready for your stint always.
Thanks, Christian. That was great to talk to you. Thanks for that insight. Thank you.
Well, thank you to Christian, thank you to Joe Bradley, and of course, in between stints, we do exactly what the drivers do, shovel in pizza. That's right, isn't it?
Well, if pizza is brought up, which it is, and thank you very much to whoever it was who organised that. I'm sure Creventic was at the bottom of it somewhere.
Yep.
But brilliant.
In fact, it was Ola who's going to be looking after the prototype championship who brought it in. So yeah, somebody again, and yet another little touch that the Creventic team produced just for us, and all we do is witter inanely all night long, and they feed us and water us and everything else. And
it's not even, it's only just gone 10 o'clock, so
I know.
it's hardly all night long yet. Anyway, Josef Kral back at the wheel of the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. He was fastest of all last time he got into the car by doing the fastest lap, 2 minutes 1.7. He's done a 2 minutes 1.9 at the beginning of this stint.
Well, he's hardly trying, is he?
So he actually did a purple sector, that means best sector of the race, in sector 2. Did a personal best in sector 1, but it wasn't overall the best sector, and that was on his first flying lap out of the pits. And since then, he's had one lap in the 2 minutes 05. All the rest has been in 2 minutes 2. So very solid and very consistent lappery from Josef Kral. And nothing against either Tom Onslow Cole or Peter Cox, but at the moment, Kral is really the star of that team's drive. So possibly local Czech knowledge coming to the fore. And of course, that is all working to assist the advantage that the Ferrari has. Having won this race at 12 hours last year, he has now established a gap, and is going out again, of very nearly 50 seconds between himself and the Lamborghini of Rolf Ineichen. And Ineichen is going to be in the pits very shortly to... Well, he's going to hand the car back to somebody, or he's going to stay in for a double stint. We'll have to find out. And that might be a task for Joe Bradley in the Lamborghini area, if you can find there. Is there another driver standing by? If so, is it Adrian Amstutz, or is it Andrea Caldarelli again? And
didn't Caldarelli just get out the last time?
Well, he did, but they've only got 3 drivers, and they've already skipped Amstutz once. Amstutz has done enough driving to qualify himself for points, but he hasn't yet done enough to qualify himself for the race, but there's plenty of the race still to go. But
well, if they don't use Adrian now, then they don't have to use him before midnight, because we're 11 minutes past 10, so that won't be a driver time infringement, will it, even if they stop now?
No, but what I do just have to calculate, and that'll take me a couple of minutes, is just to work out what Caldarelli's rest time will have to be, because he did virtually 2 hours on his previous, and he hasn't yet.
Doesn't he have to do 2/3 of that 2 hours out of the car?
Correct, so he hasn't yet done that.
That's twice in today I've guessed something that's been correct in the back of my mind. Excellent.
You just remembered regulations, Martin.
I have.
That's very good.
226 will be recovered from the gravel and brought back to the pit lane. That is the car that is currently second in SP3, and the SP3, no, that's currently the, where's it gone now? It has dropped down a position, actually. It's now down to third in SP3. I was going to say, it's been in the gravel for 2 laps, hasn't lost a place. Now it has. However, that's lost a place to Bob Herber, who's in 102, the JR Motorsport BMW.
And it's also about to lose another place to 125, Martin.
But I was about to say that Bob Herber is about to possibly take the lead of that class, because Peter Scheuch in the MSG Motorsport Porsche would need to come into the pit lane, and he now has, having done a 1 hour 59 and so many seconds, pushing it right to the limit, driver stint. I'm getting all sorts of horrible static. Let's fade Joe down. No, that's still ticking away like an unsuppressed 1960s ignition. Nick nods knowingly in the background. So Peter Scheuch has come in, 62.
Yes, he's a 9SP2 car, is he, though, Scheuch?
No, he's a 991 car, I beg your pardon, yes. So Kim Andrew Hauschild is second in 991. So, but then Bob Herber might move up to 9th place as opposed to 10th if it's a long stop for Scheuch. I heard air hammers in the background. I'm assuming, since the pit lane is not very busy, that Joe Bradley is either at MSG or the Lorient Porsche team, or both.
I'm at the MSG pit, guys, for the 62 stop. It's Bolting he's got in the car. He's got an English flag next to his name, but I'm sure he's German. But he's got an English flag next to his name on the car. The 62 has had fresh tyres. It'll head off in a moment. He's trying to start the car. 9th overall, says the light on the car. He stalls. Had a bit of a problem trying to fire the car. The car's finally fired, and now he moves out. He's having trouble picking away.
Rev it, man! Rev it!
Rev it, man! Rev it!
Thank you.
Yes, he revs it. Now he'll head along the pit lane and turn sharp right through the garages and into the refueling area.
Well, shown as an English-born national and an English resident is Joachim Bulting, who is the driver of the 62 car. As you say, not the Englishest of names I've ever come across. However, who am I to judge?
The other thing is, we've had a message on the screen saying that 226 will rejoin the race. Now, I just wonder whether that means that they're not going to put it on a flatbed, that he's going to rejoin the race.
He's probably been dragged onto terra firma and then sent on his way with a flea in his ear.
Yes. With or without. But
Darken not our pit lane. 102 is in, Bob Herber, so he doesn't get a chance to pass Peter Scheuch, or not Peter Scheuch it is, and in fact he's lost a spot to the 84 Speed Lover car, and I'm going to say Pascal Richard, Philippe Richard. I'm getting my winter and summer sports confused.
Yeah, those cars, 84, not in the same class, and there goes 73, the HRT class car through. And just to pick up on the story that I told whilst Johnny was here about that car having some confusion about who's going to win the championship for the drivers in 991.
Which one, 102 or
no, 73,
HRT?
the HRT performance car, which has two drivers which are capable of winning the drivers' championship, Stephen Bourness and Kim-Andre Hausschild. And those two are going to end up tying for the championship if they end up in either first, second, or in first or second place in the class, and if they end up third in the class, then Stephen Bourness will end up winning the championship on his own. So there was some consternation because the team itself wants Stephen Bourness to win the championship, seeing as he's done the whole season and Kim-Andre Hausschild hasn't. So they felt it was only fair that Bourness should win the championship. But if they, and there was some consternation when they thought that there was a chance that might not happen. But due to the fact that Kim-Andre Hausschild was credited with more points than he deserved, and he put his hand up and said, no, I nominated myself to drive in a different car, and that was when he was driving in two different cars in the same race. The number of points was deducted by Creventic, and so it's now going to end up that those two are going to end up sharing the championship if the car finishes in either first or second.
Right, goodness. I think my head is spinning. I'm trying to remember whose helmet I'm looking at in 102, and it might be Vard Slice, but I wouldn't want to bet on that. Anyway, Bob Herber is out. Not sure the driver looks tall enough to be Martin Lanting, so that brings us down to Francesco Castellacci, and I'm not sure it's him. I think it might be Vard Slice. Looks like a brake change going on 102. Bit of caliper twiddling going on. There's some hex-headed thing being used on a caliper. And Lefty Lucy, he's undoing that, isn't he? So why would you be trying to separate a car? I have to admit, I don't know how this particular BMW's brakes go together, so it may just be a brake change.
The 102, Vard Slice, who you
has he driven at all?
Hasn't driven the car
I
at
haven't
all.
said the name, although I have read it several times. I haven't actually said it out loud. Bradley, you're on. Hello.
I'm on the scene as well. I was next door waiting to get an interview with Joe Foster, which we will still grab, but then I heard you describing this brake pad change on this 102 BMW. It's not... The caliper isn't like what we are more familiar with race cars, insofar as it hasn't got quick release pads and calipers. There are basically road-going calipers, very heavy-duty road-going calipers, but the retaining pins are a bolt. So unlike where on sort of other kinds of racing cars, you see just a pin and then a clamp that goes in, the calipers back, we're actually having to undo two bolts, which then allows the pad to be removed, and then the screwdriver gets in, like you would do with... I'm sure you've done that with your Morris.
Well, yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, this is actually more Morris Minor technology than even my nearly 15-year-old very bog stock Mercedes C-Class, which it seems to have much easier to disassemble brakes. However, it is a brake change, and they've only done 10 hours of the race. Now, I know they've done quite a lot of racing in 10 hours, but it is only 10 hours.
And they are absolutely worn out, mate. There's not... In fact, if my able cameraman can get a and get a look at these pads.
Quick squeeze around the ingredients, I think.
Or
no.
if I do kick them,
yeah, don't touch them.
They're very, very hot. I'm trying to flick it over. I can't, to show you how worn out. If I was to touch them with my fingers, which I'm not going to.
Oh, go on, Bradley.
I need a pen or something.
It's fine. They are predominantly backing plates with almost nothing left.
Hotel key fob. Let's flick it over. That is so hot. Hardly any pad material left on there. Yeah. Absolutely worn out. If they'd used them for maybe another hour or so, that would have been down to the metal, and then they would have been in trouble. So they are right on the nosy with that calculation on brake wear. That pad is absolutely worn out, and the pad, I wish I had a new pad to show you the difference, but great calculation on pad wear. They obviously know this car inside out, as you would imagine. Yeah. It's just a bit, like you said, it's a Covent Garden BMW M3 kind of brake change, the sort of thing you would get on your road-going car. Nothing quick release, nothing able to be done as swiftly as we would normally see, so it took us back a bit.
Yeah, head torches and extra lights being brought to bear on the right-hand front corner now. And the left-hand side has been done, right-hand side being done now. And all the high-vis tabards and all the other stuff you have to wear in the pit lane, of course, getting in the way. Just adding to the time they're spending stationary.
And the third place car, sorry, I wasn't quite sure if you'd finished or not. The third place Lamborghini has been in for its pit stop, 963, and it has been Rolf in Eichen getting out of the car, and Andrea Caldarelli has got back into it. Now, he was right on the cusp of his minimum rest time, I reckon. It was just within a minute, his minimum rest time. So, Right Turn Lover called it on a tweet a little while ago. Well done. It was a slightly shorter stint, slightly shorter than 2 hours, so that he could get his minimum rest time in for the next stint. And Rolf in Eichen, having done a 1 hour and 16 minute stint, was able to get back in. Rolf in Eichen did 1 hour and 16 minutes of a stint, and that provided just enough rest time for Caldarelli to get back into the car. And so once again, we've skipped Adrian Amstutz and put straight back in Andrea Caldarelli. We've got more information though from Joe Bradley down in the pits.
Got a chance for a driver interview, this time Joe Foster, just out the MRS number 78 Porsche. Joe, just give us a bit of a refresher of the character building race you guys have had so far.
Well, you know, obviously we've had a fantastic car through practice and qualifying, and we're easily leading the race early on, and obviously had several mechanical problems that hit us. And all we can do is fix it and move forward. So it's a pretty simple plan, which is every hour and a half or so, give it gas and tires and then go like hell. So that's really all that we're doing at the moment, and try not to break it. And it's got a couple little things we're trying to be delicate with at the moment because we don't want to fix those as well. But the car is actually doing fine. We're learning a lot about the night at the moment because compared to last night in night practice, it's significantly warmer tonight than last night. So it's actually quite a different picture in terms of tire pressures and setup. So we've actually been tuning on the setup during the night as we go along. And it should be, I think, great for Charles right now.
So does that simplify things kind of thing? Because there's only one thing to do now, and as you say, drive flat out. Is it, rather than be, complicate things with tactics, etc., you could just have to drive it.
Yeah, there is no tactics right now. It's just go like hell. And in that last stint, I think I said I just made up a lap and a half on the field, and I'm sure Charles will make up more. So that's all we're going to do, and focus on our own race.
Joe, am I right in thinking the initial problem that the car encountered was a rear hub failure?
Yeah, it was a right rear hub failure, and simultaneously, for some reason, the alternator failed at the same time. So we actually replaced the alternator in the right rear hub and axle in the back.
That's very odd. I mean, is there likely to be a recurrence of that? I mean, that's a pretty bulletproof part, isn't it, on these Porsches?
I don't think it'll recur. Honestly, it is a bulletproof part. And it's one of those things where everything is life, everything gets changed, and you have good days and bad days in terms of luck. And trust me, there's plenty of good days to go along with it.
You've been around the block so much, Joe. I know you're quite adept at putting a smile on the face of adversity.
Well, you know what? I'm just having a fantastic time driving. This is an amazing circuit I've never been to before, and it's a proper circuit, and I'm really enjoying it.
Great stuff. Thanks for talking to us. Off to get some rest now?
Yep, thank you very much.
Thanks, Joe. Joe Foster there, out of the 78 MRS Porsche. This race promised so much for these guys. They were very, very competitive at the front of the 991 class, looking for a 991 win. They know how to win races. These guys have done it before, but unfortunately, like he said, a bulletproof part can let you down. It was a very expensive bulletproof part, this stand-up.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. So Charles Espinlaub at the wheel of the 78 car, lying 22nd overall, 5th in the 991 class. 991 leader is in 9th place overall, has completed 250 laps, and the 78 car MRS GT is exactly 20 laps adrift. So a very wide margin.
But then again, if you consider, Martin, it spent an hour in the pits, and that's worth 30 laps, isn't it, pretty much?
Yeah.
So even though it's 5th in the class, if you gave it back that hour that it spent in the pits, then it would be leading the class. So, you know, these things...
Yes, but if my name was Jensen...
Ifs and buts are part of what motor racing is all about. We've got a bit of a battle on the field as a new fastest lap of the race is set by Andrea Caldarelli. This is an unusual race in many ways, not least because fastest laps of the race, the first one was set just after the start. Then we had one an hour and 3/4 into the race. Then we had another one further just before 4:30 into the race, so 4.5 hours into the race. We've just had another one 10.5 hours into the race, and that's from Andrea Caldarelli then at the wheel of the Lamborghini. 2 minutes 1.069 fastest lap of the race, and he is just 10 seconds, Martin, now behind Robert Renauer at the wheel of the 911, which is up into 2nd place now, the Herbert Porsche.
Again, we've seen the gaps at the front stretch and shrink, and as you say, Caldarelli, this is it's a doing something highest up the wall competition at the moment, isn't it, with Josef Kral. Kral, the previous holder of the fastest lap, and as Paul has documented, by 3/4 of a second close on, Andrea Caldarelli gets the GRT Racing Lamborghini to hoist up its skirts and really fly. Kral has the lead, though, but as you say, the battle for 2nd place down to 10 seconds, and at the line, as the Ferrari goes across, Robert Renauer last time was 10.09 in front. However, he did lose 3.8 seconds last time round. Assuming Caldarelli is even a second slower than that, then he'll lose another couple of seconds this time round. Renauer has gone by us for the 276th time in 9.8 seconds. Andrea Caldarelli took 20.2 of a second out of him that time round, actually. Dropped to a 203.8, so traffic as ever playing its part. And one of the reasons perhaps why only 10 hours in we're getting, or still 10 hours in, as opposed to usually in the first 4 or 5 laps we get the fastest lap of the race set when the track is clear in front of the front runners. One of the reasons why I'm still getting fastest race laps is that we started with 27 odd cars, and we now have about 25 running on a 5-kilometre circuit, which is both broad and sweeping. 26. So lots, 26. So lots of good sight lines, but not an awful lot of traffic. Well, hang on a minute. Can't have 26 running because the 24th place car is still being tacked back together.
Yeah, 26 were at the start
26
of the race.
started,
Sorry, I was correcting you on the number who started. You said 27 started. 26 cars started the race, although one of them didn't really start because he pulled into the pits at the end of the first of 2 formation laps.
But did then start.
It did then start afterwards.
And is still
yes,
running and troubling its team. In fact, he's in 18th place, having sort of not started from the pit lane, sort of.
That being the TTC Racing entered Seat Leon in SP3 class.
By the way, those of you who are listening to us online, either on radiolemans.com or 24hseries.com, you can find live timing courtesy of the link on 24hseries.com. And if I had radiolemans.com open, I'd tell you whether there was a link on the front page of that as well. But since you're on there or on 24H Series, then you can probably find those for yourself. So you can find the live timing. And if you're a lot cleverer than me, you can probably second-guess what Paul Truswell is going to come out with next. And in fact, some of you have been doing that with remarkable alacrity. I've done it once, but only by looking at the things that are right in front of me, slapping me in the face. Getting yourself up to speed. I will actually tweet a picture in a minute of Truswell's mobile data centre, just for those of you who are going to get nerd computer envy And you can have a look at... actually, we're quite well spoiled here, because not only have you got your normal array, and I think that's the correct word, but you've got a whacking great plasma on which you put all sorts of extra doohickeys and thingy bobs and what's-its.
Yes, I've been giving Johnny a kind of instructional as we've gone through as to the extra bits of information that are on the big doohickey behind us. If you want to know what's on the big doohickey, you only have to ask, Martin, but I don't want to overwhelm with you at the moment.
No. That's like me asking a phone engineer how my phone works. I don't care how it works, I just want to know that it works.
Yes. Okay, well, I left Johnny in charge a little while ago and the whole thing disconnected, but well, apart from that disconnection, we've been running very well, so thanks to Rob in timekeeping, who's been helping, and all the other people around the world who have helped as well by providing some of these systems which I'm able to run.
It's all I can manage to do to remember to fade up Joe in the pit lane when I'm talking to him, because I hear him all the time, and I forget sometimes that you don't hear him all the time and only some of the time.
Right, okay. In terms of keeping Joe on his toes, the first of the cars that are going to be bound for the pit lane, the 224, which is now the SP3 leader, is probably going to be the next of the pit callers, and that will be Dan Scalici coming in for a routine pit stop. And as far as the A6 class is concerned, Robert Renauer at the wheel of the 911 will be due in around about... Well, yeah, he could do about 10 laps, so 15 to 20 minutes we'll get Robert Renauer to come in. But we've got Joe with us now, I think.
Yeah. Well, Joe's got something that doesn't need a car.
Sorry, guys, but if the camera's with us, these two lovely girls who you can see walking away down the pit lane, they are the providers of doom. Now, what a tactic to employ. These two girls, who are probably a collective age of 30, I think, they are the deliverers of penalties. Now, when they walk into your garage, and she's distinctive because she's got bright pink pants, that when they walk into the garage, they are...
He means trousers, everybody. He means trousers.
They are the deliverers of your penalties. And what a great tactic, because you're not going to give them a hard time, are you? Can you imagine them sending the likes of me in? I'd be confronted by confrontation and anger all the time, but it's like, oh, hello, girls.
Now, Joe.
Thanks very much. 30 seconds, is it? Fantastic. See you next time.
So Joe, your job, Joe, is to follow them around and find out which garages are getting the penalties so you can alert us, because it can make the difference. They're getting 30 seconds.
Paul, I can see a flaw in that plan. Me following young girls around, I think there's a law against that, so I'm not really going to risk it.
No, at a discreet distance, you're trained in surveillance, surely.
Well, they couldn't touch me for it before, so I might get away with it. I'll give it a go.
All you need to do is just to find out where the penalties are landing, because I think Scuderia Praha, having had some problems earlier on, have now sorted it out. So, you know, they've had their table inspected already by Nick Damon. So, Joe, tell us when, as and when you can find out
Well,
more.
the 84 Porsche's the last recipient of their doom.
Okay. Well, the SP3 car, the Crossbow, Dan Scalici is in the pits now. As I suggested, he might be our next pit caller. 224, routine pit stop for him. So it should just be fuel, probably tyres, and probably also a new driver at the wheel of the 224 car.
More fastest laps as well. Gregory Pace has just set the fastest lap for the VDS Racing number 95 Mark Focus V8 after 10 and a half hours of racing now. So it is really unusual that we get fastest race laps popping up in the middle of the night, because by that time usually there's too many cars hitting too many things and too much debris. By the way, which of the VDS Racing Adventures drivers is Mr. Panini football stickers? Nick Damon probably knows that. No, he doesn't. Okay, he's looking at me bizarrely. Well, the car is always liveried with Panini football stickers, which all children will know, all children of any ages. And I'm not quite sure which of the drivers is Mr. Panini, or the relative of Mr. Panini, or friend of Mr. Panini, or major investor in Mr. Panini during his youth with his pocket money, who knows, but they're always on the car. Gavin Pickering has just lost a spot. The Speed Lover Porsche was recently on pit lane, the number 84 car, and the Estonian entered number 96 Est1 Porsche has just moved up to 12th place. That car is still in a 991 podium spot. And to keep Joe Bradley happy, our police patrol unit is once more patrolling the pit lane, otherwise known as the Bonk Motorsport BMW 235i, which has the bright blue strip right the way across the top of the window, illuminated at night, makes it look like a police cruiser out for a bit of a trawl for ne'er-do-wells. And if Joe Bradley is following young ladies at an insufficient distance, then he'll certainly fall into that category. That moves on its way. The Bonk Motorsport car is now back to second in the A3 class. And this changes with pit stops. They battle with a 99 Honda Civic. And the 99 Honda Civic goes in front, but they're 42 minutes into a stint with Thomas Gannon. So they will be rescinding that. Not rescinding. Handing over, giving up, what's the single word that I'm looking for there? Answers on the postcard, please.
The battle is on.
Yes.
Rescuing Martin. Robert Renaud with Andrea Caldarelli chasing him. He was 6.9 seconds behind. He's 7.2 seconds behind. So Renaud, and this is probably the first time in a straight fight that the Porsche has been quicker than the Lamborghini, except right at the beginning of the race, I suppose, because we did see the Porsche going past, didn't we, early on in the very early on in proceedings. But Robert Renaud against Andrea Caldarelli. Caldarelli having set the fastest lap of the race, last couple of laps hasn't been able to keep up the same pace. He closed the gap down, but he only got to within 6.5 or 6.9 seconds, I think, is the lowest that it's gone down to, and it's now back up again, as I say, with Robert Renaud going just quickly enough to keep the Precoat Herbert Porsche on ahead. And the problem for Renaud is that his pit stop is going to come before that of Andrea Caldarelli, so he'll have to give up the position at that point.
Keep going, I'm still tweeting.
Yeah, so Martin trying to do two things at once, as ever.
Yeah, multitasking never works, does it?
I'm not quite sure if the data screens are copyrighted, so if you have the ability to take them down, if people start complaining about copyright, then that would be useful. Where are we up to? So car number 226 was the one we were worried about, wasn't it? That was the Crossbow that went off the rhubarb and custard car, as I think it was Nick Damon. Was it you, Martin, that christened it the rhubarb and custard car?
Well, too purple for rhubarb. Rhubarb that colour, I would definitely not be going near eating. But
right. It was reported as rejoining the race, and we thought, OK, then they've got it to start. But it hasn't rejoined the race, nor has it tipped the pit-in marker. So the message on the screen that said it will rejoin the race may have been a statement of intent rather than what's actually happened, because it's still sitting on the lap chart at 244 laps completed, which was the number that it completed, as I say, before it had that
car
problem.
Number 226?
Car number 226, yes.
On my screen, it says it's completed 251 laps. Not that I wish to disagree with the mobile data centre.
No, you're absolutely right.
Lord forbid, even before I tweet a picture of it, I know I'm in trouble.
No, you're absolutely right. Thank you, Martin. That's because your eyes are better than mine. Yeah, it did rejoin.
My screen's bigger than yours.
So it has rejoined, hasn't it? And it's currently running third in class. That's 226. So let's just see. That was what I was planning to do in the first place, was to work out how long it spent on that long lap when it had the problem. Yes, it was 12 minutes out on the circuit. It then came in and had a 7-minute pit stop. And then went on its way again. So about 19 minutes lost altogether for the 226 Crossbow. And as a result of that, it is now 1, 2, 3, third in the SP3 class.
Yes, didn't even drop off the podium, did it? Although it did drop out of the lead, out of second.
Yes, that's right. I mean, it was second in the class and has dropped down to third now. And it's involved in a little bit of a battle with the BMW of number 102, the JR Motorsport, which is also an SP3 class.
No little bit at all. That's a podium battle.
It's a battle for the third place in the class, but it's a minute and a half, so the rest car sort of 3/4 of a lap separating the two of them.
And you remember when the 102 was getting ready to leave the pit lane, I said, I don't recognise that helmet, but I pretty much guarantee it's not Francesco Castellacci. Who's in the car now?
Let me guess, somebody Italian?
Yeah, and so still no Vard Slice. Now, I don't know whether Vard Slice, well, he wouldn't be on the final entry list if he wasn't here at all, would he? Because he wouldn't have qualified. So Vard Slice must A, be here, B, have qualified, and yet C, still hasn't driven the car. So clearly, no intention. Well, he's still got time to drive it before midnight and points for the championship, but it seems slightly odd that he hasn't yet. Castellacci's in for his third stint in that car. JR Motorsport still trying to get onto the podium with 102. And again, Paul, this is actually going to be one of the ones where we probably need your Reader's Digest slide rule converter of something, or at least an equivalent, to work out where 102 has to be in relation to the currently still static 103, and whether or not actually 103 will get any points or enough points, because it's still in the pit lane, 103, and didn't it have to have left by now?
Yes, my back of the envelope calculation suggested that it would have had to have left by now.
Yeah.
And for those of you struggling with this is for the SP3 class standings in the championship, where currently 103 leads the championship, but only by 3 points from the 102 car.
Or 7 with drop scores.
Exactly, except that because of drop scores, the 102 has to drop a score, whereas the 103, actually it doesn't have to drop a score. But
well, it will.
If this is its lowest score, then this will be its drop score, if you see what I mean.
Right.
But if it gets going again, then it might want to start scoring points for this particular race.
Well,
so we will work that out within the next hour and a half, because within the next hour and a half, the race for points is going to be over. Half distance, and it might be worth, again, if you're looking for something to tweet, getting hold of the picture of the orange flag, because that will be exciting to watch the orange flag being displayed. I don't think we've had an orange flag ever displayed before.
Never of my knowledge in motor racing. No.
Whether all of the... it's getting very close to...
well, I think possibly with... No, this was somebody saying, very impressive and not a stopwatch in sight.
Oh, no, there is a stopwatch.
That's because I was...
next to the bananas.
Yeah, next to the TechSet scientific calculator, the Time Master 2, and the clock with multiple functions. And that's above the Reader's Digest motorist pocket converter, which is a source of A, enormous glory, and B, that must have come out in a Reader's Digest in about 1972 or 74 or something. So just a thing of... I was saying to Nick Damon, who is a fellow old snotter, a classic car owner, that's exactly the sort of thing that in a club display would be in an open glove box in a car like his, because that's perfect. 444 serving
penalties. This is we did talk about this, because I said Luis Carpaccio had broken the bracket time, broken out of his minimum reference lap time, and he's now paying the penalty for so doing. He's been at rest now for half a minute, and I saw him go underneath the minimum reference lap time twice, if not 3 times. I think it was twice. So he will have to stay there for at least a minute, coming up to 45 seconds now, and possibly even longer than that. So the car number 444, leader in SP2, but with Pascal Gibon at the wheel of the Lorient Porsche, second in the class, but a lap and a half behind. He's got a little way, little bit of an advantage yet, but certainly the 30 seconds that he's losing now, or the sequence of 30 seconds that he's losing now, will more than compensate for the time that he gained by going under his minimum reference lap time.
Well, you are assessing him for at minimum a minute, if you've noticed, and this is definitely well over 30, and this is up to 60, isn't it?
Yeah,
but
no,
will it be 90?
Minute and a half
so
that he's gone now,
right,
and he still hasn't gone. So he did break under, as I say, I caught 3 of them.
He's been playing fast and loose with track limits, hasn't he? So
I think it's just the minimum reference lap times, to be honest.
Oh, right,
It
okay.
was
Well,
1 minute and 35 he was stationary for, so I think perhaps they just gave him an extra 5 seconds to be on the safe side that he didn't do anything else.
Right, sweeping other crumbs off the table.
Well
thank you. Ian McCarthy tells me that Mr. Panini is no longer with us, but was a sports car collector. Ian McCarthy from from Hungary. Can't pronounce that. However, Right Turn Lover says that he thinks Thierry Dulac de Boscu is a higher up at Panini Belgium, and the Belgian national teams in many disciplines are known as the Red Devils, hence the red colour on the car. Yeah, all right, I'll go with that a little bit. I'll go with that. And who else was commenting on very good? Oh, Sam Taheri saying would love to be joining this race as well. And yeah, unfortunately, just a day or two late for that. Joe Bradley is in the pit lane. Joe, save me from myself.
Yeah, that's a task beyond anything. The 444 Ferrari has gone straight through. It's taken that penalty, but it's gone straight past its pit, so it's not taken on any tyres or anything. It's gone straight through to the fuel. So he's kind of sacrificing that pit stop for tyres and driver, and just taking on fuel whilst he's taking that penalty.
That actually, Joe, that's consistent with the tactics that that car has been using throughout the race, which is double stints and slightly shorter double stints than the fuel will actually take them, but it means that they're going to the 2 hours maximum of the driver rather than going to the full distance that the fuel will go. So they do the 2 hours maximum, so they do an hour's driving, come in, do exactly what you've seen, except that there was penalties to be taken, and then go and get fuel, and then they'll be back in again. And it's not just Scarpaccio who's been doing that in the 444, but in fact, all of the drivers have been doing double stints, with the single exception of the Lubomir Jakovic, the Slovakian, in fact one of two Slovakians, because Gregor Ciglio is also a Slovakian driver. But Gregor has also been doing double stints, as has the other driver with an unpronounceable name, the Czech Republic driver of Dusan Palcia. Get out with those.
That was a pretty fair stab. That was better than my go at the Hungarian town, which had far too many vowels and accents, and not even consonants and accents, not even remotely enough vowels.
Yeah, so anyway, it's an interesting tactic, and it seems to be serving them well, because unusually, again for a Creventic race, this is an unusual Creventic race, we have the leading two cars in both SP2 and SP3. We have the leading three cars in SP2 and the leading one car in SP3 ahead of all the 991 cars. And normally Porsche 991s are the ones we see creeping up the order, but in this race, behind the four A6, healthy A6 cars, we've got a sequence of four healthy SP2 and SP3 cars before we get the first 991 in 9th place, which is the MSG Motorsport Porsche number 62 in the hands of the curiously named Joachim Belting, the British driver.
And that has had little problems. 73 had a little problem as well. 63, the other MSG car, had all the major problems, but 62 came in with an issue as well. I can't remember what it was now. And the third place car, 96, that hasn't, but it hasn't, how can I put this politely, exactly set the timing screens alight, although at the moment actually they are still lapping at least as quick as their class rivals. Joe Bradley?
Yeah, I think that 62, you said that it's lost forever out of your memory bank. It came in without a wheel, if you can remember.
Oh, yes.
And so it had gone out, lost a wheel, which hadn't been...
Well, no, it was half an hour into its stint, because...
oh, really, was it?
Yeah, it really was. In the same way that, remember, the 102 came in with a loose rear wheel, or 103 came in with a loose rear wheel, and that was half an hour into the stint, and the driver thought he'd picked up a puncture. In fact, the wheel hadn't seated properly, but the Porsche, no idea. Somehow the wheel had machined the nut off, or the nut had been cross-threaded and come off, or whatever, but yeah, the wheel just vanished into the ether, or into the, well, not into the ether, but into the darkness of the surround. So somewhere, hopefully, a marshal has rescued it, or come daylight, a camera will pick up a wheel on a patch of grass or in the gravel, and we'll have 5 minutes of consternation trying to figure out which car is three-wheeling its way around, and then eventually somewhere in the dim and distant it'll drop that actually there was a Porsche many hours ago that lost a wheel and we never did see where it lost it. So
yeah, the leading car in 991, the 62 MSG Motorsport car, has spent 38.5 minutes in the pits, as opposed to the second and third place cars, the HRT Performance car number 73 and the S1 Racing car number 96, which have both spent just 35.5 minutes in the pits. So some 3 minutes more spent in the pits by the car that leads the class. So that's an indication of the pace of the MSG Motorsport car number 62, and the drivers of it who have been driving very quickly indeed. Jochen Belting, as I say, at the wheel at the moment. Paul Schleusner, to give him his full name, we sometimes shorten it to Schleusner. Henrik Still and Nicky Lindlisbacher is the fourth driver in the MSG car number 62. Which is the one that is running untroubled. The 63 car has been having a more troubled time and spent very nearly an hour and a half in the pits, having had a 37-minute stop at its first pit stop. And then a 20-minute stop after that.
So as we head fast towards 11 o'clock at night, we are an hour and 10 minutes away from the end of the championship, and 13 hours and 10 minutes away from the end of the race. For reasons that we covered earlier on, for those of you who are just joining us, welcome wherever you are. Thank you for joining us for the 24 Hours of Brno, which is also the final 12 hours of the championship, or at least the first half of the 24 hours is the final 12 hours of the championship. When the championship was published, the Epilog at Brno was a 12-hour race, and for championship points, it remains a 12-hour race. For anybody in a race car, however, feel free to carry on all the way to the end of the 24 hours.
Because there's a race on. Change for second place, because Andrea Caldarelli has taken second place from Robert Renauer. I was looking out for it and then missed it when it happened. So Andrea Caldarelli got too stuck in the 991 class. So Andrea Caldarelli, the Lamborghini, the fastest lap of the race thus far, 2 minutes 1.069 for Andrea. And in this stint, this was when he did that fast lap, he's now also got past Robert Renauer, importantly for him, before Robert Renauer has got to the end of his stint, because Robert's going to be coming in, I said 15 minutes, and that was probably about 15 minutes ago. He's on his 34th lap of his stint now, and so Robert Renauer coming towards the end of his stint in the Precoat Herbert Porsche. But as I say, having just lost second place on the road, is going to be bound for the pits in any case fairly shortly, I think.
Joe Bradley, you are down there, and they are preparing for a bit of housekeeping themselves.
Yes, indeed. This stop's going to take a little bit longer than normal, because they're going to put some new brakes on this car. Now, in difference to the BMW, which we witnessed, this is a proper Pucker GT3R racing car. And if we have a look at the floor, we have a brand new caliper with brake pads in situ. The white tape you see is masking tape. I'm interested to see if they just leave the masking tape on there. But the brake pipes are dry brake connectors, so they're not going to have to bleed any brake fluid through. The caliper will be full of fluid, and the tyres have come off. And now we go to work with removing that caliper. It should only be a couple of bolts. We see the mechanic in there. He's got a headlight on, so, or I should say a lamp on his head rather than a headlight. Getting confused with the car's headlamp.
Head torch, that works.
Sorry, man?
Head torch, that works.
Head torch, yeah, that's what we'll call it.
It is only a pad change though, isn't it, Joe? They're not changing the discs.
No, no discs prepared, so just a pad change. Now, it's clear that this Porsche's brakes won't last past 12 hours, so with coming up to an hour of the championship remaining, now the word is that this 911 numbered car will be pulling in after 12 hours. Remains to be seen whether they decide to continue and go for the race win rather than just race for the 12 hours of the championship. But as you can see, the caliper now with the pads in situ. Now, that white tape is just masking tape, so it'll just burn off, and that'll disappear into the atmosphere very, very quickly. Those brakes are towards 1,000 degrees. Very, very hot. You saw the mechanic just discard the old caliper I say the old caliper, that's a few £1,000s worth of caliper lying there on the pit road. Brake pads are very, very worn. Still if this was your road car, you'd still get about 3 or 4 months out of them, but this is not your road car, it's a race car, so we're about done. Really efficient, this. The left front is done, so they've won the brake caliper change race for the Herbert Precourt team. And we're still waiting for the right front. What's going on, boys? Come on.
It's interesting, Joe. I mean, you mentioned that you know that they're suggested, the rumour has been that they're going to pull off after 12 hours. Well, it doesn't really. I mean, I suppose they're trying to play safely. If all they're interested in is championship, then the only other car that they're interested in, so far as championship points are concerned, is the car collection Audi, which is the retirement. They do need to get points, but third place is quite enough points for them. Third place will give them quite enough points. So, you know, there is no problem with this taking a little bit longer, perhaps.
Well, maybe the urgency we're seeing here, Paul, is an indication that they have decided to go for the race and to continue after midnight.
Well, it gives them the option,
they're not happy with the slowness of that right front. And it's Ralph Bourne. Ralph Bourne is now at the wheel of the car. Everybody looking there. Not sure, Paul, you'll be able to tell us how much extra time, I should say, that pit stop caused us. But it's quite clear they would not have had a choice in having to renew the brake pads. Those pads would not last 1 more hour. So even if they do decide to finish at midnight, those brake pads would still have had to have been changed. But changing them right on the cusp means that they're going to have to change pads again before midday tomorrow, if they choose to continue after midnight. It's all very exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So good work there from Precourt. They've currently been 3.5 minutes in the pit lane. Their normal pit stop is less than 3.5 minutes. So we'll get the refueling done, and then we'll be able to tell you how much time was taken up, effectively extra time, by the pad change. But I would say it was certainly 2 minutes and possibly even 3 minutes. So let's say wait till the refueling is done and the Porsche is on its way. Secure in third place. Let's say the gap back to the next car, which is the Hoffer Racing Mercedes, is 15 laps. So let's say that absolutely no risk at all. They're half an hour up the road clear of the next car in the A6 class, indeed the only other remaining car in the A6 class. So say no danger of them losing third place. Third place points are enough for it to gain second place in the championship at the end of the season, at the end, Martin, of the next, well, it's only an hour now, isn't it, to go before we get the unique vision possibility of this orange flag being waved to signify the end of the 2016 Creventic Championship season.
Although we did slightly learn yesterday the orange flag might be broken, didn't we? So we're waiting to see how. Well, yes, I know Nick's who's twitching away in the background. We're not furthering, we're reversing away from that side alley. However, we were told that the orange flag was broken, so we're going to wait and see exactly what will be illuminated by a torch on the start-finish line. And the inestimably lovely Natasha Mark from Creventic has chosen that moment to appear entirely unrelatedly and in no way whatsoever in the back of the booth. Moving on, and again sweeping further crumbs from the table. My thanks finally in a very Cyril way to Right Turn Lover, who rounds out our Panini story by saying Raphael Delotre de Busco founded Panini Belgium in 1970. His son Thierry took over in 1999. It is Thierry, therefore, who is responsible for the Panini livery on the VDS Adventures Mark Ford V8. However, that takes us to a codicil, which is to find out what relation to Count Rudy and indeed Count Mark van der Straten, Raphael van der Straten is. Right Turn Lover, your time starts now. We have an hour and 2 minutes, or 13 hours and 2 minutes, depending on your target here. Car 63 stopped at pit exit. Now that is the more recalcitrant of the MSG Motorsport cars, which clearly, having come into the pits for the warm embrace of its team and being rudely shoved back out into the dark, didn't want to go out because it's dark, I don't like it. So it stops at pit exit. Now, presumably full of fuel.
And there's another car stopped out on the circuit, but we're not quite sure which one that is, because we've got yellow flags being shown at turn 10, which is the long right-hander which caught out the 303 red Camel Jordans .NL Seat Leon earlier on, which was being driven by Max Ronoff when
you might have.
He ran off.
I don't. Runoff in a runoff area.
Yes.
I don't have any sign of yellows on my screen.
Okay, well, they must have been taken in again then.
Well, yours is dated 2 minutes ago, isn't
yes.
it? Yeah, so that might have been brief down at turn 10. Might have been a quick excursion. Car 63 has been persuaded. Which was the engine that was bricked up in a tunnel because it wouldn't go out in the rain? Henry, thank you. Has been persuaded, like Henry, to venture further. Thank you so much. That was very good knowledge from Johnny in the background. In fact, I think we should call him that, Johnny in the background. Oh, Paul, yellow flag at turn 3 now. Could this be more recalcitrance from the 63 Porsche? I don't want to go out, and if you make me, I'm going to throw myself into a gravel trap until I'm sick. It may not be. It may be entirely unrelated. Car 63 has moved on from the pit lane at least. And I'm using up all my childhood heroes in one diatribe to get to the top of the hour. 63 has got itself into the second sector, Martin, so it's beyond turn 3. I can see a set of headlights. This is what Tom Onslow Cole described as sending a cold, whatever it is that cold goes down your back. A cold shiver down your spine, yes. Headlights facing the wrong direction.
It's 206, the Audi TTRS, which has gone off at turn 3. So unrelated to the problems that you were suggesting might be happening to the car 63. That has continued. The reason for the yellow flag at turn 3 is the car number 206 TTRS.
Facing the wrong way. Now, Snatch vehicle has driven down towards it, so they are now sort of nose to nose. So you would assume that he will attach the tow rope to the front and drag the wretched Audi facing the right direction. However, there is a nice man in an orange suit who is currently trying to dig the Audi out. So I'm assuming they're trying to make a little bit of leeway for the Audi to run forwards and backwards in. Dan Hounsell, on the back of our discussion about the new prototype series, asking whether certain Le Mans racing categories of prototypes that are between 2 and 4 might be able to race in the main series. No, because prototypes will have their own standalone races, so that is not going to happen. And Barry Skinner says that Raphael is the grandson of Count Rudy van der Straten. Okay, so is he the son of Mark, or did Rudy have more than one child? I don't know. I understand that Mark van der Straten, although again I haven't researched this, I was going to say thoroughly, I mean remotely. I assumed that Mark van der Straten was the son of Count Rudy, so is Raphael son of Mark, or were there other van der Straten offspring that we need to take into account? Barry Skinner, you need to... oh, hang on a minute. Janos might well know the answer to this. Mark and Raphael are cousins, so he's not son of Mark, so he is cousin of Mark, so he is grandson of Count Rudy, so Count Rudy had more than one child. There we go. Okay, so from the no, it wouldn't be the maternal side, so it's not his mother who's a van der Straten, it's his father who's a van der Straten. Paul?
Back to the race. Still yes. Yellow flags at turn 3 with the TTRS off in the gravel there. Not the first time that car has been off, but a recovery of that car is in progress, and judging by previous efforts, we're going to be able to manage this as a local yellow. The team has been very eager to do as much under local yellow as possible, unless the track surfaces needed treating, and that has been the reason for both code 60s up until now, is not just a car off, but also circuit needing treating for oil on it in both occasions.
TTRS has now headed off, and the rescue workers, thank you gentlemen and ladies, quite conceivably, very hard to tell in the darkness because there are both out there. Our rescue workers have done their job there, and turn 3 is now clear, and the yellow flags will be withdrawn. Marcel Tenkart, not here, eschewing his duties as a reporter on the 24-hour series because he's at another 24-hour race. Do you know where that is?
No, I don't.
That's the 24-hour 2CV race at Spa-Francorchamps. Although I always thought the 2CV race was a 25-hour race because 2CV owners are odd and they like longer 24-hour races. Because obviously 24 hours going up the Camel Straight in a 2CV isn't half enough for anybody. That's barely 3 laps. Moving on.
So, the Ferrari in the lead of the race, Josef Kral at the wheel, having been quick initially, is quicker than Andrea Caldarelli is at the wheel. Excuse me, at the wheel of the Lamborghini. So Caldarelli, having been the quickest thing out there, isn't as quick as Kral is at the wheel of the Ferrari. So Caldarelli was quicker than Pisaric, but is not quicker than Kral. And so at the moment, the gap first to second is going up, as is the gap between second and third, because Caldarelli is quicker than Ralph Bohn is in the pre-code Herbert Porsche. And in any case, that car lost ground with the longer pit stop for the brake disc pad replacement, just the pads replaced on the Porsche. So that means that we've got the first 3 with less than an hour to go before points are awarded for the championship, moving away from one another. So we're kind of just reaching I wouldn't say a stalemate, but a point of staticness in the race.
Stasis.
Yes. As I say, I wouldn't say we're waiting for something to break because that's not that's what we're doing. But
something's
it's
already broken.
It's a bit like where you know that something is going to happen between now and the end of the race. You're not quite sure what. Another car that's off is 303.
I was just waiting for you to finish that thought.
Tell us about it.
To ask whether you have an exhaustive list of who hasn't thrown the 303 off into the gravel. Because I think the exhaustive list is now down to 1.
Yeah,
yes,
down to Rick.
Because Monikrant, for it is he, is the most recent recipient of the I'm Going to Bin the 303 award. Joe Bradley's in the pit lane. What do you know, Joe?
Oh, I tell you what, we've got something significant. The 103 BMW has had an engine change.
Yes.
And you've just come down to us in time.
Yes.
To be present
yes.
when we have the initial fire up.
Oh.
Still a bit to do to get it race-worthy or track-worthy, but in the background, and hopefully our camera will show that we've just had an electrics check, the lights were on, and hang on, I'm going to have to take my can off to hear. We're spinning up to get some fuel pressure. There's nothing firing there though, so I'm not sure whether they are just maybe building up a bit of oil pressure, fuel pressure.
Yeah, I can see
just
belts
getting the oil
moving.
Circulated.
Churney. This is how you revive your car after a long layover over the winter, of course.
Yeah.
You can see all sorts of hoses and whatnot being taped together and tie wrapped out of the way.
2.5 hours was my estimation.
5.5 hours.
How many, Paul, sorry?
5.5.
Was it really?
Yes.
Can I just say, JR Motorsport are pretty lucky you didn't price this job, Bradley.
Yeah, I know. You know what? Having seen the calipers on these BMWs and the way that they've had to change pads, they're pretty getting towards road standards rather than race car standards, aren't they? So they're kind of a production standard of build. So that explains the 5.5, 6 hour job of an engine change.
And actually, this isn't a GTR, is it? This is a 6-cylinder.
Yeah, that's right.
So, okay, now it's only got coils, coil packs attached to plugs 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the moment. 5 and 6 aren't in their little hollows. Chunter, it's trying, isn't it?
I wonder why they would only want it to fire on 4 cylinders.
Well, it may be that they haven't got plugs in just to allow it to turn over more easily. In fact, it doesn't look like the coil pack is on 3 either, so maybe they are now checking pumps and oil pumps and so on.
You know what, they probably don't want it. Well, there's a way of turning it over without getting it to fire.
Maybe not.
What do I know? I said 2.5 hours.
With the Morris Minor, I just press the starter button and it turns over and it won't fire for a week and a day unless you turn the ignition key on. But I'm not sure that modern cars are quite as easy and straightforward as all that. They tend to have built-in trouble.
Well, now, if it does, I was hoping that the thing would burst into life just when you came down to us there. But the I've been given duff information, haven't I? They're not quite it's not quite ready to fire.
I'm not sure you've been given duff information. I think you built us to an unnecessary sense of anticipatory awareness, and now it's slightly anticlimactic, isn't it?
Yes, I do apologise.
Yeah, rightly so, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, you may move on. Darn, we're waiting to see this car back out, but Paul Truswell, to get to slightly serious issues, and this is actually a championship leader in its class, or was coming in here.
Yes, correct.
And still is, because points haven't actually been awarded for another 12-hour, for another 51 minutes.
Yeah, exactly right. But it's going to have to do something like 59 laps if it's going to get to 60% of what the race leader will have done. Not the race leader, sorry, the class leader, because it's 60% of the class leader laps that it has to complete. And in order to get to 60% of what the class leader is going to complete by midnight, it has to do another 59 laps. And 59 laps in 51 minutes isn't quite going to work.
So there are two things here. Now, either initially they were trying to get it running to maintain their championship position, which isn't going to happen. So now the only one of two reasons they can be trying to get it running is sheer cussedness. They're going to get the damn thing running and then push it into the trailer, or they are going to go all the way to 24 hours, because now, like in Paul Ricard, when the thing is being a wretched pain, they are refusing to let it win and will make it go the distance. I think that is the only thing left for JR Motorsport. They had all this trouble actually with both cars, transmission rebuilds, gearbox changes, engine issues and all that stuff at Paul Ricard. They overcame them all, got both cars to finish, had a much better time in Barcelona. What's that now, 2 months ago? Very nearly. And then suddenly all their issues have come back to haunt them here for the Epilog. 303 is back in the garage. Monique Kante has jumped out of the car and left it with the team, and the number 11 Ferrari was in as well, wasn't it? Was that 11 or what? 444? Let's
11.
So 11, Paul. So what happened?
Yeah, what happened was the driver got out, a new driver got in, fresh tyres, very, very swift. Insofar as by the time I told you, he was already making his way out. Well, I'm not sure who's just got out of that car.
Josef Kroll got out.
And
it is Josef Kroll.
Peter Cox should be back into the car.
I think so. I wasn't quite there. I was blinded by its headlights as it blasted past me.
Well, I think I saw Tom Onslow Cole walking past in his coat, so I don't think he's in it.
No,
so
on the rotation, it should be Peter Cox having his third stint behind the wheel. He started the car back almost 12 hours ago, and he is now back in it, as I say, for the third time.
Absolutely right.
With, at the moment, I'm not saying that he's got anything to prove, but both Josef Kroll and Tom Onslow Cole, both rated by Creventic as semi-pros, are quicker than Peter Cox has been able to go. Yep. But there may be other reasons that has been the case.
Absolutely. Peter Cox was pointed out to me on Twitter that maybe Peter Cox was right about the severity of track limit penalties, that they wouldn't be maybe quite so severe in other forms of FIA racing. And this is a form of FIA racing. It is an approved FIA championship. I think maybe he means FIA GTs or Blancpain or something like that, or WEC, ELMS, whatever. However, jumping the start is always going to get penalised, Peter. So, you know, look at your own house first, and then start worrying about what race direction you're doing with other drivers going off through track limits. Peter Cox jumped the start in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Interesting is you look in the garage. Menex still on the side of the garage hoardings, but no longer appearing on the cars. I saw that earlier on. I thought, oh yeah, Menex was. They've been a supporter of drivers from the Czech Republic for a long while. I have no idea what it is that they do exactly.
We have Josef.
But you have Josef Kroll for us, Joe Bradley.
yes, we do. Josef, a great stint there, I've got to say. Now, what you proved to us is that local knowledge here at Brno it means a lot.
Well, that's a question. It looks like that. I mean, it can be like that for sure, but I have to say I'm not really experienced with these kind of cars, because all my career I was just single-seater driver, and now I'm back on the first time in this touring cars and in GT3, and it's like my 4th race, so I'm still learning a lot. And I have to say, here it's better for me because I can gain the confidence. I know the track, and I know it in various cars, even in DTM, and that helped me a lot. And that's why I feel really what I need to do, how I should drive the car, and that helps for sure, because now I feel really confident in the car.
So Joseph, I would imagine with knowing the track, you were able to really exploit and get the most out of the car and explore the car.
Yeah, finally. It took some time. I have to say, for me, the biggest issue were just brakes, because I was used to big carbon brakes. And here the braking style is completely different, even because of the aero, which is a bit lower. And now it's just really, really good. And because of the track, I found how I should drive, what I should do. And yeah, it just opened new doors. And, well, should be better for the rest.
You've got a huge smile on your face. You're already looking forward to getting back into the car, aren't you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for me, it's a big relief that now I'm really having the pace what I was sure that I can make, and now I'm already there. So for sure, the next stint will be even better. It's a little shame that I couldn't improve the lap time, because I could. The pace is there in the car. Unfortunately, there was really big traffic, so I could do just 1 lap, and then there was traffic and yellow flags, so the tires were gone after 5 laps. But then, anyway, I could maintain that low 22s, which was important for me through all the stints, so we gained lots of time, which is the most important in the endurance racing.
And Joseph, how hard did you have to push to get those 22s? Was it percentage-wise? Give us a percentage.
Well, it's not really easy, to be honest, you know, to get maximum from the car. But for sure, now all the race we are doing, well, at least 99%, I have to say. I mean, you have to work the tires. That's now a bit different, because usually when it's like Barcelona, really hot race, there you are trying to conserve the tire a little bit. But here you just have to push because it's cold. So in the end, you are forced to push.
Great stuff. I'll let you go off and get some rest. Thanks, Joseph. Joseph Kroll there. Great drive once again from the young man.
In terms of average lap times, and certainly that's what Joseph referring to, 2 minutes 3.15 was the average lap time for his stint. Compare that to Tom Onslow Cole, 2 minutes 4.8, or before that, Jiri Pisaric, 2 minutes 6.2. Or even before that, Peter Cox, 2 minutes 5.5. So 2 minutes 3.1, significantly the fastest driver in that car.
And you've got to say, his average lap times are definitely not average.
No, absolutely not. And good performance. And
how much did his enjoyment of being able to wring this thing's neck come through in that interview?
Yeah, and yeah, signs of a good driver, one who can adapt from single-seaters to a GT car, not just say, oh, this is a GT car, I'm not even going to be bothered adapting my driving style to it, it's a stupid GT car. No, he's taken the approach, there's something I can learn here, there's something I can contribute to the team, and I'm going to do that. And a young driver with a sensible head on his shoulders, extremely calm about things, good English to boot, so good on you, Joseph.
And no John Villagisms creeping in there whatsoever.
Well spoken, yes. He went to a good English grammar school somewhere. Bit of housekeeping I didn't catch up with, and that was the time taken to change the pads on the 911 was almost on the nose of 2 minutes. So that was the extra time spent in the pits for the 911 at its last pit stop when Ralph Bone, who's now at the wheel, has taken it over from Robert Renauer.
Now of course, it was only in addition to all the other stuff that was going on when they started that, which was the remainder of the tyre change and the driver change.
Yes. So the 2 minutes was on top of all the other stuff, and all the other stuff, which includes refuelling, is about 3.5 minutes. So percentage-wise, it's a good 60% of the pit stop was taken up doing the pad change. So it must have been necessary, otherwise they wouldn't have done it.
No.
But certainly time-consuming, but in no way is it going to say, as I mentioned, is it going to have any impact on the car's position. It was third, and it's got some, what did I say, it was 15 laps of a gap back to the next car, which is the number 10 Hoffer Racing Mercedes. 14 laps now, the gap back to the Hoffer Racing Mercedes, which now is back into the hands of Chantal Kroll, by the way. Still continuing to run nice and reliably, the Mercedes number 10, but because of the minimum reference lap time, 2 minutes 6, not able to go any quicker than that. He's not really able to hold a candle to the leading 3 A6 cars, which can run as fast as they want whenever they want.
Yes, although at the moment they're doing 3s, 4s and 5s, but then Chantal's previous lap was a 2 minute 12. This current one was a 2 minute 15, or the last one she's just finished was a 2 minute 15. So traffic playing its part, and of course when you get hot shots like Andrea Caldarelli and hyper-experienced GT drivers like Peter Cox, they have more experience, more time behind the wheel, they will produce better speed in all conditions, but they will also, when it's dark and when they're in traffic, lose less time probably than a more occasional racer like Chantal. Now, she might do all these events, but that's still only half a dozen times a year in the car, realistically, whereas these, Peter Cox has been doing it for a fair degree longer. I will venture no further than that. He has plenty of experience. And then you get, your Caldarellis and your Krolls in, and again, they're young professional single-seater racing drivers turned GT aces. So that's by no way any disrespect to the gentlemen or the lady drivers in the field who are not full-time pros. It's not expected they'd be within 3 or 4 seconds of a real hot shot.
No, and Chantal, for all that she isn't the quickest thing out there, she is the champion-elect as far as the Ladies' Cup is concerned, and she's also in the A6 class winning car as far as the A6 championship is concerned. That number 10 Hoffer Racing Mercedes is going to be the class winner.
And last year's drivers' champion.
Yes.
We're against everybody of all statuses, in all classes, in all races. So, yeah, the only thing that Hoffer Racing haven't had so far in their favour, and we're nearing half distance, they've gone with their traditional strategic plan of setting their pace to give themselves the most drivable car for them, but the 3 cars in front of them haven't yet had a major issue which allowed them to undo some of the speed backlog. And now we're still only halfway in, not even.
Not even, no, exactly so. So there's plenty of time yet for anything to happen, but thus far, certainly there's not been a sniff of a problem. The biggest problem having been penalty pit stops for the number 11 leading car, which is now, or I should say the Lamborghini has now got itself back on to the tail, onto the same lap as the Ferrari. The two of them separated by just about a minute and a half, a minute and 28 seconds as they go through, completing 302 laps. And so, but Caldarelli coming in, that's 30 laps. Now, is this going to be a driver change for Caldarelli? Last time he did a double stint, 30 laps, and we'll hear from the pits whether there's a driver change going on. Joe?
There is no driver change, just tyres, and the car's now out. That was a very swift tyre change for the 963 numbered Lamborghini, and he will, of course, turn sharp right and go through the garage to the fueling area. So no driver change on the Lamborghini, Paul.
So every stint that Caldarelli has done in this race has been a double stint. So practically, well, not anything short, 2 hours virtually on every occasion. So the Lamborghini team really pushing this, but they're going to have to, therefore, if they keep going at this rate, they're going to have to look to the maximum driving time that Caldarelli has, which is 12 hours. So Caldarelli's maximum driving time is 12 hours. You can't do any more than that. And so we're not worried about that at this stage, but come the end of the race, we may need to look at that.
Well, further to the comments on track limits Peter Cox made earlier on, we're working on, quote, Brands Hatch track limits here, which means you're allowed to put wheels on the curb, but not beyond the curb. He was saying that was a little bit harsh. Well, that's the way it is, by the way. And also, again, more crumbs from the table being swept off here. Yes, it's not 2 CVs, it is the Beetle Fun Cup that does 25 hours. Because, again, going uphill in a Beetle for 25 hours is so much more fun than doing it for just 24. So there we go. The Krolls also do VLN as well. It's been pointed out by Right Turn Lover. But yes, absolutely. Again, compared to pros, they do not spend a lot of time in cars. They spend a lot more time running business, which is why they can afford to spend a little time at least racing cars. Pit stop for 243, and this comes in from 6th position SP2. Now this is the Reiter Engineering 2017 development mule hack. It's probably a little nicer than most mules or hacks, let's say. But it is a development car for next year. This is what Reiter Engineering will be selling on to its GT4 customers. Window net in place, roof about to go down. And as Joe has reminded me in my ear, had a drive shaft issue early on, but Joe, since then, seems to actually be several, you say?
We think 3.
Oh.
Yeah. Certainly 2, and then I was talking to Janos, and he said, I think this is its 3rd drive shaft failure.
If that was another change, Joe, that is its 3rd, yes, agreed.
No, that was just purely tyres, driver, Thomas Enger now in the car. And what I did say was, wow, it's come in the pits and it hasn't had to change its drive shafts. Now, what we were talking about is the Brno circuit, being a MotoGP track, has very flat curbs. Now, circuits which have got harsh curbs and cars use the curbs can be susceptible to drive shaft failure. So it has been the Achilles heel on that particular car. The other Crossbows, not a problem, but that car, the Thomas Enger car, it's had an issue with drive shaft for some reason.
I wonder whether this is part of a slightly different setup that the car has got for 2017, or whether it is just being driven more aggressively precisely because it is a 24-hour development test for the car, and if they're going to break something, they want to break it and find out before Reiter starts selling the cars to customers for next year. One thing they might want to look at, and it's not an issue here because it's not raining, but the windscreen wiper, when we're on board, it's near the windscreen. It's about as good. My Morris Minor wipers are not great. In fact, they don't work at all at the moment, but they look a little bit more like they do a job for you than the wiper that is nominally attached to, well, it's attached to the Crossbow, but nominally a windscreen wiper. It'll sort of wave around vaguely in front of your screen, but you'll want to make sure you've got plenty of Rain-X on it for getting rid of water now.
Yes.
In comes our 6th place KTM Crossbow, so it's again Crossbow Alley. Joe Bradley, if you're not there already, I shall be most disappointed. Oh, he's not there already. I faded him up. Look, not a single sausage coming through on the radio.
Just to go back to the other one, the 243 car, Thomas Enger's car, if you will. I'm pretty sure actually Janos is correct. There were 3 drive shaft changes. Just looking at the times of the pits. Joe is now there.
Joe is there.
I was up. Got to give me a little bit of a moment to switch my microphone on.
Oh, I don't think so.
Maybe not. Now this car is 224, as you described. And
they're adjusting the lights again.
It's a transformer-like way of getting access to the driver, where the whole front windscreen section lifts up over the car. A little bit of servicing going on, a little bit of an inspection on the brake pad wear. Just merely looking through the spokes of the wheels. Now,
well, if you go around to the front, Joe, you'll see what they're most interested in.
It's the lights.
Yes.
They are they are adjusting the lights. So the driver's obviously telling them he can't see in certain areas of the track.
I would suggest that vibrations have loosened the fixing bolts and it has just sort of sagged down. So basically all it's doing is frying moles as it's going by.
Yes. Yeah, just looking down at the road just in front of it. You need to be pointing the lights ahead so it's lighting up the trees more than the a metre of road ahead of it.
Well, something in between.
I'll tell you what, though, stay with me.
Yes, I'm staying with you because I saw something coming out of a garage.
I'm just getting my cameraman to check out the BMW rolling out. Just look at this one.
103.
103.
It lives.
It lives indeed. Fresh engine. Well, different engine. Let's call it fresh because it did look like it had already done a shift or two. But that 103 BMW being off the road now with an absolutely catastrophic engine failure. Getting on for 6 hours, are we, Paul?
Getting on for, definitely. I tell you what, though, it's been in there so long that the fuel that's in the tank probably isn't going to be very fresh. It may not work well. Classic car owners will know the problem. So out goes 103. They refuse to give up, and it has gone back out, which leaves, Joe, 113. Get down there, would you? Check out Valic Autosport and see how close they are to sending that back out. And then every car that started this race, bar one, will be still running.
Although with
at the
little
halfway
chance,
mark.
yeah, I was going to say with little chance of being classified in the case of the 103 car. Yeah, something like 5 hours and 40 minutes. That's only the time it spent in the pits, because remember that car stopped out on the circuit and had to be towed back, and that lost it a good half an hour on top of that. So it was a long old stop and enormous amount of time lost for the JR Motorsport BMW number 103.
Now, more issues coming your way, Joe, as well. As you head down that way, you'll want to turn around eventually and head back to the first of our operational garages, because the Honda Civic is now in. The 99 car has entered the pit lane, having reported as being going slowly on track, and it's coming towards our camera, which is going towards it, and I'm assuming that Joe is fairly much in close tow. So your mic's open, Joe. When you get there, tell us what the team know.
Yeah, I have got hold of the belt of my cameraman, so wherever you see the camera, I'm about a foot behind. Now the car has pulled up, as you can see. The wheels have come off, or coming off, I should say. This is not as easy a job as we see with the Sentinel single solid wheel nut, but 5. It's got a puncture. That's why it was going slowly on track. That is a catastrophic tyre failure. Again, cause or effect, as he hit something which has caused the tyre to deflate and subsequently destroy itself.
Could well be gravel, bearing in mind the number of cars that have gone off or picked up shards of somebody's bodywork. Yeah, is that James Kay getting into the car?
I think it is.
I think it is.
We were talking to Ricky Coomer earlier, and he was saying how they've been trying things, struggling for traction with the car. Now, it's a front-wheel drive car, so that left puncture is one of those cars that, one of those tyres that they've been struggling with and struggling to get to work.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's significant. We'll see if...
Bearing in mind the conversation we had earlier about the problems they've got with the throttle and the electronics in the fly-by-wire throttle sensors, I wondered whether traction issues were nothing there, oh, it's all there kind of power delivery. Or not, because they're having to abuse the brakes because they haven't got those working the way they want, and abuse the throttle because that's not working the way they want, none of which really helps with tyre life, does it?
Yeah, that's right, Martin. It's the drivability of the throttle modulation, isn't it? It's, I mean, with the car relatively underpowered, you're going to be mashing throttles, and you're going to hope the tyres and the car can take it. By just keeping on the throttle. It's a lovely little car. The job's done. We'll find one of the team who can give us a bit of an insight, and everybody's gone to bed, I think.
Ricky might, if he's
James
around
Kid's
about.
still sat there.
Okay,
so
there we go.
Who's in the car? Willie.
Okay.
Willie Gannon. Oh, William Gannon. Yeah, thanks. So that's the...
Okay. Now, did he take the... No, he stayed in, didn't he? So...
Yes.
Yeah, they picked up that punch. And again, you know, the cars that have been off... I mean, you saw the damage to 303 when it lost the back bumper. You saw the damage to 303 when it came in the last time, when it had lost the front end. You know, there's bits of carbon all over the planet from some of the cars here. So that may well just be a debris-style puncture. Paul Trustwell.
Is it possible there was a driver change there? Because it was Tom Gannon, and now Willie Gannon has taken it over from him.
Ah, that's a good question.
Yeah, no, I think it was Tom Gannon who brought the car in, and Willie Gannon has now taken it back out again.
Paul. Right. He sat there. Hang on, I'm going to drag him out.
Seated.
Tom, come and tell us what happened. We've got Tom Gannon. I know.
Good.
We are speculating as to how you picked up that puncture. You may be able to shed some light. Any ideas?
Car's got no power.
Oh.
That was from Ralph Hickson. One of the crew. Oh, that's great news. Then not only have you succumbed to a puncture, but the car's lacking power. Was it lacking power when you had it there, Tom?
No, not at all. So, but I obviously went into the first corner. As soon as I turned in, there was just a thud, and then you knew the tyre had gone down. You could smell the rubber and stuff, so we've just limped all the way around for a whole lap. As you can see, with the tyre doing itself in. But yeah, the car power-wise was fine. So.
Was there anything apparent that, you know, have you had any contact? Have you been off the track?
Nothing at all. No, not at all. It just literally absolutely fine down the straight, turned in. As you turned in, you've got your right wheel close to the curb, but it's the left front that's gone. And you just... And that was it for the whole lap, bringing it back.
Do that again? So you've got problems, obviously.
Yeah, I might need to have a quick chat with the boys, but yeah, and just see what they're doing, yeah.
Yeah,
the
great.
message,
Okay, Tom. Cheers, man.
The message has come through on the screen as well now. Race control advising other drivers that 99 is slow on the track. It's almost around, so it's going to be back in the pits. It's going to be back in your lap any minute now. Joe, it's, as I say, making its way round this slow lap. The number 99 Honda.
Yeah, and you wonder whether, having done a very slow lap, something in the engine's brain has gone, right, OK, I'm a bit warm, I think we're going to limp you home mode now, and whether it just needs to be plugged into the laptop and told not to be so silly.
Cars often respond well to that. The Time Master section here, just before we go back to Joe. No, actually, we'll go to Joe now.
We'll go to Joe now with the 99 car heading back in towards you. It wasn't coming in fast, but it was coming in.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it hasn't made its way around already. Is this it already?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Wow, it's not that much down in the power. This is the car, remember, man. We were talking to the team when we went for our walk earlier.
Yeah.
That can have its telemetry changed, its ECU mapping changed from Honda Centre in the UK or anywhere in the world. It's you know, picks up, it sends a message from the satellite. The car's pulled in.
Well, I'm not sure whether it's Mugen or Mugen GB or Neil Brown.
Reset?
I don't. Do you know what? In lieu of hitting it with a big stick, you would think so, wouldn't you?
Well, that's all they've done. That's all they can do. Ralph Hickson at the passenger door now. He's just gotten the car to stop and then push something else. Tyre pressure being checked on the right rear. It's a bit of an afterthought, I would say. Let's see if Ralph's willing to talk to us. Most of these guys at RKC are quite open and willing to talk.
You'll never shut him up. We've only got 25 minutes until the championship points are awarded.
You know what? Ricky Coombe was off baking potatoes or something because he's not here. He's being held. I'm not sure if he's being held
left
for a reason.
rear.
Left tyre pressure, left rear, yeah. He's hidden from my view. So they're just making double checks. Now, when the car moves, I'll see if the main engineer, the guy who's in charge of the car, and the car stalls. Come on, Bill. Come on, William. Now it goes. Now then, who's going to be willing to talk to us? Ralph. Was that just a reset?
Yeah, just an ECU reset, just to try and see if that solves it. And rear tyre pressures.
Yeah, what was the rear tyre pressures? Was that an afterthought?
It was a bit of a last-minute thing, so I don't know. Yeah, just told to check the rear tyre pressure, so they were doing that while we were doing the reset. So
it's just an organic thing, isn't it? It just keeps moving.
Yeah, we'll hear now whether he's got power again.
Fingers crossed, mate. Thanks, Ralph. Ralph Hickson there. Great stuff. Fingers crossed this 99. We'd like to see this Honda do well, I think.
I think so. No reason why not. And that was the most succinct I think we've been in a while. Paul Chaswell.
And it still leads the class.
Yes.
Although I've got a feeling now that the Bonk BMW has gone through whilst it was in the pits on that stop. So didn't take on fuel on that last stop. But despite that, I think Will Gannon will have lost the lead of the class. What I was going to say, because I've been desperately struggling. I've nearly got all the driver times, but because Johnny Palmer, actually it wasn't him, it was just a internet glitchy type thing.
Oh, you're just far too kind.
Well, I left him in charge, and then went off and had some dinner. And when I got back, the internet had disconnected itself. So the system that tells me who's the driver at any particular time has failed for one glitch. But because I've got a backup system, I can piece it all back together again. And the key point is that Andrea Caldarelli at the wheel of the Lamborghini, still second place. By the end of the first half of this race, his maximum driving time is no higher than 6 hours. Well, he's done 5 hours and 25 minutes of a 12-hour race. So he's, and that will be by the end of the 12 hours. So he's going to be very, very close to doing his 6 hours, but not quite over the 6 hours. So that's good. However, for the remainder of the race, they need to do two things. They need to stop Caldarelli before he goes over 12 hours driving time, and they need to get Adrian Amstutz in the car for a 6-hour minimum driving time before he gets to the end of the race. But that's to the end of the 24 hours, not to the end of the 12.
Yeah, but that means he has to do half of the remaining of the race, but only in maximum of 2-hour bits.
Yes.
Now, can he do that and still have... Yeah, because he has to have 2/3 of the 2 hours off, and the others have to cycle. Adrian Amstutz, from midnight to midday, is basically never going to be off our timing screens, it will see.
Well, no, I mean, he's already done 1 hour and 20 minutes, so he doesn't have to do the full 6 hours. He only has to do, what, 4 hours and 40 minutes.
Just 1 hour and 20 minutes in 12 hours isn't much. That's a bit. That's Johnny Palmer levels of dedication. That is. Joe Bradley, sorry, come and talk to us, Joseph.
Yeah, Martin, I've got something for you. A little bit of a variation on an approach to the same job. We saw the 911 Porsche changing brake pads, and what they did was they changed the whole caliber, leaving the discs on. Behind us is the 131 Seat Leon. Now that's just come in for a pad change, and this is the approach that the TTC cars, the TTC team have taken. They've changed the whole caliber and the disc. The caliber stays on the disc, and they remove the disc and caliber. Now that is really, really hot. That has just come off the car. If I put my finger on that disc, it would get a very, very nasty burn. So pad change, it's the actual brake pads that are requiring to be changed, but for quickness they replaced the whole thing, the disc, the caliper and the pads as one unit. A little bit different to what the 911, the Herbert Porsche did. All they did was change this bit, which is the caliper. These guys have changed the disc as well. Again, different cars, different approaches, different methods. All about speed, all about doing the job very efficiently.
All sorts of other little details you see there. In your road car, it would have either a rubber flexible hose or a braided flexible hose, or the metal hose for carrying the brake fluid. Here the metal hose is also shielded by an asbestos sleeve to stop the brake fluid boiling, such as the temperature at which the brakes work on a racing car, which is far in excess of your own road car. If your road car you ever see with glowing discs, it will be stationary because it will have seized solid. Joe Bradley, more from you.
More on a theme. Let's talk to the man, Klaus Kresnik, who's just gotten out of that 131 Seat Leon. Klaus, pad change, I would imagine it's scheduled, but from the driver's point of view, can you feel when the brakes are getting to the point where they're worn out?
Yeah, you can feel now, my stint, you could feel the pedal got softer a little bit, and you know, also the weight is a little bit longer. But still, the braking power is still the same. It's only the way a little bit longer, but still the performance stays the same. So it's an amazing system, and also we tested new brake pads for this race, and all works out very well.
Now with 19 minutes to go before we're at half distance, that, by my calculation, you guys are going to need another set of brake pads, is that correct?
No, because now we did 12 hours, so we could do with one brake pad set, so we should be able to finish now the race. The discs are the same, so we should be able to finish the race now.
Okay, now then, front-wheel drive cars have a tendency to be unable to keep the rear tyres to an operating temperature. It's not that cold tonight, thankfully. Is there any issues with regards to your rear tyres on the Seat?
I didn't have one issue, so the tires worked really well, and also I have to say normally we struggle mainly on the front tires. But now we found really a nice setup, so I could go the whole 2 hours, always stay below 220s. Best time did 217, so it worked really nice. So my team did a great job to set up the car, so well done.
Great, so thanks Klaus. Klaus Kresnik there out of the 131 Seat Leon.
As eloquently describing the situation with the car. One more housekeeping for you to do, Joe, in the final 15 minutes. In today, as opposed to tomorrow, are we going to see the return of the gold and red 113? That is our sole remaining halt and lane machine. Valic Autosport, when I was down there at 8 o'clock, 8:30, they were welding the underside of the car back together in preparation for rebuilding and sending it back out, but it has not yet left the pit lane after Paul, about a week and a half of work there.
Yeah, 4 hours and 35 minutes, plus a long lap into the pits on the back of a flatbed. So, yeah, probably 4 3/4 hours, if not nearly 5 hours, that car. Meanwhile, the what are the initials? NKPP car having its disc change.
And this is a much more traditional pads-only deal, and the man that Joe can see now is using a spreader to just push the pistons back into the caliper, Joe.
Yeah, the disc remains the same. The caliper is a bit more similar to what we saw on the Herbert Motors, not the Herbert Motorsport, the BMW that we saw. So it's a little bit more of a road standard caliper. Again, we see just the pads being removed and the new pads being replaced, but having to be bolted in. So maybe it's the style of brake caliper which allows those kind of quick changes we saw on the 131 Seat. Well, on the 125 Seat, the one that we're looking at, we're having to do it a completely different way. Slightly time-wise, anything in it, I would say.
No, they are lightning fast. They have certainly done this before, the guys at Basca. I mean, we talked to Bass about the fact that he also runs Wolf prototypes. He also runs a selection of different cars. The team have got a lot of experience with very different machinery in this championship and in Supercar Challenge. So they have certainly rehearsed that.
Yeah, you can tell they're a well-drilled team. But you know what? There's been very little in the time here because the 125 Seat Bass gives the driver, I'm not sure who it is at the car, but he gives the driver the startup signal, and the car's already left. So didn't quite put a stopwatch on both the 131 and the 125 because they both snuck up on me. But I would say the 125 Seat won the brake pad change.
Well, they weren't.
A completely different way of doing it.
They were seconds in it rather than minutes, weren't there?
Yeah, they're off at the refuelling at the moment, so we'll give you the total time in the pits as soon as they've done their refuelling element. In terms of the comparison between the TTC, the 131 car, and the Herbert car, that's the difference between a pad and caliper change versus a caliper only change, which is what Herbert's did. Herbert's did their change in 5 minutes 24. TTC did the disc and caliper change in 5 minutes and 39 seconds, so an extra 15 seconds taken by TTC, but you can be fairly sure that the Herbert team are as close to professional changers mechanics as you can get, whereas TTC, I suspect, are largely going to be amateur mechanics working down there. And as I say, as soon as we get the time from the NKPP car, once it's had the fueling done on that car, we'll be able to bring you up to date with that one. And just to let you know that it was Gijs Bessen who brought the car in, and on the driver rotation, it should therefore be Harry Hilders taking it back out again.
That would seem logical, wouldn't it? Yeah, Gijs Bessen came in. So we'll wait for the timing screen to ease itself back into position. And they are in 10th place overall and should remain. So I've flipped myself on too many pages on my screen. Gavin Pickering is behind them in the 84 speed level Porsche. Was 2 minutes 33. Well, that might be a change of position. Speed level might be up into the top 10 at expense of NKPP. Joe, you are on.
Martin.
Joe, you're on.
You tasked me, you gave me a mission to find out what was happening at the 113 BMW pit. There is nothing happening at the 113 BMW pit. The car is out on the track.
Right. So in between me asking you and you getting there, it cleared off.
Well, I was at
it is on its outlap.
Opposite, considering I was beside the 99 Honda, as you know, which is at the nearest garage to pit in, and the 113 BMW is at the nearest garage to pit out. So yeah.
That's a little rip of applause for Valic Autosport because they have sent the car back out. The owner, the man whose name is above the door, Peter Valic, has taken the car out. There are only 3 drivers. However, assuming that Peter wasn't the one underneath the car doing the welding, they will all be relatively fresh because Paul, 4 hours 37 and change that car has been stationary for, so a long old while.
Yes, exactly. The only thing they do have to be careful of is they need to do a driver change because otherwise the stint counts.
Yes.
But it was Marek Fried who brought the car in, having had the brake failure, and clearly a lot of additional work having to be done with all that welding underneath the car. So 4 hours 37 for that car, 5 hours and 40 for the 103 JR Motorsport car. We are going to get cars home to the flag under 12 minutes, but I've got under 12 hours. But I've got about 12 minutes now just to work out what the expected distance is going to be for the Valic Autosport car. Meanwhile, Joe Bradley can tell us what's going on with the number 10 car.
It's having a pad change, and the way that the Hoffer team changes the pads on the Mercedes is the actual brake pads are removed from the caliper. The caliper stays on the car with the disc, so just pads, no discs. And it looks like Chantal Kroll's 2016 championship has come to an end as she's climbed out of the car and give the steering wheel over to Kenneth Ayer. Her season hasn't quite finished, but in 12 minutes time her championship will have come to an end. So that's Chantal Kroll's championship duties over, and we'll get a word with her in a moment and get her reflections on the 2016 24-hour series championship. That's a brake pad change for the number 10 Hoffer Racing Mercedes. Job done, fresh tyres. Kenneth Ayer will now go into the refueling area, and he does so.
And does 113 just go by you?
Yes, he did.
Yes,
he did.
Because he's just gone out, come back in. He's coming down pit road and straight through and back out again. No fueling or anything. So not quite sure why he did that, but Peter Valic brought the car through the pits and headed straight back out without stopping to wave or say. He may just have been going by the car for them to take a look at everything and make sure it was all still not leaking, but he has gone back out. So out in the dark.
But unfortunately, neither he nor the 103 JR Motorsport BMW, I think, and I'll have to say that provisionally because it's my calculations rather than anything official I've heard from Creventic, are going to complete sufficient laps at 12 hours, I say 2400 on the clock. In other words, in the next 10 minutes, neither of those two cars are going to complete enough laps to be classified with points for their efforts. And as there isn't going to be a checkered flag waved at them either, only an orange flag, then we're going to have to wait and see that. Now, at least one wise old photographer has got down there by the podium in order to watch them waving the orange flag. That could be a unique photo. Because there are two photographers down there, actually. So you see, there'll always be a photographer showing something that hasn't been shown before.
Almost.
Can't recognise them, so I can't tell you which television, which Twitter feed you have to follow. Yes, Joe.
Martin, I have Chantal Kroll, who's just given the number 10 Hoffer Mercedes. Chantal, your 2016 24-hour series championship is done. Your season isn't quite done because there's still another 12 hours, but it's got to be said, you are the 2016 Women's Cup winner. The team has won the teams, the A6 Teams Championship. The only thing you guys haven't won is the overall Drivers' Championship. But hey, what a season again, once again.
It was a great season, yeah. It all went well. Well, now it's still 12 hours to go, and it does not look good for the podium today, but we are trying our best. But the season, 2016 was very well.
So give us, if I have to, I know I'm putting you right on the spot here. You've just got out of the car, but I'm going to ask you, what has been the highlight of your 2016? If I ask you that question, which of course I am.
Well, I don't think there's been one highlight. The highlight has been that we have been on the podium so far on every race. I hope it will happen today again, but yeah. So I guess that's the highlight, that we have been so good in all the races.
Your favorite circuit for this season?
Oh, I don't know. Barcelona, probably. I really like Barcelona.
Are you looking forward to 2017? There's some new tracks on the calendar for the GT series.
Yeah, a lot of new tracks. I don't think I know any of them so far, so there will be a lot of practice for me to do before the races.
Congratulations on the various championship you guys have won. But I'll leave you to it. You've still got a job to do. Your season's not over. Thanks, Chantal. Thank you.
So Chantal Kroll steps out of the car, and it does seem entirely likely they will race all the way through to the end of the 24 hours rather than just to the end of the championship. Points at midnight, which is just over 8 minutes away and counting down to the points decision. So a couple of championships up for grabs. Bas Schouten is back out in 103. JR Motorsport, our SP3 points leader. Second in that championship class is 102, the JR Motorsport BMW, which currently has Francesco Castellacci at the wheel of it. Although again, he is still shown as C Castellacci, so they've obviously got him down as Cesco somewhere, or Castellacci. However, 102, we believe. Let's see if we can add this up. 102 is third in class, so they will get 19, 18, 17 points, and 103 should they have done enough to be classified and we haven't counted it enough, or whatever.
We have counted it enough.
They're in 7th, and that would that still be enough points for 7th with their teammates in 3rd? Could they hold on? There was only a 7-point difference with drop scores, wasn't there?
Yeah, but they haven't completed enough laps to be qualified.
Completed enough laps to count, so they will score a 0 here, which will be their drop score. So their teammates will effectively be 7 points behind, plus 17, so 10 in front. And 103 is slow on track. Joe Bradley, I sense you will be heading back down to JR Motorsport to find some fairly disappointed drivers. But what else have you got for us?
I'm sorry, I was not listening, so you're going to have to fill me in.
What I was
doing, I've just been along to the 911 garage, and their race will finish at midnight. I've just been speaking to Daniel Alleman. I'll leave that job to Nick when it does actually tick past midnight and the car pulls in. I'll leave Nick to get that interview, because that's when we do a changeover. Now then, what was it, the Herbert?
No, 103 has been reported as going very slow on track. It has just dropped, even as we were having a conversation, from 23rd to 24th position.
It's with us. No, it's a 102 car that sweeps in.
Okay, well, 102 is coming in. Francesco Castellacci brings the car in. And I'm not sure whether or not that will be a driver change, whether they'll do a pad change as well.
Yes, that should be a driver change for the car this time, because it didn't have a driver change last time.
Correct. So Francesco is out, and getting in is Martin Lanting. I can tell that because he's got a Ferrari logo on his back and it says Martin.
Martino, actually.
Martino, all right. Well, he habitually has shared with Bob Herber, and over the years they have, last year I think they raced a 458 together. Left rear. Now, this was the car that had the left rear that didn't seat properly before. Remember that when it came in early on in the race? Driver thought he had a puncture. In fact, although the wheel nuts are done up tight, as we're seeing at the moment on camera, the wheel wasn't actually settled properly on the hub. So actually how it was transmitting drive, I suppose the drive splines might have been slightly in, but it wasn't settled properly, and it looks, I hope that it is settled properly this time.
Did you see how the mechanic really made sure that that wheel was fully on the hub before he drilled up the nut?
Yeah, however, it was still wobbling, and if that was me doing up my wheel nut, I would want it not to be wobbling so much first.
That's what I mean, Martin. He sighted the wheel, he put the nut on, and then he made sure that by wobbling the wheel, he made sure it was seated before he drilled the nut up.
Right, the car that is going slowly is not 103. Can you guess which other BMW that it might be?
113?
Yes. Oh dear. Do you know, sometimes your heart goes out to teams that can't catch a break, and Peter Valic and his team cannot catch a break with that car. So 113 is going slowly somewhere, having left the pits only about 3 laps ago, and only about 2 quick laps ago. Went out, came back in, did a drive through the pit lane, went back out again. Current stint length, he's been out in the car for 12 minutes after a 4-hour rebuild. That's just not much fun, is it? Do you know what? If it comes back in this time, I'd say to the lads, thank you very much. We're going back to the hotel now, and I'm going to buy you each a bath full of beer for your efforts, but I'm not going to make you do any more. It's coming, is it? Well, there is a car in the pit lane, but I think it's just stopped under race controls. I'm not sure that's actually a racing car. That might just be a course vehicle. So 113 hasn't got to Joe Bradley yet. Joe, your mic is up when you get to us, or when it gets to you, so feel free to jump in. We have 2 minutes and 52 seconds of the season remaining in terms of points, so the orange flag better be getting prepared fairly soon.
Yes, it's held up on the last lap before the 12 hours in furled, in other words, rolled up, and then it will be unrolled, and waved on the next lap. So an indication quite how they're going to shine a torch on a furled flag hasn't been revealed. I think that's why there were so many photographers standing around there. But hopefully we'll get some shots on that on the live stream.
Sparks coming from the underside of car 113 as it crawls into the pit lane. So whatever ailed it, or something entirely different, is ailing it, and Joe is coming in very, very slowly. Clearly he's making a lot of noise as far as the driver is concerned. So either what they were tacking back together, which was the cross members or something underneath the engine transmission area, or something else entirely separately, is dragging along the floor and making one heck of a din inside the car, and Peter Valic is bringing it back in. So you may well find your way down there. It's just gone by a static camera at pit entry and didn't quite, it looked a bit like it was down on the front, but whether that's collapsed or not entirely sure. Last lap in the 12-hour race.
In comes the 113 underneath us, slowly. Of course, you don't have to take the orange flag in order to be classified. Taking the orange flag doesn't matter. What you do need to have done is completed 60%.
Sorry, I should say, why it's not Joe anymore, it's me. It's missing a whole wheel on the front right.
Rats.
So that was a nuts tightening situation, because that wasn't even the cause of the problem. So they've done everything else, rebuilt the entire...
And we have lost you, Nickers. Yeah, so it looks like the wheel hub nut has just come off, and the wheel and the hub all appear to be attached. Mechanic is examining the thread on it, and... All right, so let's not retire the car, because that is a fundamental bit of wheel nut issue.
Hello.
You are back.
Yes, there's a slight problem about the cameraman being too enthusiastic and getting too far away from me.
Yes, just the other side of the car seems to be a little bit too far away.
Now, looking at the nuts, I'm thinking, oh, I'm sure it's got a thread on it. This will work. This is where we need Joe's expertise in mechanicking. Oh, left, right, no, it goes the other way. Goes the other way. No, it doesn't.
Not on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side of the car.
Lefty-loosey, righty-tighty, but the opposite for the other direction.
And they've loused up the thread as well.
Yes.
I better go back to you, because the half of the race is about to end, isn't it?
Yep, it is midnight and 2 seconds. Thank you. In the pit lane is Nick Damon, and joining us in the booth is Johnny Palmer. Joe and I are going to ski-daddle to get some barely earned rest, but we're going to take it anyway, even though I don't think we deserve it. So we are waiting for the orange flag to come out, Johnny, and the 12-hour race, to a ripple of applause, I'm assuming, from the Precourt Herbert garage, has finished. And is there...
There is a bright orange flag.
There is an orange thing. It's not a shirt. It would appear to be a flag. So the championship is over. Let the rest of the race commence.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, so 12 hours down and 12 hours still to go in this race in isolation. And Nick Damon and Paul Truswell and I will attempt to work out the points for this season of the 24hourseries.com. But an orange flag is being waved from the finish line, and the flash bulbs going off to illuminate that bright orange flag. First time I've seen that, and it sounded like for a little while we weren't even going to get that, but somehow a orange flag has been located.
Good organisation always brings a spare.
I see. That's how they do it. So there is confirmation on the screen. If you're watching the stream on the radiolemans.com feed, then this is the 11th place car, speed lover, number 84 Porsche 991 Cup car, but it's Peter Cox, judged to be the winner of the 12 hours, the Scuderia Praha Ferrari 488, ahead of Andrea Caldarelli in the GRT Lamborghini. Huracan, the 911 Ralph Bone-driven Precoat Herbert Motorsport Porsche finishes the 12 hours in third position, ahead of the number 10 Hoffer Racing Mercedes SLS, driven at the moment by Kenneth Heyer, and then it is Frederick Ansel in the number 65 car, finishing in 5th position and winning the SP2 class after the 12 hours. And we're going to come to Nick Damon with an update, Nick, on the 911 crew.
I do. I also have an update on a lack of reaction. I wandered into the Scuderia Praha pit, thought, yeah, they'll be excited, they got the points, couldn't care less, not interested at all. And this is the big action in the 911 pit. They are bringing down the gantry. It's all being packed up, they're not going to carry on anymore. I'm not sure what the car is. They're going with, obviously the MRS side is carrying on, but that third place in the points is more than enough. They're satisfied with that. I'm not sure if the car's going to turn up in the garage or go to Parc Ferme somewhere. Let's go and talk to one of the Renauers. I'm not sure which one. He's going to know which Renaur are you issue.
But it does mean, Nick, that they take over 2nd place in the championship.
So with the, I'm going to guess it's Robert. I'm just guessing from the facial hair, so don't correct me, all right?
All right.
So congratulations, 2nd in the championship.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, really? We are 2nd? Oh, that's fine. Yeah, we thought it's not enough points, but yeah.
Our stat man says because the car collection got no points, because they broke down early, you have enough points for 2nd, but you're going home.
Yeah, great result for us. Now we can go home and get everything prepared for 12 hours Abu Dhabi. It was a great season for us. So far 3 wins, now podium on 3rd place, perfect season.
Well, bit disappointed, rather hoped you carry on with the rest of the race, but we'll see you in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, I'm sure. Next step is Abu Dhabi. We are coming for victory there, so keep pushing and yeah.
Thanks a lot. As Robert Renaur, unfortunately we're down one of our top cars, but they are happy bunnies. 2nd overall, lots of points, undamaged cars, pretty good run, and they're coming to Abu Dhabi, which of course will also be on RadioLeMans.com in the 2nd and 3rd week of December.
Yes, the only caveat to the assertion I've just made that they've got enough points is that any penalties that are outstanding from the 12-hour race, even though they still need to be served, will be applied to the result of the 12-hour race when it's published. So there'll be a short delay if you're on the web to before the 12-hour race result will be published. Once it is published, then penalties will apply that are due. But even if the 911 car gets penalised by 10 laps, in fact 14 laps is their advantage over the next car in the class, they've got enough points to take that 2nd place in the championship. Nick's still down there, and he's got a pit caller. Nick.
The 95 has just swept into the pits, and the sort of way you think, right, they're giving up as well, but no, because one of the other drivers was suited and booted, and it appears to be a requirement for a repair. It's going up on the short supports for the track. Gregory Pays gets out. I think it was Thierry was about to get in. Was it Raphael? No, it's Raphael van der Straten who was about to get in. Are they doing brakes? They're doing the old brakes. Halfway round, let's get the pads and discs done, or in this case, just pads.
Gregory Pace is in the car, just got out of it. Nick.
Yep, and it's Van Straten. Get on, as I said that, yep. So it's just pads. And as you can see, it's quite hot work. And they're kind of gingerly trying to get the adjustable spanners to whip out the pad. First one's out, a bit of shouting. Everyone knows that any sort of mechanicking work is done much better if someone's shouting at you. And our cameraman's about to get decapitated by an air wire. Anyway, so that's what's going on. I haven't seen anyone else kind of giving up yet. We were told there were 3 cars that might be withdrawing at the end of the 12 hours. The 113 hasn't got going again yet. Another car is trundling down the pits towards me.
Possible candidate, that's a 65 trundling towards you.
The 65.
The winner in SP2.
And I think the 65 is giving up. Let me see if I can grab my cameraman that's being pushed in. There's no reason for it to stop. The 5th place car, the 65 Porsche Laureate, they are jumping up and down. They are happy people. What do they achieve, Paul, that makes them so happy?
Right, I'm just trying to work it out because they might have actually taken the championship ahead of speed level, but it's going to take me a couple of minutes just to work it out.
They're very happy people.
If they know already, they may have won the SP2 class.
They're chuffed. basically.
They've certainly won the
The
class in
driver's
this
very
race.
pleased. Frederick Ansel is congratulating. So they needed this win, did they, for the points for the SP3, did they?
SP2.
SP2.
And as I say, just to stand by because I'm still working it out.
Well, unofficially, judging by happiness and delirium and French general chuffedness, I think they've won. I can't guarantee that. I'm not actually sure which of these people... Oh, he's very pleased. Oh, lots of pointing and stuff. I did find someone to speak to about this, but I'm not quite sure who speaks English here. I'll risk Mr. Ansel when his hat comes off.
Okay, I see what they've done now. They've made it a Lorient 2-3 in the championship because there is only one Lorient car here, isn't there? That's the 65 car. The 64 car, which isn't here, has already got second place in the championship, but the 65 car has now got third place in the championship. So it's a Lorient 2-3.
That was a lot of celebration for third place. Let's have a quick with Frederick. Frederick, your team seems very happy. What have you? You're happy with third?
Well, we won 2 of the category, and we expected to finish 2. And I drive for the last, and I push, and we finished 1. So it's fabulous for us.
So, were you always going to stop after 12 hours, or because you're finishing 1, that's all you can achieve?
No, it's because we want to do just the 12 hours. Normally we have 2 cars, but you know, with the problem, they make 24 hours for here, and some gentlemen say no, we don't want. So I've got just 1 car, so just 12 hours, and well, we are now 3rd of the championship. And we finish 5 of the 12 hours, so it's fabulous for all the team, for Porsche Lorient Racing. I'm very glad.
Congratulations, thanks. So there we are, so he's actually chuffed they've won a race that actually hasn't finished another 12 hours. Hey-ho, okay. But he has got some points, so the only thing they have definitely got, as Paul's pointed out, is 3rd in the championship, but they appear to feel they have a moral victory as far as the non-existent 12 hours of Brno is concerned.
Yes, but also, I mean, the point made is valid, is that they have finished as the first non-A6 car, so 5th place overall is certainly something worth celebrating. So, yeah, I mean, it's a good performance by Lorient, and clearly there was 2 factors at play from what Frederic was just telling you. Partly the financial aspects of getting there, and partly the fact that the race was changed from being a 12-hour race to being a 24-hour race.
Oh, absolutely. There's no problem with them deciding to pull out because it was the, you know, that was what happens, and they knew there'd be an issue, and the 3 or 4 cars absolutely had the right to score points in the championship. You change the rules halfway through. People that will do. Just coming underneath us now, the 911 car has pulled into the pits. This is the machine that has won 3 rounds this year. Poor start to the season, brilliant finish, 3 wins in the 3rd, and the car now going off to Abu Dhabi. But a great performance by the team, and they will be back even stronger, I'm sure, next year, starting in Dubai in the 2nd week of January. Another pit caller, the 103, who shouldn't really be called a pit caller, more a pit resident. I'm surprised they're not paying rent, given the amount of time he's spending in the pit box. They're back, examining the new engine. This has gone in just recently, nothing leaking, so that's it really. No one else seems to have pulled out, which is good news, isn't it, Johnny?
Very much so, yes. It's the 24hourseries.com for 2016. Thank you, Nick, down in the pit lane. So Johnny Palmer, Paul Truswell and Nick for this portion of the race as we take you into Sunday morning here in the Czech Republic. Just 11 hours and 48 minutes remaining, and we're now very nearly 12 minutes past midnight. The second half of the Epilog here in Brno, the first ever 24-hour race to take place in the Czech Republic, and a number of teams counting the number of points they've got from the season, but plenty of them, I'm pleased to say, are sticking with it and continuing on till the checkered flag, not just the orange flag, but the checkered flag, which will appear at midday this today, this afternoon, we can say. Peter Cox leads the motor race. The Scuderia Praha Ferrari 488 out front then. 327 laps done for Peter and his team. Andrea Caldarelli in second position for the GRT Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini Huracan. And in the pit lane, as we know, the 911 car that was last driven by Ralph Bone. That will take no further part. So Kenneth Hyatt and the number 10 Hoffer Racing Mercedes will, in due course, move up to third position. The 444 Ferrari 458 challenge car, which leads the class for SP2, is in fifth position. That will soon become fourth. And Frederick Ansel, we've just heard from as well, that was the second place SP2 car, so that will start to tumble down the order as well.
No, it was the first place SP2 car. Johnny actually won SP2. It's already tumbled down one place. So if you're listening online and you have access to race results, the website that you need if you want to see the official results is www.raceresults.nu. Follow the links through there, and there is an official result now posted for 12 hours there. But a word of caution is that any penalties outstanding will be applied to that result before it becomes official. That's a provisional result at 12 hours, and any penalties will have to be applied to that. And I haven't checked this, but the Craventix website, the 24hseries.com website, has also been extremely efficient in posting updated championship positions as the race has been progressing. So if you log on to that one, it may well give you a provisional points positions in the championship there as well. I haven't done that one myself because, as I say, I'm waiting official notification that all the penalties have been taken, but provisionally at least second place in the championship for A6 to Precoat Herbert Porsche, and third place in the championship for Porsche Lorient with the 65 car. The 64 car, which isn't here this weekend, from the Lorient team, has already got second place. So a 2-3 for Lorient in the SP2 Teams Championship.
Meanwhile, this looks very much like the battle for the lead of the race. In fact, the cars were separated by 2 laps, and Andrea Caldarelli getting one of those laps back as he squeezes by the number 11 Ferrari of Peter Cox, and he did that where on the lap? I need to get the tracker out to be properly sure. It is...
Say probably turn 11, turn 12,
yes,
was it? Is it a left-hander?
Because this is 13 and 14. I was looking out for the lights on the main straight to indicate that this is the, here they are. So this is the final corner, and the move for to get one of those laps back was done at turn 11. So over the line then goes the GRT Grasser Racing Lamborghini, and we're now on board with, is it still the Lambo or is it the Ferrari?
I think it's the Ferrari. Yes, it is the Ferrari, because the Lamborghini's got the purple light over the top of the windscreen, so we've got Peter Cox there looking at the back of the Lamborghini, but knowing that he still leads the race by a lap and 9/10, I suppose you could say that, because as you said, Johnny, it was a 2-lap margin, and now it's just under 2 laps. In terms of the schedule, Peter Cox is going to be pit bound, I suspect, before Caldarelli is. And the other aspect to this race, which we were touching on as we were going into the 12 hours, is that Adrian Amstutz is going to have to drive some 4.5 hours or so in the next 12, and that's going to slow the car down, which is going to further enhance the chances of the Ferrari, because between them, Peter Cox, Tom Onslow Cole, Josef Kral and Jiri Pisaric are all a little bit quicker than Amstutz. Meanwhile, though, I think we can have news from the pits, can't we, Johnny? And it's still Nick Damon down there. Nick?
It'll be me for many hours to come.
Excellent, so I'm getting used to that.
Well, no, I might come and sit next to you in a minute, but the 78 Porsche has just done a very standard stop. Out got Charles Espenlaub, in got Javier Masson. The 103 BMW has had a nightmare, is having a bit more of a nightmare, but they had the actual throttle activation broke, and you can just see it pinging up and down, and they fixed it. I think it came undone, so when you pressed the accelerator, not much happened, because the little L-shaped connector had come off, but they've reattached that in their haste to rebuild the engine. I'm sure perhaps a bit of finger trouble. The 146 Bonk Motorsport came, not Bonk, it is Bonk, yes, came in after the 12 hours to do his brake change, and we've now got the 63 Porsche probably do something similar. So a lot of cars have waited for the 12 hours and to do their brake change. I think we're also looking at the cars out there about to get the 963 Caldarelli car in.
Yeah, that's on its way to you now. Green Lamborghini.
Is he? Oh, yes, he's rolling in. Me and the cameraman are sashaying up the pit lane at warp speed, if that's actually possible to sashay at warp speed. The 63 Porsche now is going into the pits. I'm not sure that's a retirement. They've got some problems, or even giving 12 hours. Here we have the green 963. There's a change of driver. It doesn't. I think it is Andrea who's getting in. It's not Rolf Nichen's helmet. So Caldarelli will help him out. The number 2 on the side denotes its position. They took it to 12 hours, got points for second. Now they've got a race to try and win. Obviously got the 2 laps to make up on the 11 Praha Ferrari. This is the start of the second half of the race, and there's a good chance that the man taking that car out will be driving it for an awful lot of the time in the next 12 hours. We reckon about 4 hours 40 minimum for Adrian Amasutst. And I will try and talk to Andrea in a moment or two. Oh, hang on, the penalty girls are walking around again.
Ah, heading for where?
Don't know. Should we follow them? Let's follow the penalty girls. Come on, follow the penalty girls.
Joe didn't
Here we
want
go.
to.
Okay. Sashaying down the penalty girls. Come on.
That's not warp speed, though, is it?
Who is it? Oh, hang on. It's a pit stop infringement, so a warning for Team 125. Well, it's not very exciting. Thank you for that one. All right, okay. Just a warning, still.
You've talked about the hard-working girls that are up and down the pit lane for all of the first 12 hours.
They've done a lot of hours, haven't they?
They've done a lot of mileage, probably more than you.
You can now see why she's gone for such comfortable trousers. There's a lot of walking going on.
Just going back to the 103 car, which is still there. I don't think Nick has.
No, it's gone.
It's gone, is it?
Yes.
Okay, it's up at the refueling area then. So the 103 back in the refueling area. Although it didn't complete 60% for the 12-hour race, it should, if it has a trouble-free run from here on in, and that's a big if, but only 11 hours and 40 minutes to go. If it can get through the 11 hours and 40 minutes to go without any further trouble, and that's just routine work, it should be able to achieve the 60%. Obviously, you have to kind of project that forward, assuming that the race leader or the class leader continues at its same pace for the rest of the race. So that's kind of trying to do a little bit of extrapolation on that car in order to see whether it can qualify. But there's no reason why the 103 shouldn't get to the end of the race and do so in a qualifying position. So that must be their objective now, even if they didn't qualify for the 12-hour points.
So Caldarelli's car still in pit road. Who else have we got coming down pit lane? No, I'm just being distracted by P's that we're going to be there for the rest of the race for 1 or 2 cars. Kenneth Heyer yet to move up to 3rd position in the Hoffer Racing Mercedes. The 444 RPD Racing Ferrari remains in 5th position, and at the wheel of that is Gregor. Now, how do you say the surname correctly, Paul? Shigo.
I don't know.
Zigo sounds very good. Gregor Zigo, who's a Slovak and driving the RPD Racing Ferrari 458 from Slovakia, the team as well.
Yeah, I think 2 Slovaks and a Czech in that car, aren't there? And then Matteo Cresoni.
Lubomir Jakubik is from Slovakia, and a Czech, an Italian, 2 Italians, yes, you're quite right, Luis Carpaccio and Matteo Cresoni. Thomas Miniberger in 6th position in the RTR Projects KTM, the best placed of the Austrian cars at this time. And then we've got 3 Porsches together on the screen. That's one of those is Frederick Ansel's, formerly driven by Frederick Ansel's Porsche Lorient. Porsche dropping way down the order. So either side of that right now is the 991 class leader. 300 laps just done for the MSG Motorsport class leading car. Hendrik still driving that, number 62. And the sister car, number 63, as you can see from the numbers illuminated on the side, is in 22nd position. And make that 23rd position, in fact, is now heading down the pit lane to be fuelled and then to be sent back into the rest of the race, of which 11 hours and 38 minutes still remain. Whilst we're on the subject of class leaders, the A3 leader remains the number 99 RKC TGM Honda, driven by William Gannon. That's just heading out. But Peter Cox remains at the head of the order, having done 332 laps, 9 pit stops so far, a best lap of 2 minutes 1.703, and that is still the fastest lap of the race, but I reckon that was set by Joseph Kroll, was it not? Fastest lap of the race, Paul?
Fastest lap of the race was set by Andrea Caldarelli, actually, the 2 minutes 1.069. Joseph Kroll, the second fastest lap of the race at 2 minutes 1.703. Well, actually, I've got a feeling that Caldarelli might have set 2 fast laps. But so anyway, certainly it was Kral at 2 minutes 1.703. Now it's Caldarelli. Basically, those two have been trading fastest laps. Peter Cox set fastest lap very early on in the race. But we got the impression, I don't know if you were listening, when they were talking to Caldarelli after his previous stint, he gave every impression that the car could have gone even faster. There's a sweet spot of about the first 5 laps, it seems, when the tyres are new, when the car will go very fast indeed. And after the first 5 or 6 laps, then the pace just tails off a little bit. And it becomes a case of managing the tyres for the rest of the stint. Caldarelli, when we do get a chance to speak to him, has done 3 double stints, so 3 lots of 2 hours pretty much, 5.5 hours driving altogether during the 12 hours of the first half of the race, and that's why Adrian Amstutz has to do so much of the driving in the second half of the race. He had to do a minimum of 1 hour in the first 12 from the point of view of scoring points, and over the course of the whole race distance, he did not only that minimum, but he did 1 hour and 20 minutes during the first half of the race, but he has to do 6 hours over the full 24, and that means he's got another 4 hours and 40 minutes to do in the remaining part of this race.
So he is going to be the busiest, or the busier driver in the second half of the race. We had chatted to Caldarelli, who I think in the last interview that Nick did with him just wanted to get some rest finally after working hard on board that Lamborghini for the best part of 2 hours, 1 hour and 49 minutes I think his stint was. As 2 cars go across the line nose to tail, Porsche leading this car, being Thomas Miniberger in the RTR Project, the number 224 car, positioned in 6th place, and it has a lap to try and find on the Gregor Zygo driven 444 car, the RPD Racing Ferrari. So an SP2 leader next to an SP3 leader on the screen, 5th and 6th, and then the 991 class leader is in 7th position, Hendrik Still. So we still have 4 of the 5 classes represented in the overall top 10. In 8th position, it's the number 73 car, driven by Stephen Bournes. And Harry Hilders is in 9th place in the NKPP Racing Seat Leon. So the next car to benefit from the fact that Frederic Ansel's Porsche Lorient car is no longer running will be the number 84, the Speed Lover Porsche from Belgium, to jump from 11th to 10th place. And then the 95 car, which is Raphael van der Straten driving the Mark Focus V8 from VDS Racing Adventures. That car 4th in SP2.
And on the same lap, Johnny, as the 84 car. So yes, those 2 cars amongst the closest battling on the circuit at the moment, 3rd and 4th in SP2.
And yeah, that's a good point, because comparing those times, the 84 car's just bumped up the times, that's why I couldn't locate it. A 218.4 last time around, and a 221.3 for Raphael van der Straten. So those times would indicate the gap's actually growing, but it might be misrepresentative depending on where they are on the track and what traffic they've had to negotiate of late. One of the KTMs is in the pit lane. The canopy is lifted on those Rams, and driver therefore can be tended to, possibly even a driver change, Nick Damon.
There was a driver change, yes. Thomas Enger has got out. Another driver of a similar stocky disposition has got in. Didn't see which one it was because I was waiting for my cameraman to come back. The 243, the development car, it does come down the pit lane quite gingerly. It came down gingerly again, but they don't seem to have any worries about the drive shafts anymore. It's got a fresh set of boots. They've not taken the engine cover off, and any second now they may release it and let it go. There's a kind of a bit of a fussing about it with Thomas there, as he's actually doing the water bottle change for the other driver.
Who is possibly Hubert Trunkenpolz.
It says RKO.
In that case, it's Reinhard Koffler.
Reinhard Koffler, yes. He put a sticker on the rest of his helmet, which is very painful, to cover up his name. And any second now, Yuri Piziak will be taking over from Peter Cox because they are setting up the Scuderia Praha, and it looks like we're going to be getting a pad change. Don't need to change the disc. There'll be a pad change here as well with this one.
On the Ferrari?
On the Ferrari 11, yep.
Already in the pit lane,
okay.
Nick.
He's just coming just now. The cameraman is with his helmet. So if you have a quick look at the step back, Peter Cox gets out. Now, whether they're actually going to do a change or they're going to have a look and think about doing the change, don't know. No, they're going for it. So we're having a pad-only change. It's kind of debatable, really, where some of the cars, of course, in GT3 do a disc and pad change. That's not necessarily because the disc has been worn out. It's just it's easier to bed a set of pads to a disc and do the whole thing in one go, depending on how you have the particular arrangement of discs and pads. Remember the guys who are really, really quick at this were the BMW Z4 team, the Saudi Falcons, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, they were really quick about it. They could get it in and out in about a minute and a half, doing all four, including discs. Well, this is all four pads. They're doing the rear pads as well. That isn't always necessary. The only one set of spreaders between the front and the back. That's a bit of a downside. So the blue pads are going in the front, the yellow pads are going in the rear. The left rear is already finished. I'm not sure whether they're going to then hop round and do the other side, or whether they don't have enough. I'm not sure what the exact rules are of men allowed to work on the car. What I will do, I think, is whilst it's going on, is go and see if I can jump on Mr. Cox, because drivers are very keen on running away immediately. And I just realised that I have to keep the cameraman with me, or it just disappears. We have the world's shortest link on the voice. So I'll go and have a quick word with Mr. Cox. Let's hope he's a happier Mr. Cox when I spoke to him several hours ago. He's trying not to look at me. So I say, Peter, 1 second. I say 1 second, that's fair enough. Yeah. So he's got the back, he's run away. He's run away, honestly. So the rest of they're now changing around. They're doing the other side. So they're doing in the pit lane, one side at a time. They haven't done all four at once, which they could have done if it was in the pinnacles. And here's Peter coming towards us as the cameraman's turned the other way. Peter, so we are halfway through, and you won all the points.
Yeah, fantastic, eh? At least we won some points this year. There's something. Till now it goes well, and there's still a long way to go. So we'll see how it goes.
I mean, how important are the points to Scuderia Praha? Is it all really about winning the 24 Hours of Brno for them?
Yes, only the last. You know, the points are not relevant because we didn't finish a lot of the races this year. So I think it's only for the win we want to go.
And how are you feeling? You were very upset when I spoke to you about 7 hours ago. You're a bit more relaxed now and happier with life.
I'm always happy with life, but I say what I think. I'm not an actor. You know, maybe people don't like it. But it's just how I see it and how it is, I think, you know. And sometimes the truth is hard, you know. But I'm not going to say and smile and doing this and that. I just say what I think. So, and I just do my best. I think everybody's doing his best, but you have to look at the facts.
I think we all appreciate a straight talker, Peter. And so one final thing: how long do you get to have a bit of rest now? You got 3 or 4 hours off?
Yeah, I think 3.5 hours, 4 hours. So a little bit of rest should be okay.
Okay, thanks, Peter. They're always there with an opinion and always honest. Mr. Peter Cox.
Yeah, well, we didn't quite have an opinion from him there, but yet more honestly, which is very refreshing, I think.
We have some news, and it's big news. And I need to move my cameraman round for the big news. And the big news is that the 963 mechanics are in the pit lane with the dolly jacks.
Oh.
So there is a non-scheduled stop for the 963, I'm afraid.
Yeah, only 4 laps into its stint, Nick, so
dear.
very much unscheduled.
This is not going to be good news for the race if it's anything more than a very quick pad change. In comes the 963, comes to a halt. Nothing like as aggressive as normal. It lands at my feet.
We could see you in the onboard camera there. That was pretty cool.
Oh, hello. Up goes the jacks. It's onto the dollies, and they're going to wheel the thing back in. But at this point, we need to find out what the problem might be. And the first thing we can do is start by guessing. And so far, nothing's come off.
There's a certain sense of purpose about what they're doing, though, isn't it? They do know what they want to do.
So the engine's going to come off. I wonder if...
the engine's not going to come off.
No, the engine covers will come off. Actually, they're not even going to the engine, so it's not immediately obvious they're looking for an issue in the drivetrain. It's back on the steering wheel by the looks of it. So I'm not sure if... I'll just see if I can grab a quick word with Adrian with his helmet on. Adrian, what's the problem?
Some gearbox issues, but we don't know for a certain part yet.
Do you know if it's selection or actually in the mechanical part?
I think it's action, selection still works, but I'm not a mechanic, so don't take it for granted what I say.
You've got a better chance of me getting it right. So Adrian, there we are. So that would actually bear witness to what they're trying to do, which is they think it's the actuators, which of course I think probably are electronic. I doubt they're hydraulic on this car. But as you can see, they're taking the chance to actually do a little bit of looking at the front end. But this is not good news, because every second this car stays in is a bit further and a bit less pressure on the number 11 leading car of Scuderia Praha.
Which heads back into the race as you speak, Nick, with Jiri Pisaric at the wheel. So that car now on an outlap and already gaining time on this 963 Lamborghini Huracan. Here we are on board with Jiri Pisaric, race leader, and looking to extend the race lead to beyond 2 laps.
But of course, Johnny, I mean, yes, it's bad news for the Lamborghini, but I mean, going back to the interview that Nick just did with Peter Cox, he was very clear about the fact, you know, there's a long way to go, and it was a you know, a fairly weary Peter that we were talking to there, but he knows how 24-hour races are. He's not going to get his hopes up at this early stage, and he answered the question very clearly. It's all about the 24 hours as far as they're concerned. Getting to 12 hours is really just getting to the half distance point, and they are interested in getting this Ferrari home. Bear in mind, it is a new car. It's never done a Creventic 24-hour race before, and Tom Onslow-Cole has already told us that the Creventic balance of performance is different from any other series balance of performance, so they don't know enough about how the car is going to behave. So, you know, for the Ferrari team as well, the Scuderia Praha team, it is their local race, and they are eager to do well, obviously, but you know, gearboxes do take a heck of a pounding in a 24-hour race, as does every other mechanical element. So, you know, let's not give up yet. I mean, you and I have watched enough 24-hour races to know that you just pay attention, because if you don't, something will happen. And that's the same for the teams as well. You've got to stay with the game throughout the 24 hours.
Pisaric heading into turn 13 at the top of the hill. Car in front negotiating turn 14, so back to come back onto the main straight to have the pit buildings come into sight. And this is the point where Jiri Pisaric goes another lap in front of the Lamborghini Huracan, which is sitting stationary in the garage there. So they're doing some kind of reset, presumably. Nick Damon is there and far better qualified to tell us what's going on.
In some ways, it could just come closer. One thing they have done is that they've taken the option to actually change the discs and pads at the front. That was just because they would need to do it at some point, and they've done it anyway. Now, they have not at any point looked at anything mechanical. The engine cover's not come off, no one's had a look. They're obviously able to see on the telemetry that the issue is electrical, and there's a man diving into the passenger door, and I think that's probably near to where some of the connectors and the fuses and the actual ECU is. And now, are they actually now going to start looking at mechanical things? No, it's all really on this left hand. Looking at a new battery in as well. So this could be symbolic of a bigger electrical problem that has manifested itself first with gearbox issues. But as we know, trying to find an electrical fault on any race, any car, and certainly any racing car, is a recipe for your hair being torn out and many, many minutes of frustrated wobbling of connectors.
Yes, and we haven't quite got to the wire waggling stage yet, but the car sat there on the dolly jacks. It goes up even further on the internal jacks. Oh, that's clever. They put the jacks on bits on kind of jacks that don't compress, so that it's absolutely safe for the guys to be underneath the car to get further access then to the under tray. So yeah, this is not going to be the work of a moment for the GRT Grasser car. And all of a sudden, Hoffer Racing will be eyeing, well, certainly second place now. They will squeeze ahead of the retired, finished after 12 hours, Precott Herbert Motorsport Porsche. So looking okay for third position for the number 10 crew. And they have done 321 laps. The Lamborghini so far has completed 333 laps. So 12 to try and find for the number 10 Hoffer Racing car. But I remember hearing from either Christian Frankenhout or Kenneth Hyatt at the start of the race saying we're definitely eyeing an overall podium in this 24-hour race. That's looking like very much a possibility.
Well, yes, I mean, it was always going to be a possibility in the, not necessarily knowledge, but in the suspicion that the 911 Porsche was going to pull out at half distance. They haven't yet overtaken the 911 Porsche, but they're going to be able to do that without any question at all. But whether they can get past the Lamborghini, of course, is another matter altogether, and it depends on not only how long this fix takes, but also then we're going to see the Lamborghini trying to catch back up again in true handicap style after the problem has been resolved. But this is the plan from Hoffer Racing from the start. We'll stick to our pace, which is anyway constrained by minimum reference lap times, but we know what we're doing, and hopefully, I mean, they don't always have a trouble-free run. I think it was at Barcelona, wasn't it, when they had some problems with the car, but in general, Hoffer Racing is a pretty reliable team, and between them, they can usually bring the car home, albeit at a slower pace, but at a very reliable pace, and even though they're off the pace of the three leading A6 cars, they're way ahead of anybody else, and so, you know, Hoffer Racing is going to be certainly in with a shout, and if you're going to bet on anybody being around at the finish, it would be them, with question marks, if anything, over that Scuderia Praha 488, which, say nothing against it, it's been running absolutely faultlessly up till now, but as I say, it's just slightly less of a known quantity than the Hoffer Racing car, which, remind you, is in its last ever race here in the Czech Republic, in Brno this weekend.
So, rear diffuser now off the Lamborghini.
Yeah,
Nick.
that's not good, because the rear diffuser off the Lamborghini, which took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 18, I think 22 bolts were taken off to get that off. They're now looking at the mechanical gubbins bit, as you can see. If you look at the back of the area there, that is an element of the gearbox itself, but they're actually looking, I think, probably towards the actuating side. They're being very accommodating of our cameraman. He's right up in there, isn't he? So they're looking more in the middle area of the engine, and it's interesting. Is it the actuators rather than the mechanical side of the problem? And as such, what is causing the problem? But these cause paddle shift gearboxes, incredibly fast changing, but also incredibly complicated. And when they go, not always the work of a moment. Well, it's not even the work of a moment to get the diffuser off, so not the work of a moment to fix. And it's got to be starting now that I would think that Hoffer are beginning to think this is beginning to play into our always finishing on the podium. Third, if they keep going, is pretty much assured.
Yeah.
And now second looking a lot more likely.
It is, absolutely. And, well, you know, the closer you get to the top of the pile, the more you think, hey, we only need a slight problem for the Ferrari as well. Could you actually win the whole thing? It's possible, as long as that 10 SLS keeps chugging round, which it has a brilliant record of doing. So Kenneth Hyatt is now up to third position in the Hoffer Racing Mercedes. as the 911 car loses its first spot, having been parked after the opening 12 hours of the Epilog here in Brno. Meanwhile, the Austrian crew that run that Lamborghini Huracan, the Hoffer Racing team, continue to work on the rear end of that car, and you can see gearbox being worked on as well. It's interesting that that whole rear diffuser has to come off so that they can access that area. And we know a little bit more now that Nick Damon can tell us.
I have been given the very, very nice Mr. Amstutz himself has come in and said, the problem is actually electrical, but it's affecting the gearbox actuation because they haven't got a solid current. They've got a wobbly current from the voltage, from the battery voltage, which is causing the electronically actuated shifting not to shift precisely or at the right point. So effectively, they're trying to do a big electrical bang, which is what it does takes to pull the actuator, with not enough voltage because they've got a basic charging circuit problem. And now they're trying to work out why the voltage isn't getting to the actuators, hence the reason they're underneath there. In old car parlance, they might have a bad earth or a bad wire, but unfortunately that's the problem for them. They need now to work out why they can't get a stable voltage to the actuators for the gear change.
Right, so this is downstream from the battery, isn't it? So the battery's operating everything else electrically
on very basic electrical concepts, and this is probably slightly out of date, anything that takes a large amount of voltage uses a relay. The relay takes a small command voltage and turns it into a big chunk, and then that is then actuated through whatever the equivalent of a modern equivalent of solenoid or whatever will actually make that change. So they're getting the downstream information, but when they need that big voltage, they're not getting a stable voltage. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work because it hasn't got the voltage to fire it. Other times, apparently, I think it's firing when it shouldn't.
Okay.
So that's not good.
Indeed. And the difficulty is actually finding where in the system that problem has been created. And obviously they changed the battery by the sounds of things to stop it off at source. And now they're much further downstream, sorting out this way underneath the car. And the non-compressible jacks have been stuck underneath the car to make sure that it is safe up high. A good couple of feet up in the air. And now communication with a guy peering into the engine bay from above to the chaps lying sprawled out on the floor. So hard work being done here at nearly 1:45 in the morning to try and get this Lamborghini back into the race, but in fact hasn't lost a position yet, because of course the 911 car has already given up the ghost, as it were, having completed the 12 hours and received the points for that. A little bit of steam being let off from the front of the car. That's nothing to worry about either. And Kenneth Heyer now up to third place in the SLS. We have Gregor Saigo in the RPD Racing Ferrari, the 444 Ferrari in the pit lane. Nick Damon?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why, but for some reason most of the coolant's now on the floor. That was the big steam. It's just water that's come out. Now, whether they had to break a union to get to where they wanted to get to, yeah, they have. They've had to actually empty the water out, I assume, with the radiators at the front of the car and all the gubbins at the back. The radiators are actually, the main water pipes are running back through the centre arch of the car into the actual area where they need to go around and cool the engine and then coming back again. So the circuit is a long forward and back through the bottom of the car. My guess is to get to the bits they want to get to, they have to break those pipes or those long connections. Therefore, the first thing they need to do is dump the water out. And it's come out, whilst they did have a collecting bucket, which is a very large sort of box, it appears to, as water is wont to do, have escaped in every angle possible and just made a big pink mess on the floor.
Is it not a separate cooling system for the gearbox? There's usually a cooling gearbox radiator.
There's a I can't see a gearbox radiator here. That's a really good point, but most gearbox radiators are normally oil-cooled, but I could be wrong. But that is definitely, the amount of liquid coming out of this, given the fact that there's a big bucket as well, would be a huge amount of water for a gearbox. Though you are right, often there are separate gearbox and oil coolers, but there's only one radiator at the front of the car, which makes you think it may be a shared system.
Right, okay, thanks for that. Useful knowledge.
We're learning a lot about this relatively new Lamborghini Huracan by watching every move of this repair. Oh, very interesting.
Eat your heart out, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, he hasn't got a clue probably that we're doing such a good job in his absence, as he's decided to edge away for a bit of a snooze. God, shame on him. Right, so there is still motor racing happening, by the way, out on track. And Jiri Pisarik is enjoying himself out front in the number 11 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Kenneth Heyer up to 3rd position and now has done 325 laps, so remains 8 laps behind this stationary Lamborghini. And the 444 RPD Racing Ferrari is now back in the race. They did a driver change in the SP2 leader's car, and now Dusan Palka is on board that machine. So RPD still heading SP2, and their nearest rival is in 10th position overall. The 444 Ferrari is 5th, and the 10th place car is the speed level Porsche, driven by Pierre-Yves Paik. So speed level Porsche is 2nd in class. 3rd position for Rafael de Stratton, as we've mentioned. Van der Stratton, should I say, Rafael van der Stratton in the VDS Racing Adventures Mark Focus V8, and a few more stops actually happening, including the number 226, Nick.
Yeah, 226, the fantastic purple and yellow car that is now becoming a kind of a grubby grey and purpley grey car as time goes on.
More camouflage, isn't it?
Yeah, it's more kind of camouflage with dirt. It's got some excellent duct tape work as well at the back. It was Mr. Silverman who got out of that one, whose first name I believe is Georg. Georg Silverman got out. Oh, he's just standing next to me. Georg, how is the 226 car going?
At the moment, perfect. If we hadn't the accident, it would be perfect. No, car's working fine, everything okay.
Is it a good car to drive at night? Is it easy to see? Is it good handling?
At the moment, it's perfect to drive, even no problem with the other cars, so it was really, boring. No, no, perfect. Nice to drive, really.
Thank you, Jorg. Unfortunately, Jorg's not wearing his fantastic overalls of yesterday, which are the Lederhosen with the name Bernie Silverstone on them.
Yeah, shame that. But they will probably reappear tomorrow at some stage. They're worth another showing, I think. So, Lamborghini still today, in the garage. Probably. That's probably what I meant, yes. At 10 to 1 in the morning, Sunday morning.
Sorry, you asked me the Lamborghini goes. The Lamborghini, once it's fixed, has got about at least 5... Oh, cameraman got more than 8 yards away from him. Has got at least 5, if not 10 minutes of reassembly. Most of those just to get the diffuser back on again. It's 22 bolts. But they are easing back. There's about 2 underneath the car, a couple on the sides. They'll have to refill the cooling system as well. So this is not the work of the minute. How many laps are they ahead of 3rd at the moment?
It is now 7 laps.
Yeah, they're going to lose that before they get out again. Whether they can get it back again over the remaining 11 hours will remain to be seen, depending on how long they fall behind.
Okay.
Yeah, the accident that Georg Silbermeyer referring to there for the 226, the TTRS, happened back at 10 o'clock at night, last night. Yeah, last night now, nearly 3 hours ago now. Went into the gravel at turn 1. For a while, it seemed it would need to have a flatbed tow to get it back to the pit lane, but they got it back onto some hard standing, got it fired up, and he was unable to drive it back to the pits. So just that one incident, and that cost it around about 15 minutes or so, I think. Let me just see if we can find that. Yes, it was 21 minutes to complete 2 laps, one of which was a 12-minute lap back into the pits, and then an 8-minute pit stop was what Georg Silbermeyer referring to there with the 226. Still 3rd in its class, though, and at the moment, Johnny, I think probably comfortably enough ahead of the... in fact, it's lost that place whilst it's been in the pit. So 226 now back to 4th in the class, having been overtaken by the 102 JR Motorsport BMW whilst it was having that most recent pit stop.
Okay, there's the Lamborghini still being worked on. And Yuri Pisarik enjoying himself out front on lap 344. Doing, last time around, a 2:07.1. And Kenneth Hyers lapping not too far away from that. Nearing an hour into Kenneth's stint now. And Natasha Mark has just been in with the complete, we can say now, standings for 2016. So we know where the teams and where the drivers have finished. Paul, I'm going to hand over to you to give us an update.
Yes, only the teams at the moment. The drivers' classification far more complicated to work out. But as far as the teams are concerned, I think we've got most of it. Precoat Herberth then, as a result of their third place, move up to second in the A6 Teams Championship behind Hoffer Racing. So Hoffer are always going to win. That wasn't in doubt, but Precoat Herberth Motorsport team has moved up to second in the championship ahead of the car collection car, which had a nightmare. As far as the 991 class is concerned, it was HRT that were in the lead of that class, and they've remained in the lead of the class. Top three in that class, no change at all. HRT ahead of MRS and the B2F class. In the, where is A2? Oh, there is A2, put right down at the bottom. So no change either in the A2 class. In SP2, we got that one right as well, because the two Porsche Lorient teams finishing second and third then in the class for SP2, with the 64 car finishing second and the 65 car finishing in third in SP2. As far as the SP3 class, there was a change there because, no, there wasn't a change, was there? Because the 103 car had enough points, and even though the 102 class scored 14, that was had to drop a score anyway, so no change in the SP3 class. And in TCR, no, there was a change here, wasn't there? Because the Red Camel Jordan's team, so the tension that we saw, the Red Camel Jordan's team, including Ivo and Rick Broikers, finishing in the end in third place. The class won by Memak Ogilvy Dual Racing, who aren't here for this race. NKPP held on to their second place, but as I say, Red Camel Jordan moved from fifth in the class up to third place in the TCR class. In A3 there was no change, both of the Team Ultram Peugeots finishing first and second there, and in Class Cup 1, Bonk Motorsport with their healthy car, the one that didn't blow its engine up yesterday, car number 146, that car has moved up to second in the Cup 1 class. So those are a quick summary of the changes to the class positions, and the fact that they're in my hot little hand probably means that they're also posted on the 24hseries.com website as well, if you want to have full details of where your favourite class car finished.
A view of this Brno circuit at night as the cars work their way out of turn 5 from the sort of middle right portion of that picture, and then they work their way to the left of screen, which is turn 7, a tighter left-hander, and then head just out of shot. There's a big screen there though, which is very nice for the spectators, so even more reason to go to that part of the circuit now to witness turns 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9, because the rest of the track covered by that rather large digital screen. This is the exit out of turn 10, and the track continues to drop away into the valley proper before climbing the other side and heading into turn 11 and turn 12. Paul, if you can carry on talking, we'll try and do a bit of faffing around with the equipment.
So yeah, Yuri Pisirac then, just out of interest, I mean, he does have this increasingly comfortable margin at the front of the field, and that amounts in terms of laps now. 10 laps is the advantage that he's managed to pull away. 12 laps, in fact, is the advantage that he's managed to pull away with the Lamborghini sitting there idly by in the pit lane at the moment. But he is lapping quickly enough, because his previous average, 2 minutes 5.7 when he was last in the car, he's matching that and going even better. In fact, now 2 minutes, he's actually just dropped off the 2 minutes 5s. He's dropped down to 2 minutes 6. So the message has probably got through to Jiri that he doesn't have to push quite as hard because his advantage is really drawing away at the front of the field, and it can only be a matter of time now. Well, we don't know. I mean, the Lamborghini is still being worked upon, and it's currently been in the pits for getting on for 25 minutes, and we'll see whether or not it is going to rejoin and quite how soon it will. Of course, the biggest worry with a problem like it has, if it's electronic and of the nature that Nick Damon's been describing, the worry is it going to be a problem that gets fixed and then runs sweetly, or is it then going to be a problem which, having been fixed, then continues to be difficult to deal with? So we'll see anyway how that one pans itself out. Another thing I can say is that in terms of the 911 class, the Drivers' Championship has been shared between Kim-Andre Hausschild and Steve Borness. They, both driving the number 73, came into the this race on different numbers of points, with Borness ahead of Hausschild, but because of dropped scores, they've ended up having exactly the same number of points at the end of the day. So that's the story as far as the 911 class is concerned. The number 73 HRT performance drivers winning the championship. Currently second, though, in the class behind the MSG car, number 62, which has had a very good run, and now in fact is ahead of the best of the SP cars, because we had a situation before where the SP2 and SP3 cars were both ahead of the 991s, but 62 now, the MSG car with Hendricks still behind the wheel, has moved up to 5th place overall and has got himself there then in 5th place overall, but leading 991 and ahead of both the SP3 and the SP2 class leaders. In SP3 it is Thomas Miniberger with the KTM Crossbow, which is still having a very good race, and it was interesting as well to hear from the other Crossbow driver, the 226 car, that car still running very, very well, and it was Georg, wasn't it, Silbermeyer, who we were talking to from that car. Charles Arendt, Thomas Kiefer, Tommy Rollinger and Uwe Schmidt, the other drivers, 5 drivers in the CCS Racing car 226. And that car having a very good run, the GT4 spec Crossbow. And yes, there may have to be a little bit of tinkering, I suspect, with balance of performance, although the other SP3 cars, strictly speaking, aren't proper SP3 cars. They're upgraded TCRs. In fact, they're rock standard TCRs, but they've just been moved into the SP3 class because there aren't enough TCR cars to warrant a class of their own. Down in A3, meanwhile, the 99 car is in the lead of the class. That's the Honda Civic, but is back in the pits. So 99, Will Gannon went back out in that car, having had a problem with the wheel, having had a puncture, but he's now back into the pits and has just lost a place in the overall positions then, number 99. Although he is, yes, no, in fact he's now lost out the lead of the A3 class because the Bonk Motorsport BMW has retaken the lead in class A3 with Volker Piepmeier having taken over, and the screen is showing some work going on the front left wheel. Have we got Nick with us at the moment to give us more information?
Nick will be in the pit lane, yes, absolutely. And
sure, Nick's there. What's Nick going to tell us? Yes,
Sorry, I wasn't sure what the technical fiddling that Johnny was doing, which meant whether he could listen to me or not.
I can, absolutely, yes.
Oh, you have
we're done with
fiddled.
fiddling. Yeah.
Ah, that's good news. Yes,
Did you solve the problem?
The 99, as Paul rightly identified, is having more work on the front left. It appears to be another, or perhaps the first pad change has just been done. They've had a few problems on that corner, and they just dropped the car down. It didn't want to engage a gear. No driver change for this particular problem. And now trying to start it again, so go to the Control Alt Delete Reset. And give it a push, and away she goes. And the 73 Porsche also came in a second ago, and what looks at the moment like a standard service. And the no sign of movement for the 963, so same old here. It's quite quiet in between the odd car coming in now.
Yes, and fewer cars actually out on the circuit as well. So from our vantage point, just over the start-finish gantry, there's what seems like several periods of, I don't know, 15, 20 seconds with no cars coming past at all. I think we've probably lost one. I think we only lost 3 as a result of retirement by choice, as a result of 12 hours having been passed. 2 others, obviously, fixed retirements, but 1 or 2 more walking woundeds now.
Back on board with Jiri Pitaric in the number 11 Ferrari. Going very quickly indeed to this tight right-hander. Here's Nick again.
5th place car, the 62 MSG, is having a standard service, driver change. Out has got whoever was in. I know, I was kind of hoping a cross jump in there by Mr. Trustwell, telling me, because the driver skulked away, never turning his all-important belt to me. It's amazing how he spends so much time in the pits staring at men's belts. Yes. No, it's not stand now. It's a fluid top-up for the 62. So, in fairness, these sort of little top-up and brake changes are very, very common, these long-distance races around this time. We are, of course, around the halfway mark, and it's they are, in fact, doing brakes as well. So they're doing the brake change for their Porsche. So that's hence the reason they've released the cap on the top of the brake fluid reservoir, so they can avoid and easily do the spreading without getting too much pressure in the system. And very gingerly try and do. Don't want to touch that. It's probably about 300 degrees.
Yeah, don't burn your fingers, Nick, please.
No, I'm not touching it.
Excellent.
Have we got time for stories? As it's night time.
In 1 second, let me just tell you very quickly that the Hoffer Racing Mercedes, next time you see it, will appear in 2nd place on the timing screen. So Hoffer Racing has got back those 15 laps on the Lamborghini that it had lost, and so they'll be into 2nd place next time you see it. Time for a story with Nick.
Well, many years ago, as you may know, I worked in the world of Formula One, and I was trying to get an interview in the Jordan pit. And in trying to get an interview in the Jordan pit, at the end of a session, I slightly bumped into a very big, burly mechanic. And he's a big-sized mechanic, and I kind of nudged him away, and he stepped backwards, and then he jumped up, and he was behaving like a complete girl. Sorry, I can't say it anymore. He was behaving like a complete person who wasn't being very brave. And I thought, for goodness sake, I only just bumped into you. What, bloomin', I bumped into him and pushed his leg onto the disc that had just come off a car at 600 degrees centigrade, and he had to go to hospital, and his leg was bandaged and he missed a race. And I had to apologise, Andrew.
Your stories are great, Nick.
Did you take him grapes?
Yeah, I felt really bad because I literally thought he was making a complete. I thought he was like an Italian winger who'd been lightly breathed on, and in fact, I think I'd probably killed the flesh of his car for the rest of his life. He didn't seem that friendly towards me from then onwards, but you can't really blame him.
Yeah, indeed. So, new pads in on this car.
Yes, and no one burnt. I'm standing well back, that's why.
Good. Wheel being prepared. And so that's the calipers being tightened up?
Spread. The calipers are spread.
Yeah, using forceps.
And then they put in the new pads. You can re-tighten the calipers. It's just as simple as pressing the brake pedal, and that'll repressurize the system.
Okay.
As long as you've got
what was being screwdrivered back into place then?
That was them wedging it in. That was just basically trying to make sure the pads were seated properly, the calipers.
Yep.
God, you can't get a lot. This cameraman, our new cameraman, likes doing low shots. He doesn't realise that a low shot behind the car will mean the radio mic will cut out. So I've now come around to join. This is the man on the rear there. He's spread out the pistons of the caliper. And you can see only 2 pistons on the rear caliper, because of course the rear brakes do a lot less of the work than the front does because of weight transfer. Of course, because as you brake, of course, the weight moves to the forward, and therefore the weight of the car goes over the front of the car. Not quite so much in a Porsche, of course, because it's carrying so much weight effectively over the rear axle, but still a lot more work done by the front brakes.
One difference in procedure, though, is we've been comparing different procedures. The calipers are the same calipers, but they are removed in order to replace the pads. In some of the other changes, the calipers have been left in situ to be whilst the pads are replaced.
Yeah, it's kind of really what's easy. There's three other ways, of course. You can just go with a completely new caliper, but what you then need is what's called a dry brake system, which is a cable, or a pipe, which you can unhook without getting any air bubbles into. It's called a dry brake. Because air bubbles in the brake system means your brakes don't work anymore. The other way, of course, which you see is where they actually change the discs at the same time as well. Because these discs are all floating, as you've seen. When they put them on, you can see the disc moves around. They're actually sitting on pins. I say pins, they're big, heavy, structured pins. They're not like little things you tack a shirt together with, but they're not actually bolted on a number of the cars. Some cars they are, but these are pure race machines. They tend just to float, certainly at the front, mainly because it has the advantage, actually, a floating disc of giving you a little bit more flexibility in the way you attack it. So a fixed disc obviously has one attitude towards the brake pad, and that can reduce braking effect by not sitting properly. So you have a slight floating disc and a floating pad and caliper system, which is why, of course, discs always have a slight drag on them, unlike drums, which are free at some point, because they're always slightly rubbing. But of course, as soon as you put the ultimate pressure on of a man pushing his brake, they will retard the car dramatically.
This stop taking is all four wheels. I think Nick's made that clear, and it's taking quite a lot longer than some of the other comparable ones. And I was mentioning a moment ago that this car 62 had moved up ahead of the SP2 and SP3 class leaders. Well, of course, with now 7 minutes, very nearly, having been spent in the pit lane, having the pads changed, and then still to be refueled, more time will be lost. And both SP3 and SP2 class leaders have gone through ahead of this car, although it does still lead the 991 class, number 62. So it's a long stop, but it's still leading its class, but it has lost 2 places overall. Yes, Nick?
The most effective way to do these, and we've seen these in Dubai, is when you get the big professional teams in, they actually just wheel the car into the garage and will do 4 corners all at the same time using their vast resources. Because if you do it in the pit lane, you are subject to the maximum number of mechanics working on the car at one time. The rules in the Preventic series, which means you can really do like 1.5 corners at a moment. But then again, they haven't got that many people. This is a small team running 2 cars, and they are sharing resources, but they haven't got 8 people who are specialists in changing brakes. And they would, I'm sure, wheel the car in and do 4 at once.
Yeah, absolutely, but that's as well all about resources. And as I say, from the point of view of the class, it's a stop that is not taking them, is not had any impact yet.
Yeah, they're not. And in fairness to this isn't the slickest I've ever seen. They are doing it effectively, but I think they've got the more haste, less speed. Actually, what they are doing is they're doing a top up, and I think they're having to do a bit of bleeding as well. So they may actually be doing a little bit of a bleed just to get the brake pressure back again. I mean, again, they've got to use these things for 10 hours, 50 minutes at very high speed. They are running well in 5th overall, so let's do it slightly slower. Let's get it right, not have any problems for the remaining, 46% of the race.
Yeah, driver waiting patiently inside this Porsche then. The number 62, Hendrick still clambered out of it. We have a new driver in there now, and well, front left wheel is being attached, so I'm nearing the end of this stop now. Rear left also being wheel gunned into place. And the various bits of equipment being kicked or rolled to the right side of the white line. Still attending to the brake fluid reservoir.
You have to do the top back up again, or it'll just disappear everywhere. You'll lose the pressure.
Even that level of mechanics I can deal with, I think, or work out in my head. I'm struggling to work out how these brakes just float in their position, and likewise the calipers, because they are clearly attached with a brake fluid pipe, but that seems to be it.
Yes, it's a floating brake.
I've never seen one of those before in my life.
Yeah, they are mounted in a position, but the actual pads themselves will float.
They just sort of click round the wheel disc.
Yeah. It's mud as a friction. Friction's amazing.
So off he goes to get his fuel. Anyway, the number that you were referring to, it's 4 people who are restricted to working on the car at any time, and they all have to be wearing the crew vest. So they get issued with 4 crew's mechanic vests, and they all have to be wearing those. And so 4 is all you can have. Get into the garage, then you can have more people working on the car. The only trick to remember, if you are going to put the car into the garage, it has to be pushed into the garage, not with the engine running, and there are various rules about pit stops and turning the engine off whilst any work is done, any substantial work is done, such as lifting the car up off the ground. Engine has to be turned off, and that's why occasionally, and I think you saw one, didn't you, Nick, the teams are issued with warnings to say pit infringements, and very often that's just leaving the engine running.
Yep. They are carefully watched. Every single box has its own a marshal of fact. The most unimpressed marshal of fact I've seen, because they all got a little chair to sit on, was the man who was outside the car collection garage after they'd given up and was still sitting there 2 hours later. So miracle by miracle, he gets something to write down in his notepad. The 303 is going into the garage. So the Broika's machine is having a little bit of a break.
This is Ivo, who's Ivo Broikers, who's at the wheel at the moment.
And yeah, that car, I'm not sure is it because they actually want to do a big brake change, I'm not sure, but they are, Ivo gets out.
It's been a long stint for Ivo, so credit to him, it's been a full 2 hours.
I think Mr. Aronov, whose first name is Max Aronov, is getting in. But I assume they're also doing, it's break time here. It's not, and I don't mean they're going to get a chocolate biscuit and a bit of orange juice, it's just they're changing the brakes.
Well, that seems logical after just over half of the race done. The Seat minus the rear valance is sort of growing on me. It shows it's been in a race.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's probably preferable to trailing behind as it was for a few laps.
I don't know. Being a touring car fan, I quite like that as well.
Like Rubbin's racing, isn't it?
Well, if you rub in the barrier, then that's only your fault, surely.
I've lent in to talk to Evo. Wow, Evo, we've seen the back of the car that's got problems, but now the front of the car's mostly green paint. What's happened there?
Actually, I don't know. It didn't happen in my stint, but I think the stint before, somebody touched the wall, and the car changed a little bit.
Now you're changing the brake pads like most people are. Is it when you've changed them? Does it actually improve the braking of the car, or is it just to stop them wearing out during the 24 hours?
It does improve a little bit. I must say this time the brakes was still pretty good. In the end, the pedal was a little bit deep, but I think with new brake pads we can easily take it to the end, of course.
So I'd like you to make a quick prediction. How many panels will be left on this car by the end of the race?
I hope we will not touch anything at all, because it doesn't look good now, but we keep on driving.
Thanks, Eva, and it's not going to buff out. It really isn't.
No.
I mean, look, that's gone there, that's got green, that's beautiful work. I love that. Look at that. Tyre wraps, you've got a slight issue here. Come on, cameraman, you've got a slight issue here as well. Oh, well, look! Angle grinder action! Hey! Oh, night time. And the angle grinder works so much better at night because you can see the sparks.
That's true as well, yeah. It's only taken 13 hours and 15 minutes to get to that stage.
I just need to hop round the other side, but so far, I've yet to see an unaffected... No, that panel's been hit. Oh, no, look. Passenger door. Absolutely pristine.
So it is.
Big bite out of the other side and the duct tape.
Yeah.
So currently, passenger door. That's your target for the rest of the race.
So we have tape, cable ties, angle grinder.
Yep.
Where's the lump hammer?
Oh, I think that's been used before.
Okay, good.
It really is. I'm always very fond of the Broikers. I'm now super fond of them because their car is everything I want a car to be in pieces.
Yeah, well, you just know